One day, my comrade, Afe from the small organization, suddenly fell ill, murmuring about some mystical world and mentioning Kakashi's posterior. In a moment of desperation, he reached into my heart. It was clear that I was merely an inconsequential rogue ninja, perhaps endowed with a unique ability acquired through my traversal to this realm. Any technique or ninjutsu I have witnessed could be effortlessly replicated, including the sacrificial blood techniques. However, this ability proved to be quite abstract and utterly unusable. In fact, I was much like Kakashi, having been forcibly implanted with a Sharingan that did not belong to me, further exacerbating my already meager chakra reserves. I was, without a doubt, a mere 3-second warrior, managing to navigate this perilous world solely due to my extensive knowledge of the Naruto series from my previous life, thus finding myself among the affluent in this existence. Xiao and pondered these thoughts. She found herself confronted with an unfamiliar coffin. Was there truly a real estate allocation in hell? It was rather absurd, for the fourth great ninja war had commenced, and I had been summoned to toil. Listening to the loud conspiracies of Yakushi Kabuto and Obito from outside, I felt a surge of anger. They were the last people I wanted to encounter, especially after Obito had betrayed me in life, and now he sought to make me his servant even in death. However, my spirits lifted with a sense of excitement, for the reincarnated body granted me infinite chakra, perfectly compensating for the deficiencies of my ability. Techniques such as Susanoo and the Great Buddha would be rendered useless here, as I delved into the depths of Kagaya's knowledge. Yet, as they discussed my coffin outside, Obito's voice turned noticeably cold, laced with a hint of malice. Wasn't he supposed to be cast into the abyss like Jiraiya? How had he managed to be reincarnated? Such power should not manifest in this realm. Yakushi Kabuto, however, dismissed the concern, stating if Shaolin posed a threat to Obito, then so be it. With a clap of his hands, he initiated the Impure world reincarnation, causing another coffin to rise. As the lid opened, Obito's voice trembled, but I found no interest in their conversation. My sole concern was how to rid myself of Yakushi Kabuto's control. Just as I believed I was destined to shine in the chaos of battle, Obito's next utterance extinguished my hopes that I agree to ally with you, but on one condition. Shaolin cannot join this war. I had anticipated that Kabuto would refuse outright, yet his response doused my hope with cold water. If you're concerned, that's perfectly acceptable. With their collaboration established, my heart sank further. Nevertheless, Yakushi Kabuto, intrigued by Obito's substantial form, began to investigate privately, seeking to uncover what set me apart. I reveled in the back and forth of the underworld, yet no matter how deeply he probed, he could not discern any unique traits about me. Thus, when the Fourth Shinobi World War finally erupted, I found myself, unbeknownst to me, secretly dispatched to the battlefield by Yakushi Kabuto, a turn of events that filled me with unexpected joy. Soon, under Kabuto's manipulation, Uchiha was once again burdened with Nagato. Carrying my master and 3 companions, we ventured together towards the west to acquire the sacred scriptures. At this moment, I sensed a gradual restoration of my physical sensations, albeit without any control over them. After a while, we navigated through dense woods and arrived at a vast plain. As the consciousness of my companions returned, they could not help but engage in boastful chatter. Nagato was the first to speak up, expressing surprise that Kobayashi had also met his demise. He then cast a deep glance in my direction before abruptly asking if I was aware of Conan's situation. I merely shook my head, indicating my ignorance, for the reason of my own downfall was to save Conan. That time, I had believed I could escape unscathed, only to be caught off guard by the one who identified himself as Uchiha Obito. Nagato sighed upon hearing the name Uchiha Obito, but as Kakuzu carried me, he trembled at the mention of Uchiha Obito. However, he quickly turned to me, remarking, "Truly the legendary figure. Uchiha Obito has managed to eliminate such a peculiar being as you." Before I could respond, Kakuzu redirected his gaze towards Nagato, questioning, "Who are you? Did you join us later?" I glanced at Nagato's somewhat amused expression, feeling a mix of laughter and exasperation within. As we continued our journey while chatting, we soon arrived at the edge of a pond. Just then, Uchiha reminded us to be cautious. Upon hearing his warning, we all looked up to see 2 figures swiftly approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, we recognized them as Naruto in his 9 Tails chakra mode, and Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. It became clear that they intended to ambush us. Supported by Nagato finally understood the situation. Upon seeing the 4 of us, Naruto halted abruptly, a grave expression crossing his face. Are they from the small organization? Kakuzu, Nagato, and even Kobayashi has perished? Before Naruto could await a response from Killer Bee, he witnessed Uchiha Itachi unleashing a massive fireball technique. Yet that was not the end. Kakuzu, from my back, also turned and released a torrent of oil, creating a classic combination of fire and oil. I was taken aback by Kakuzu's ingenuity. However, facing the impending combination of attacks, Killer Bee remained unfazed. He removed the weapon from his back and, with a swift motion amidst the flames, tore open a path. Witnessing this, Itachi's face betrayed a look of regret. Is Kisame also gone? In the next instant, with a resounding thud, his figure vanished. Kakuzu, pulling at his clothing, revealed 4 masks on his back. It seemed that the mastermind behind this scheme knew us well, even equipping me with 5 hearts. Speak, Kakuzu commanded, extending his hands in the ground, and upon reappearing, he was already behind Killer Bee. Just then, Tangmin suddenly warned us from above. Consequently, Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with the suddenly appeared adversaries, while simultaneously inquiring about the whereabouts of Udo. Meanwhile, Killer Bee was already locked in combat with Kakuzu. I could see this moment. I felt my body accelerating uncontrollably, yet I was not dispatched to assist Kakuzu against Killer Bee. Instead, I charged directly towards Naruto, calling out, "Kobayashi!" I apologized, but Naruto's expression was somewhat complicated as he spoke to me, that he then turned and kicked me away. However, I smiled and replied that it was all right, urging him to do what he must. I reflected on my initial intentions. As one who aspired to traverse the world to its very end, how could I not cultivate a good relationship with the protagonist? Thus, during Pain's invasion of Konoha, I discreetly assisted the village in numerous ways, even treating Naruto to 300 bowls of ramen. I could see that moment. Naruto's face contorted unexpectedly, and a crow emerged from his mouth. Witnessing this, my eyes widened in shock as I observed the 3 tomo of my single Sharingan spinning wildly. In an instant, the Kodoe Mitsukami had entered my skill repertoire. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Kabuto watched the shattering of 2 pieces on the chessboard, his expression one of frustration. Back at the scene, Nagato gazed into Itachi Uchiha's eyes and hastily warned Naruto of Amaterasu. However, it was Nagato's summoned 3-headed dog that erupted into flames. Subsequently, Itachi continued to unleash his might, and Nagato found himself engulfed by the black flames of Amaterasu. He then turned his attention to Kakuzu, who was entangled with Killer Bee. Upon realizing the situation, Kakuzu dove into the nearby lake. Observing Itachi's relentless rampage, my gaze shifted to my own innocent self, causing me to shudder in fear. Just as I was about to speak, Amaterasu ignited simultaneously, and we both shouted in unison. 2 plumes of pitch-black flames ignited from thin air. Seeing this, the look directed at me was one of astonishment, but in the next instant his left eye opened, aiming to cast a reading technique. I hastily waved my hand, urging him to pause. Stop. I have already recovered. You can actually replicate Kodoe Mitsukami? Hearing my words, he appeared utterly incredulous. Just as we stood there conversing, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distance. I turned to see that Nagato had pressed the rejuvenated Killer Bee to the ground. Meanwhile, Kakuzu crawled out of the water. I immediately shouted for them to each handle their opponents quickly, receiving a slight nod in response as they charged towards Nagato, while I dashed toward Kaku, who was supposed to be on a main battlefield. What a peculiar entity. I never expected you to evade so effortlessly. Kakuzu regarded me with profound significance, his words flowing forth, but his actions remained swift. From his mutated palm, a massive shockwave, embodying 5 chakra attributes, surged towards me. Yet as he raised his gaze to meet mine, I found my own arm had also undergone a transformation, unleashing an identical shockwave that directly mirrored the Kamehameha. The collision sent stones flying, and a fierce wind whipped around us, yet neither side yielded. This was my torment. While I could perfectly replicate my target's jutsu, my own chakra reserves were rather limited, leaving our confrontation at a stalemate. Fortunately, I was now endowed with the body of a reincarnated artist. In the next moment, without my summoning, 2 clones materialized beside me, maneuvering to Kakuzu's rear. As my clone-wielding lightning pierced through Kakuzu's back, his pale mask began to shatter. Standing on the left side of the confrontation, I was resolute I would not be defeated. The shockwave instantaneously engulfed the right angle entirely. As the dust settled, I approached the area where scraps of drawing paper danced in the air. That I could hear him, unable to move, incessantly murmuring disparaging remarks about Fade Wan, while simultaneously searching the skill library for sealing techniques. Suddenly, I heard a sound behind me, prompting me to turn and gaze back. There, the battlefield was ablaze with fervent combat, and a colossal orange Gundam came into view. This was splendid. The Yada no Kagami had been learned by the elusive Zua. However, just as I began to decipher the ocular techniques of Uchiha Itachi, a soft voice emerged from behind me. "May I, Kobayashi-san, ask how you managed to escape my control?" Upon hearing this, I turned to look back. Kakuzu's expression was vacant, his eyes transformed entirely. Had he lost consciousness? Upon recognizing me, a sincere glimmer appeared in Kakuzu's gaze. "I never expected you to remember me. It is indeed an honor. Kobayashi-san, your performance has taken me by surprise. I have a proposal." Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by the sword I had rapidly conjured, the Zuiten. "I'm afraid I'm not interested at the moment. Perhaps we can discuss it in detail later." On the other side of the battlefield, the climax of the conflict was nearing. Just as I activated my Gundam to deliver a final blow to Nagato, a sudden flash of crimson light surged forth, piercing through Nagato's form. Witnessing his kill being snatched away, Uchiha Itachi appeared momentarily stunned. However, as the dust cleared and he recognized the figure, his demeanor quickly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee gazed in astonishment as a giant, identical to Itachi's Susanoo, materialized before them. As Nagato dissipated, following an intense discussion, I summoned several Wood clones. One accompanied Uchiha to seek out the remaining members of the Akatsuki, while others dispersed across the battlefield to lend assistance. My main body, however, followed Naruto and Killer Bee to confront the treacherous Obito. Just as my Wood clone prepared to leave for the main battlefield, Naruto voiced his concerns. "If you roam about so recklessly, you may attract the attention of the ninja allied forces who do not recognize you. This." My Wood clones merely smiled faintly, their bodies beginning to radiate with golden light as the Nine-Tails chakra mode activated. "What on earth is happening?" Naruto exclaimed at the sight. Meanwhile, on the primary battlefield, Gaara, having just sealed the second Suchikage, floated upon a sand formation, poised to move to another combat site. However, a massive pitcher plant suddenly sprouted from the sand column, causing Gaara's expression to shift abruptly. "Everyone, be alert! A new enemy has appeared." With Gaara's urgent shout, all eyes turned toward the source. The pitcher plant exploded, revealing not the familiar Byakuren, but rather a striking figure clad in a flowing red robe. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gaara's pupils dilated in shock. Hearing that an enemy had arrived, the assembled ninja allied forces adopted a grave demeanor. At this moment, an adversary had been transported to the battlefield. This was a cause for concern. They're indeed on par with those formidable celestial beings. It has been quite a while. At this moment, Aro, having just completed the art of floating, greeted him with a smile. The reason I refrained from employing the swift space-time ninjutsu, Kinui, was primarily due to the astonishing revelation I encountered upon my reincarnation through the drawing technique. That I discovered that all the ninjutsu I had recorded in my archive had vanished entirely, which is another reason I need to dispatch clones to various battlefields to replenish my skill set. "You may recognize the individual who has undergone this drawing reincarnation." That moment, floating in the air, Noki inquired. Aro silently nodded, though my expression was far from favorable. Beside them, the shadow clone of Naruto, who had not had a prior encounter with me, expressed mixed emotions about Mr. Kobayashi, who hailed from a minor organization, yet was an exceptionally good person. He had not only assisted us greatly, but had also participated in the war to save Konoha, only to subsequently vanish. Upon reaching this point, Naruto clenched his fist in frustration, venting his impotent fury. After listening, Noki cast a deep look at me from afar, and then inquired about my strength. Was Aro, who responded, stating that my prowess was formidable, possessing an astonishing reservoir of ninjutsu that seemed to encompass every technique imaginable. However, before I could finish, Naruto, with a serious expression, interjected that Mr. Kobayashi, in his lifetime, was revered as a ninjutsu master, much like Kakashi-sensei and the third Hokage. Noki's brow furrowed slightly, but upon catching sight of my heterochromatic eyes, he visibly relaxed, realizing that they were merely Sharingan. As long as they were not those perverse beings, they would be relatively manageable. With that, Noki extended his palm and suddenly activated the stone shield. A cube-shaped orb of light materialized between his hands. Just as Naruto appeared puzzled, Noki coldly proclaimed that under the glass technique of my original realm, any significant matter would be reduced to dust. Meanwhile, my wood-style clone, having surveyed the various battlefield from a distance, failed to locate the person I sought, leaving me feeling disheartened. Just as I pondered whether I had misremembered the plot, I felt a sudden jolt, only to see a large shadow aiming directly at me. Startled, I realized that even in my current reincarnated form, facing this attack heat would undoubtedly lead to my demise. In the next moment, with a flash of light, both the carnivorous plant and I vanished from sight. Having dealt with the old man, I thought he would be formidable. Let us hasten to the next battlefield. Noki smiled slightly, his diminutive figure soaring into the air. Witnessing my instantaneous demise at the hands of the stone shield, Naruto and I exchanged incredulous glances. However, just as a few of us prepared to proceed to the next battlefield, Naruto abruptly halted, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. The shadow clone I had sent to the third Reikage battlefield was obliterated by Mr. Kobayashi. Noki, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What? My stone shield had clearly struck him. Did he manage to escape? Yet, just as Noki grew anxious, I sought to head towards the third Reikage. Naruto shook his head. No need, Grandpa Tsuchikage. The third Reikage has already been swiftly defeated by Mr. Kobayashi. What do you mean by swiftly defeated? Upon hearing this, both Airo and Anoki, the two esteemed cage-level masters, were instantly rendered speechless. Tamari looked at her subordinates and shook her head, saying, I know him, but we're not very familiar. I only know that he was once part of the Akatsuki organization, so it's normal that he's dead. The mention of the Akatsuki caused the female ninjas to show fearful expressions. The incident from years ago when Deidara, a member of the Akatsuki, invaded Sunagakure and kidnapped and killed the Kazekage Gaara, seemed vividly clear in their minds. Meanwhile, after Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro received the message from Naruto's shadow clone, they decided to send Naruto to deal with the situation, not knowing Lin Nan's force field. Time was pressing, so they could only proceed to the battlefield of the second Mizukage. Just as Gaara and Inoki arrived at the battlefield and had not yet engaged with the second Mizukage, they saw flashes of lightning in the distance, as if a figure was approaching. Be alert, Inoki shouted loudly upon seeing this. However, as the figure drew closer and slowed down, everyone focused their attention and saw that it was a red-robed figure wrapped in lightning, dragging the hero of the Ninja Alliance. Naruto Uzumaki. Kobayashi-san, can you slow down? I almost scraped my butt off. I'm currently a shadow clone, very fragile, you know? Naruto stood up, frantically rubbing his butt. Kid, what's going on? Inoki felt a bit confused. It shouldn't be because he was getting old, as the youthful Kazekage beside him looked just as bewildered. The situation is that although I am reincarnated through impure resurrection, I have already broken free from control. At least for now, I am on your side, Lin Nan explained. Inoki looked at Naruto with suspicion. Naruto scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Although Lin Nan hadn't killed him and had just helped seal the third Reikage, it was also true that he had blown up his own shadow clone. Now, with reincarnated individuals covering the entire battlefield, some are infiltrating the inner ranks to steal intelligence. So whether Lin Nan had truly broken free from his restraints was still debatable. Even if Naruto wanted to believe him during wartime, it was best to prioritize safety. Gaara had the same thought. Didn't I just tell you? I've seen your true body. Lin Nan turned to Naruto, speaking irritably. But at this moment, Naruto was a shadow clone, and only after it was dispelled could the information be relayed to the main body, which also couldn't send messages to the shadow clone in real time. Therefore, Naruto still scratched his head and smiled bitterly. You little brat, daring to play tricks. Let me see how I deal with you. Inoki, seeing this, activated his dust release technique again. Hey, Lin Nan quickly waved his hand and said helplessly, how about this? I'll help you deal with that little mustache. Will that work? Before he finished speaking, while Inoki had no reaction yet, the little mustache, the second Mizukage, couldn't sit still any longer. Hey, do you have any respect for me? You're senior? You're just a kid, yet you have such a big mouth. Although I don't know what means you use to break free from control. It seems like there's nothing special about you at the moment. The little mustache's face twitched, his smile looking somewhat comical. The next moment, a small, chubby clone appeared beside the little mustache. Ding! SSS level special water release, clone technique, steam explosion, Kisame Hashigaki, has been added to the skill library. All units retreat. Inoki's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he issued the command, as he naturally knew the technique that the little mustache was using. Chapter 7, I want to solo Uchiha Obito, haha. After a brief moment of surprise, the little mustache burst into hearty laughter. This is really too interesting. It seems that someone behind the scenes is trying to test this kid in front of him. After Lin Nan flipped and dodged, the little mustache then spoke. The water transformation technique requires water. I can't release it now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Nan leaped directly into the air. Water release. Who built the dam? Ugh. A huge stream of water gushed directly from Lin Nan's mouth, resembling a waterfall from the heavens, pouring down like rain. It is said that it seemed like the Milky Way fell from the ninth heaven. Once the water hit the ground, it spread out immediately, as if a flood had breached a dam, surging wildly. Good one. The little mustache was swept away by the waves, but remained unmoved, as if the water flowed right through him. Lin Nan, high above the flow, also remained still, but suddenly a shadow clone burst out behind him, rushing towards an eerie open space that seemed to have cut off the water flow. Roar. A deafening roar was heard as a water monster suddenly emerged from the water flow, slapping Lin Nan's shadow clone into pieces. Lin Nan's main body remained undisturbed, slowly uttering a few words. Lightning release, earth walk. As he clapped his hands toward the water flow, arcs of visible electricity instantly filled the entire area of the water. Not bad, not bad. The future is promising. The little mustache closed his eyes, smiling and murmuring, but then suddenly realized it should be a pity, dying young. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure dissipated like a dream. What appeared next was the little mustache's main body, which looked somewhat charred and in a rather sorry state, resembling a giant shell. An arm protruded from the little mustache's chest, having been pierced right through. The little mustache looked at Lin Nan in the distance. A flash of astonishment crossed his face, and then a relieved smile emerged. So that's it. The previous shadow clone didn't shatter? But he still had to be careful. I still have. Before the little mustache could finish his sentence, his body began to soften and fade, almost turning into liquid. However, the arm that had pierced through him suddenly flashed with electricity, and the little mustache's form instantly solidified again. The sound of thousands of birds chirping echoed as lightning coursed through the little mustache's entire body. One could see wisps of smoke rising, and dirt began to rise up, announcing the little mustache's complete defeat. Just as he was about to say something else, he saw flames igniting from the stone pillar that had trapped him, and with a dull sound, everything came to an end. Fire release, pure chapter 8I, Uchihamadara. We'll like to call you Null chapter 9, Susanoo versus Susanoo in terms of physical combat, aside from the 8th Hokage. The only one who could match Uchihamadara is the first Hokage, Hashirama. Therefore, Madara's taijutsu is undoubtedly in the top tier, even without focusing on it as his main skill. Lin Nan's taijutsu is not strong. To win, he can only rely on surprises, putting all his effort into the first move, with the enhancement of lightning armor and curse mark mode, ensuring his cellular vitality. He suddenly attacks using the Hell Stab he just stole. The Hell Stab, one finger-piercing hand, in terms of lethality, is comparable to Night Guy. Even though Lin Nan's version did not truly unleash its full power, it was more than enough to penetrate Madara's body, which was resurrected through Edo Tensei. He could probably pierce through Madara's Susanoo. For Madara's departure, Lin Nan did not pursue. Taijutsu is really not his strong suit. That last strike was at least his current full strength. As for why he said current, the reason is simple. Lin Nan will encounter the 8th Hokage later on. Feeling the chakra that had poured out excessively and rapidly refilled within a few breaths, Lin Nan nodded secretly. Edo Tensei truly is amazing. Seeing that Lin Nan did not pursue his remaining form, Uchihamadara smirked. Young man, you don't understand the importance of pursuing victory. What a waste. Turning back, Madara's upper body had already recovered, and he shouted loudly. Interesting kid, I acknowledge your taijutsu. The warm-up is over. Now the real battle begins. Before Lin Nan could respond, Madara formed hand seals with both hands. Fire style, great fire, annihilation. A deep, commanding voice slowly emerged from his mouth. Whoosh! Flames erupted. When they first appeared from his mouth, they were merely flickers, but they quickly swelled in the wind, igniting as they met the air, ultimately surging like a raging wildfire, expanding massively and pouncing towards Lin Nan like a ferocious beast. The temperature soared in an instant, and everyone's vision was consumed by flames, reaching the limits of visual effect. The range of this jutsu is enormous, water style. Gaara's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly wanted to assist Lin Nan. Looking at Lin Nan, multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. At this moment, Lin Nan had already created dozens of shadow clones, all clapping their hands, creating a spectacular scene. Water style, water barrier. They all spoke in unison. as countless shadow clones spat out torrents. A swift and surging flow of water gathered and gushed forth, colliding violently with the vast flames. The so-called raging fire of the fire child met the torrential flow of the water child, and in the end, they would form water vapor. Accompanied by the piercing sound of sizzling, thick steam instantly filled the entire battlefield. Lin Nan held his breath, focusing on Uchiha Madara's chakra reserves, which were truly astonishing. Great Fire Annihilation is a B-rank fire-style jutsu, yet it was used by Uchiha Madara as if it were an S-rank, primarily because of Madara's immense chakra reserves. To give a simple example, if Lin Nan's total chakra is 100 points, even if he recovers quickly through Edo Tensei, he cannot use the same skill again, as chakra reserves are limited. However, Uchiha Madara has a total of 500 points of chakra. With the advantage of Edo Tensei, he can completely release all 500 points into a single skill without holding back, achieving a feat that surpasses the current level of ninjutsu. After all, he can recover immediately afterward. Although Lin Nan's chakra amount can also be fully expended, the total difference is too great, making it impossible for him to withstand Madara's attack with just his own power. If he uses shadow clones, each clone would receive about 20% of Lin Nan's chakra. So creating 20 or 30 clones would geometrically increase the overall power. One of Madara's fire styles and one of Lin Nan's water styles would be able to counter it. That is the reason. What Lin Nan did was to treat himself as a unit. Edo Tensei is just a game. The steam formed by the intersection of water and fire quickly spread to the area of the Ninja Alliance. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure shot out from the steam like an arrow. It was Uchiha Madara. Enemy attack. Lin Nan suddenly turned around, his expression changing. Damn, no martial ethics. Madara, from the previous era, actually thought of bullying a child. How disrespectful. Gaara and Noki stepped forward, their expressions serious as they prepared to fend off Madara's sudden attack. However, Madara halted, merely watching them calmly. Old man, no martial ethics. Lin Nan rushed from behind, gathering lightning in his hand, and in a flash, he was already extremely close to Madara. Lightning cutter. Bang! Lin Nan felt as if he had struck steel. Looking up, Lin Nan took 2 steps back and glanced at Gaara. Gaara immediately understood. Everyone retreat. The Ninja Alliance, in a disorganized manner, began to withdraw again. Madara did not stop them, only watching this well-coordinated but differently dressed army. Has the era changed? With his arms crossed, Madara turned back to glance at Lin Nan. You are interesting. You have quite the connection with my Uchiha clan. Join me, and I can grant you true resurrection. Really? Lin Nan showed a curious expression. Madara smiled slightly. Uchiha Madara, keep my word. I don't believe it. Lin Nan revealed a friendly smile. Oomph. Madara was not angry. With a cold snort, a massive skeletal hand, emitting blue flames, appeared with a glowing blade aimed at Lin Nan. However, before the blade could land, it was firmly blocked. Madara stood with his arms crossed in the blue flames, his brows slightly furrowed, and a red-orange light flickered in his eyes. He saw that in front of his blue flame skeleton, a skeletal figure flickering with red-orange flames had already formed. It was like 2 giant skeletal beings with the same upper body structure, but differing in color and weaponry. Is it possible for someone not of the Uchiha bloodline to awaken Susanoo? Madara laughed. This is getting more and more interesting. In the next moment, the massive blue skeleton controlled by Madara grew muscle tissue, and the red-orange skeleton did the same. Soon after, the muscle tissue donned armor, and the upper body of a giant had fully appeared. Looking at the red-orange giant, it was the same. Now, their forms had some differences. One had 2 heads and 4 arms, while the other had thicker armor and held weapons in both hands. The upper bodies of the 2 giants stood on the battlefield, resembling 2 uniquely shaped mechas from afar, astonishing all the spectators. Interesting, let's dance. Madara appeared excited, and the next second, he directly manipulated the blue giant to launch an attack. Lin Nan stood beneath the red giant, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The third stage of Susanoo, who is stronger? Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Madara? Chapter 10. On the karma created by Lin Nan's report, the 4th Division Captain Gaara has sent word. Uchiha Madara has appeared. Uchiha Madara? Isn't he at the shoreline battlefield? The 4th Reikage AI, with dark skin and muscular build, exclaimed loudly. 2 Uchiha Madaras? Reikage AI was taken aback. A woman in a green robe, unable to hide her voluptuous figure, stood up and announced with a surge of urgency. Report detailed information. According to Lord Tsuchikage, the Uchiha Madara here is in the form of Edo Tensei, and looks exactly like the one he saw in his youth. It should be the real Uchiha Madara. The real one? Is there a fake one? Reikage AI, in a fit of rage, smashed the desk with a fist. What is he trying to do? The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, pondered. Regardless of which Uchiha Madara it is, their strength cannot be underestimated. It seems we should go to reinforce. Report to Lord Mizukage. We will head to the battlefield together. Yes. What Uchiha Madara? Let me smash him. Reikage snorted angrily. But suddenly, the secretary spoke up. Lords, the headquarters cannot function without your oversight. Please think twice. The enemy leader has appeared, and there are two of them. How can we just sit here? Reikage AI punched a hole in the wall again. Everyone seemed unfazed. Lord Reikage, the 4th Division, Gaara, is not asking for help. He is just reporting the news. Tsunade asked in confusion. Oh? Are they blocking Uchiha Madara? Not quite. It said that someone who has escaped Edo Tensei is helping them resist Uchiha Madara, and it's a one-on-one battle? What did you say? Reikage couldn't sit still, his hair standing on end. Someone who has escaped Edo Tensei? Tsunade's eyes brightened. Who is it? That person is named Lin Nan. He was previously a member of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki? Lin Nan? The former made Reikage look skeptical and murderous. The latter left Tsunade stunned, as if she had lost her mind, collapsing into her chair. Hokage-sama? Reikage asked in confusion. Do you know that person? Tsunade nodded. Looking somewhat dazed, Lin Nan, although he was a member of the Akatsuki, saved many lives during Pain's invasion of Konoha and helped Naruto defeat Pain. He is a benefactor of our Konoha. He then disappeared, and I never expected to hear news of him again, only to find out he is dead. Reikage looked at Tsunade, who appeared somewhat sorrowful, feeling that the situation might not be so simple. But he didn't pursue this topic further. Since he stands on the side of the Ninja Alliance, he is our friend, and we should help him. Sig, Hokage-sama, where are you going? Before Reikage could finish, Tsunade walked towards the door. I'm going to the battlefield, don't stop me. Tsunade declared resolutely. Reikage chuckled dryly. I'm not trying to stop you, but we have the Flying Thunder God technique, which is definitely faster than walking. Lords, the battle report ISNT finished. Say it, Reikage said impatiently. The Uchiha Madara that Naruto, Uzumaki, and Killer Bee encountered also has an Edo Tensei user named Lin Nan assisting him. This person is extremely powerful, so there is no need to worry about that battlefield for now. How can there be 2 Uchiha Madaras and 2 Lin Nans? What does this mean? Reikage felt his head spinning. It's just a clone. Tsunade pondered slightly. He is an Edo Tensei user and should know some information about the enemy. So there will definitely be choices made on both battlefields. Naruto is the main target of the enemy. This here must be the real body. Then who should we assist? Reikage asked. Tsunade said seriously. The fake Uchiha Madara can be disregarded. The real Uchiha Madara from Edo Tensei is a powerful figure on par with my grandfather. This is where we should go. All right, let us go. Wait, check who is closest to Naruto's battlefield. Tsunade then said. Report. Kakashi and Gaia's team is the closest. Very well, send them to reinforce. Yes, let us go. On the other side, after dealing with the attacks on the daimyos, the 5th Mizukage Terumi may receive news from Tsunade. Mizukage-sama. The 4th Division Captain Gaara has encountered Uchiha Madara and is currently resisting with the help of the mysterious person Lin Nan. Wait, who did you say? Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes changed suddenly. Uchiha Madara. Another Uchiha Madara has appeared. All we know is that he is called Lin Nan, who seems to have been a member of the Akatsuki. Hurry, take me there. Use your Flying Thunder God technique. Mizukage-sama, we have not received instructions from headquarters. I said, take me there. Terumi Mei's eyes glowed red, as if a giant Shura appeared behind her. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Nan stood within the red Susanoo, yawning in boredom. Is that all you've got, Madara? It turned out that after both had activated their Susanoo, they began to slash at each other. However, when it comes to Susanoo, defense is stronger than offense, so, in Lin Nan's view, they should be unable to break through each other's defenses. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who wielded ordinary light blades, Lin Nan had both the defensive artifact Yata Mirror and the offensive artifact Totsuka Blade. Each of these items is indeed a divine tool, but above Susanoo, they only serve to embellish. Especially in battles against Susanoo, they hardly play a significant role. The Totsuka Blade does indeed have sealing capabilities. Lin Nan previously sealed Kakuzu and Nagato in one go, but sealing is ineffective against a fully defensive Susanoo. It can only do the simplest physical attacks. Lin Nan activating Susanoo was more about showing off than practical combat. However, he ultimately underestimated Uchiha Madara. First, Uchiha Madara's ocular power was higher than his. and his mastery of the Sharingan was unparalleled. Just by looking, his Susanoo appeared much more solid than Lin Nan's, with a larger figure. Thus, not long after the start, Lin Nan found himself in a passive position, being beaten. Can Lin Nan tolerate this? The crimson Susanoo enveloping him was suddenly covered in strange black spots. That was the power of the cursed seal. The power of the cursed seal ultimately belongs to the realm of Sage Chakra, and with the boost from Sage Arts, he finally stood firm and even began to gain the upper hand, the scales of victory starting to tilt. Susanoo against ordinary ninjas is absolutely devastating, especially on a chaotic battlefield. It's like a ruthless meat grinder. But now, in a one-on-one battle, Uchiha Madara seemed to be at a loss. Using Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, along with the Totsuka blade and Yada mirror, even Sasuke's Susanoo has the Indra's arrow. However, Madara's Susanoo seemed plain and unremarkable, at least for now. It appeared to have nothing. The legendary Uchiha Madara? Is this it? Lin Nan was not merely interested in seeing these things. Uchiha Madara was cutting away vigorously, gradually enjoying the thrill of battle, and upon hearing Lin Nan's words, his expression finally showed some fluctuation. Do you find this dance dull? Hee. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly at the words, and the next moment, the light blade in Susanoo's hand transformed into an elongated katana. Huh. Lin Nan was slightly taken aback, but then laughed. You're angry, so what? However, in the next second, Lin Nan's smile became dazed. He saw Uchiha Madara controlling Susanoo, raising the sword and bringing it down, directly splitting Lin Nan's Susanoo's head and half of its body into two halves. Damn, is this how easily my defense is broken? Chapter 11. The aftermath of the Gundam battle. Will adults and children get angry? Uchiha Madara stood at the center of his Susanoo, looking down at Lin Nan with crossed arms, as if to say, mere gravel cannot compare to me. Lin Nan chuckled silently, observing the half-diminished Susanoo around him, and calmly stepped out from it. Oh! Uchiha Madara was somewhat surprised that Lin Nan had clearly stepped out of the Susanoo's range, yet the Susanoo remained standing tall. You don't need to be so surprised. Lin Nan pressed his palms together, a hint of a friendly smile resurfacing on his face. I am currently using the third stage of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara. Standing beside the red Susanoo, Lin Nan radiated a completely different color of chakra, yet it was identical to Madara's. Crack. The blue skeletal structure was completed, followed by muscle tissue, and finally, the armor shell. A Susanoo identical to Uchiha Madara's blue Susanoo stood side by side with the red Susanoo, presenting itself before Madara. Now, there were actually 3 Susanoos in the arena. Uchiha Madara's expression turned somewhat strange. The power of the kaleidoscope? A single person can activate 2 different Susanoos at the same time? Even I have never heard of such a thing. How interesting. Then, Uchiha Madara tested controlling his Susanoo to strike at Lin Nan again. A powerful downward slash came down, but there was only the sound of metal clashing. His attack was actually blocked. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara laughed. This kid not only had a Susanoo like his own, but even the great sword was an exact replica. Now, this is interesting. Lin Nan then began to control both Susanoos to beat down Uchiha Madara. This scene left all the spectators dumbfounded. This was no longer a duel between masters. It was clearly a brawl where the many were bullying the few. If the 3 Susanoos had no lower bodies, Lin Nan might have actually lifted a leg to stomp. Interesting. Uchiha Madara, however, was unbothered and couldn't help but laugh heartily. You have really succeeded in pleasing me. With their lower bodies now formed, Madara's Susanoo had reached a terrifying 30 meters. Imposing and awe-inspiring. Ding! SSS level I technique. Susanoo 4th stage, Uchiha Madara, has been added to the skill library, with accompanying weapon, legendary greatsword. Lin Nan's smile widened. Come on, let the storm come even fiercer. Let's dance together. Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit sword. But the next second he saw Lin Nan's Susanoo also rise, its lower body gradually forming, eventually reaching the same height as his own. Uchiha Madara felt as if he had been choked, a bit frustrated and wanting to spit blood. What does this mean? Is it an illusion? No, there shouldn't be any illusion that can affect my kaleidoscope. It seems this kid's kaleidoscope ability is quite extraordinary. Uchiha Madara suddenly thought that this little brat was even more likable than Obito. For the last time, little brat, you are the first one to make me repeat the same sentence twice. Consider yourself fortunate. Uchiha Madara sincerely extended another invitation. Join me. I can grant you a brand new life and everything you desire. Really? Lin Nan showed a hint of interest. Knowing this kid liked to bluff, Uchiha Madara still nodded. Uchiha Madara, I'm a man of my word. Then I want. Lin Nan revealed an innocuous smile, to see the full power of Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara's smile widened, even becoming a bit twisted. Okay, then let me show you the power of Kamino. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, forming a seal, and the massive Susanoo followed suit, striking the same pose. The next second, Uchiha Madara's pitch-black pupils rippled gently, forming a bizarre spiral eye. The Susanoo quietly began to disintegrate, but the main event was clearly above. Lin Nan could clearly feel the earth shaking violently, as if something was crazily pressing down on the entire land. Shadows began to cover the area, and the air suddenly felt thin, making it hard to breathe. Looking up, what broke through the clouds was an enormous meteorite, so massive that it seemed endless. It was as if the moon had fallen to earth, leaving one momentarily stunned. This clearly surpassed the realm of comprehension. Except for Lin Nan, the distant ninja allied forces also looked up in shock, momentarily forgetting fear and the need to flee. Just like when a person is in extreme sorrow, they cannot shed tears. Is this not a dream? Someone murmured. This is clearly beyond human capacity. This is the power of a god. Even Gaara felt despair at this moment. Fortunately, Inoki was old enough, though he was shocked. He did not lose his courage or hope. What are you all dawdling for? Run. His words jolted everyone awake, and countless ninja allied forces began to flee in panic. Though some resigned themselves to fate, under the threat of death, people pushed and shoved, scrambling to escape, resulting in many being trampled to death. The sound of screams was incessant. In the face of this calamity that could be considered beyond human capability, even Naruto's shadow clones could only choose to escape. But one person stood up. Of course, it wasn't Lin Nan, but Inoki. Inoki's small figure soared into the air, charging straight at the meteorite, undaunted and full of vigor. Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. It turned out Inoki was using his Earth Release to make the meteorite lighter. After all, meteorites are essentially made of stone and earth, and can be reduced in weight by manipulating their internal structure with Earth Release chakra. Inoki's actions also rekindled confidence in the others. He spread his arms wide, and a massive pile of gravel shot up into the sky, transforming into a giant hand, intending to lift the now lightened meteorite. This meteorite looked enormous and indeed beyond human capacity to handle. But in overall volume, it was not much larger than a tailed beast ball. It was roughly equivalent to an extra-large tailed beast ball. However, unlike the tailed beast ball, the meteorite would not explode. Lin Nan carefully examined it, tilting his head, appearing somewhat dazed. How is it? Uchiha Madara stood high above, very satisfied with his masterpiece. How about that? This is the power of a god, beyond human reach. Submitting to the divine is nothing to be ashamed of. Madara-sama is ruthless. With this move, those ants will probably die without a burial place. But we might also suffer the consequences. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara casually replied, Edo Tensei was developed by that brat Tobirama. Isn't this how it's used? Seeing Lin Nan, who seemed stunned and unresponsive, Uchiha Madara continued, So you don't need to worry about life and death. Later, I will grant you true life. Uchiha Madara looked at him, sneering, That Tobirama kid has some skills, but what will you do about the second one? As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds in the sky suddenly exploded, and a second identical meteorite appeared directly above, with the two stones overlapping. Even for those who managed to escape the meteorite's coverage, the destructive power was still immense. Due to the enormous size of the meteorite, the people on the battlefield also saw this scene from afar, standing frozen in place, dumbfounded. Kid, even if your physical skills can pierce through the meteorite, you cannot stop its descent. So what will you do? Will you submit to me, or continue to stand with these ants who are about to die in despair? Uchiha Madara paid no attention to anything else, only watching Lin Nan. Chapter 12. Two battlefields. White Mask strikes the scene, splits into two. On one side, Lin Nan's wooden clones accompanied Naruto and Uchiha Itachi to different battlefields. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had not yet reached his destination. However, Naruto had already encountered Uchiha Obito, who was there to ambush him in the jungle. This Obito is not the same as the previous one. This is Uchiha Obito from the Ninja World War, also known as White Mask. In fact, he is the counterfeit Obito, also known as Akatsuki's Toby. A single person can have multiple identities. Not to mention identities, he has changed masks 3 times. First the tiger stripe mask from the White Zetsu period, then the spiral mask from the Akatsuki organization, and now the 3-tomo White Mask. Behind White Mask were 6 reincarnated Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, who, while alive, were the vessels for the tailed beasts, and even after death, They were resurrected through impure world reincarnation to continue being shells, unable to find peace even in death. The key point is that whether is White Mask or the Jinchuriki, all their eyes are one Sharingan and one eerie Rinnegan. Obito's charge for love had reached a critical point. The mask seemed to symbolize his progress. Now, with the 8 tails and 9 tails Jinchuriki together, as long as he can capture them and gather all 9-tailed beasts, he can summon the Divine Dragon. No, he can summon the 10 tails. This is also the main objective of the 4th Ninja World War. Why is the 1 tail not present? The 1 tail's Jinchuriki has indeed died, but he has come back to life. In the forest, both sides faced each other, and Lin Nan, as an old acquaintance, naturally spoke first. "Hey, Toby, Sasuke's partner. Long time no see." Standing on a thick tree trunk, both sides confronted each other, and Lin Nan showed a friendly smile towards White Mask. White Mask's task was to intercept Naruto and Killer Bee, but upon seeing Lin Nan, he was clearly surprised and concerned. "Damn that guy Toby," came a low, gritted voice. "Is this Uchiha Obito?" Naruto quietly asked Lin Nan. "What does that mean?" Naruto scratched his head. "Toby was my partner in the Akatsuki organization, you know?" "I know. Back then, he wore the spiral mask, and now he wears the white mask. Since he has always worn a mask, who knows if he is really Uchiha Obito?" Lin Nan looked at White Mask, revealing a teasing smile. That smile was full of meaning, as if to say, "I have seen through you." This smile made White Mask feel rather guilty. "Lin, you'd better not get involved in this mess. Don't blame me for not warning you." White Mask said darkly, "Otherwise, I would mind killing you a second time." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's smile slightly stiffened, and he bitterly said, "You called me senior before, and now you call me Lin. Sigh. Things have changed. Was it you who killed Mr. Lin?" Naruto stared fiercely at White Mask, and in that instant, his murderous intent was fully revealed, and the ferocious chakra of the 9 tails flowed out. White Mask scoffed, "So what? Even though I am now in this impure world reincarnation body, I am just barely hanging on. I wouldn't mind letting you all gather in hell." Just as Naruto was about to speak, White Mask continued, "Don't worry. Everything in this world will accompany you. After all, only in a world of despair is there no value in existence." "You." Naruto tried to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Nan's hand, perhaps wanting to say, "What are you barking about? Toby, Uchiha Obito?" After spending so much time together, to say that we only have hatred between us is impossible. Although I don't know your true identity now, I sincerely advise you, the sea of suffering is boundless. The result of your long-planned schemes may not be what you imagined. Lin Nan said this almost intuitively. White Mask let out a cold snort. Already mad and not really listening. "I have no identity and don't want to live as anyone. If I had to say, I am the second sage of 6 paths. The only existence now. Damn, you've revealed your ultimate technique? Then why waste words? Let us fight." With a wave of White Mask's hand, the 6 reincarnated Jinchuriki behind him charged towards Naruto and the others. "Come on, Toby. We will have our battle." Lin Nan merely stated, not dodging or avoiding. And those Jinchuriki did not attack Lin Nan, but rushed towards Naruto and Killer Bee. At this time, the Jinchuriki were all being controlled by White Mask, and it was clear that he also wanted to battle Lin Nan. "I know your abilities, but can you replicate the powers of the 6 paths, senior?" As soon as the words fell, White Mask's figure flickered, and he had already arrived at Lin Nan's side. Chapter 13. Bring it on. The enemies meet, and their eyes turn red. Shinra Tensei. With a light murmur from Lin Nan, an invisible force instantly spread out. It was as if a repulsive force was crazily pushing away everything, including the air, sweeping in all directions. The White Mask also waved his hand. Shinra Tensei. When the 2 repulsive forces collided, Lin Nan was knocked away, while the White Mask remained unmoved. He ultimately used the technique of intangibility, didn't he? Lin Nan landed, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The White Mask's expression was unclear, but it was certain that his face wouldn't be good at this moment. He knew Lin Nan's intel. In order to avoid exposing his own skills to Lin Nan, he chose to attack with the 6 paths eye technique, which he didn't think much of. But unexpectedly, he subconsciously used intangibility. It turned out that just now, at the moment Lin Nan disappeared, he ambushed a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast and removed their Rinnegan, placing it on himself. The answer was simple. As long as he had the Rinnegan, Lin Nan could unleash its ocular techniques. But this was only temporary. Lin Nan's single Rinnegan was rolling in its socket, and then it directly fell out. Indeed, such a horrifying aspect. The reason was that the Edo Tensei body would revert to its initial state after being damaged, restoring both enhancements and reductions. Lin Nan could do nothing but put the Rinnegan back into its socket, then use chakra to stabilize it. This Rinnegan was a replica, just like the Rinnegan of the Six Paths Pain back then. It seemed that being installed in the Jinchuriki's eye, it was sealed using some secret technique. Otherwise, it would have been rejected by the Edo Tensei itself. Lin Nan, truly an astonishing existence. The white mask glanced at Lin Nan and turned to another battlefield. Because Lin Nan had already copied his intangibility, most of the subsequent attacks would be futile, and he didn't want to waste any more effort. Don't go, Akatsuki. Seeing this, Lin Nan was displeased and immediately charged at the white mask with lightning in hand. The white mask ignored Lin Nan entirely, letting his attacks pass through his body, only coldly saying, Lin Nan, neither of us can do anything to the other now. Just watch how I capture the Nine Tails. Don't. Weren't you fierce when you stabbed me back then? Why can't you now? Lin Nan gritted his teeth and smiled. The white mask remained silent, not wanting to respond to Lin Nan. The more Lin Nan thought about it, the angrier he became. Back then, the white mask, as Akatsuki, had always been flattering and obedient to him. Lin Nan never expected he would try to probe his abilities. At that time, it was the final battle between Konan and Akatsuki. In the original plot, Konan's plot against Akatsuki failed, and the 3 trillion explosive tags went to waste, leading to her death. Lin Nan had a very good relationship with Konan. He was the one who brought her into the Akatsuki organization, and before entering the Akatsuki, his life was saved by Konan, which was practically a rebirth for him, so he naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. However, when Lin Nan confidently rushed to rescue Konan, he didn't expect Akatsuki had anticipated his move. Thus, Lin Nan was unaware of Konan's final fate, as he had already fallen first. Who would have thought that Akatsuki, that old coin, not only calculated the moment Lin Nan's ocular power was missing, but also found the best opportunity to kill him. In his previous life, Lin Nan often ran low on chakra, but he would always leave a hand in reserve, just in case. However, he miscalculated the explosion range of Konan's 3 trillion explosive tags, which directly affected him, causing him to waste part of his ocular power. Then, after Lin Nan heroically saved the day, Akatsuki pretended to be exhausted to lower Lin Nan's guard. Could Lin Nan let him off? He immediately wanted to kill him. Akatsuki had just experienced a fierce battle with Konan and was exhausted against Lin Nan, who was relatively full of energy, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. He believed this was his only opportunity, so he held nothing back. But unexpectedly, the Outer Path Golem, the shell of the 10 tails, suddenly appeared at that moment. The Outer Path Golem was extremely large. In front of it, Susanoo could only be considered child. Lin Nan was running for his life, frequently using intangibility to dodge, and naturally forgot about Akatsuki, whom he thought was already dead. However, he didn't expect that Akatsuki, that old coin, not only survived but was hiding in the Kamui space, waiting for an opportunity. The principle of intangibility to evade skills was to shift the body part that was about to be attacked into the Kamui space at the moment of receiving the attack. And in the Kamui space, the body was real. There was no intangibility to speak of. Lin Nan naturally understood this, so every time he used intangibility, he was on guard, fearing Akatsuki would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But as the saying goes, no matter how careful one is, there will always be a mistake. The wise may have a lapse, no matter how much he guarded against it. He never expected that Akatsuki could use Izanagi twice to evade death. Konan's 3 trillion explosive tags were evaded by him using Izanagi. Lin Nan could never have imagined that he could use it a second time in such a short period. It was simply against nature, a bug-like ocular technique. Finally, Akatsuki seized the opportunity to strike. He took advantage of Lin Nan's only moment of being unguarded during intangibility to end the battle with a single blow, directly piercing Lin Nan's heart. Of course, this was not Lin Nan's direct end. Intangibility and Kamui entering the Kamui space were 2 different things. It could only last for 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, it would automatically be ejected from space. Then, Akatsuki crazily used the Outer Path Golem to directly sink Lin Nan's corpse into the deep sea, watching Lin Nan's body turn into blood under the heavy pressure. Not satisfied with that, he even sealed the blood in the deep sea. What was he afraid of? That's right, he was afraid that Lin Nan would also resurrect using Izanagi. In reality, Lin Nan did use Izanagi to resurrect. However, at the moment of resurrection, he was completely crushed again under the deep sea's heavy pressure. Lin Nan didn't even have the chance to feel fear. Thus, before the Ninja War began, Lin Nan's story came to an end. This was Lin Nan's cause of death. Actually, thinking about it, Lin Nan had no way out. even if he wanted to escape. He couldn't. His methods for saving himself were Kamui, the mayfly technique, and later, copying Akatsuki's Izanagi. But Kamui was being watched by Akatsuki. The mayfly technique had too long of a casting time, and Izanagi couldn't actually be activated instantly. It required at least 3 seconds after death. 3 seconds was enough for Lin Nan to be reduced to ashes. This was a grudge that could not be shared. But at present, he truly could do nothing to the White Mask. The previous luck in killing him was because he was already at the end of his rope. There was a fundamental difference from now. However, just because he couldn't do anything to him didn't mean Lin Nan couldn't annoy him. The next moment, Lin Nan's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the midst of the White Mask's Jinchuriki, the new 6 Paths, Chapter 14, Earth Explosion Star. Crazy Mockery, Null, Chapter 15, Cause of Death. Can you still argue with the White Mask? In reality, the fire whirlwind dissipated and Lin Nan's figure appeared, unscathed by any burns, but his body was pierced with black rods, and his body formed from impure soil was somewhat fragmented, while his face also bore a hint of a wooden hue. Mr. Lin, Naruto was startled. It turned out that just as Lin Nan was enveloped by the fire whirlwind, he had separated a clone to enter the Kamui space using the phasing passive, while his main body followed the White Mask into it voluntarily. The White Mask stood not far away, with its clothing torn at the chest, and the bloody hole was almost healed, although the face was not visible. Lin Nan could sense the hatred and resentment that the mask could not conceal. It's fine. Lin Nan waved his hand, stopping the release of the heavenly explosion star, and casually pulled out a black rod, then hurled it at the White Mask. The White Mask did not move, and the black rod passed straight through. As the enormous stones and trees that had not yet been fully attracted continued to fall from the sky, Lin Nan simply watched the White Mask calmly. When a massive stone blocked their line of sight, in the next second, the White Mask took the opportunity to bring its hands together. Come out, beasts! Bang! The giant meteorite hovering in the sky, resembling a small moon, began to tremble violently, accompanied by layers of cracks. And several gigantic tailed beasts wrapped in chakra that resembled blood energy revealed their heads. Roar! The tailed beasts let out a roar, seemingly filled with infinite pain and rage. But their eyes held only intense killing intent, devoid of any trace of rationality. Oh, one is really missing. Lin Nan ignored the freed-tailed beasts and merely sneered. The White Mask slightly tilted its head, and its shoulders trembled imperceptibly. One-tailed beast is missing. The strength of the tailed beasts is not determined by their tails. It is not said that the 9 tails is the strongest and the one-tailed is the weakest. There is no such notion. The heavenly explosion star cannot seal the 9 tails. Lin Nan knew, but sealing any other tailed beast is more than sufficient. Therefore, Lin Nan randomly reinforced the seal on one-tailed beast, meaning that the heavenly explosion star was essentially prepared for just one-tailed beast, while the others were merely an addition. With 9-tailed beasts, if anyone is missing, the 10 tails cannot be resurrected. And whether the 10 tails can be resurrected is, overall, not very relevant to Lin Nan. He realized. Chapter 16. What is it like to rub the outer path golem on the ground? Roar. The earth trembles. A roar from a fierce beast shakes the entire world, stimulating the eardrums of everyone present. The ground cracks open, and an enormous arm stretches out, directly sweeping towards Lin Nan and the others. Lin Nan and his companions retreat as the arm presses down on the shattered earth, revealing a massive head with 9 closed eyes to the crowd. In the next moment, countless chains extend from the giant's head, binding the tailed beasts that have been scorched by Amaterasu and are on the verge of death. And then they begin to drag them away. Lin Nan's expression stiffens upon seeing this. Is the outer path golem being summoned now? Directly absorbing the chakra of the tailed beasts in their scorched state is indeed a good way to prevent them from being harmed. Of course, tailed beasts cannot die directly. Their chakra persists in the world. Even if they're burned to death by Lin Nan now, the chakra will return somewhere and eventually transform back into a tailed beast. The appearance of the outer path golem clearly disrupts Lin Nan's plans. However, it's still okay. It just speeds up the battle process. Standing atop the golem, the White Mask laughs wildly. Lin Nan, there are many more things I can do. Just wait and see. With this reincarnated body, watch how I destroy this world. Ultimately, isn't it still the fate of a tool? Lin Nan murmurs in his heart as he flies backward, but his words are filled with mockery. Are you anxious? Lin Nan has seen the outer path golem, which is basically immune to all ninjutsu attacks, meaning that any attack from Lin Nan at this moment would be ineffective against it. Of course, Lin Nan has tried Amaterasu. However, the outer path golem can devour the flames of Amaterasu, which means it is essentially futile. The golem is the shell of the ten tails. Without the chakra of the tailed beast to fill it, it is just a lifeless, ruthless war machine. Tailed beasts are indestructible, so the golem, as the shell of the ten tails, cannot be destroyed either. This is indeed a headache, but not being destroyed doesn't mean it can't be injured, right? The white mask silently performs the second set of hand seals. Swish! Another massive chain extends from the giant mouth of the outer path golem, thrusting into the sky and forcefully piercing into the small moon created by the Earth explosion star. Lin Nan shouts, "Naruto, Killer Bee, stop the tailed beast from being consumed." He knows that as long as the golem doesn't absorb the tailed beasts, it is ultimately just a puppet controlled by someone. And each manipulation requires a large amount of chakra. Although the white mask has plenty of chakra, the control over the tailed beasts and the outer path golem is in his hands, and Lin Nan truly doesn't believe he won't be drained dry, just like Nagato. Now is different from the past. When Lin Nan first faced the outer path golem, he was extremely flustered, mainly because he himself was already at the end of his rope. Now, with the enhancement of Edo Tensei, even at worst, he is just a wooden clone. Looking at that huge, ugly outer path golem, Lin Nan recalls how he fled in panic back then, and for a moment his fighting spirit ignites. God? Do God just bleed? Over here, Lin Nan has already retracted the flames of Amaterasu. The tailed beasts are severely injured. Although they are not in danger of death, they certainly cannot move freely for a while. Naruto and Killer Bee head towards the tailed beasts being dragged away. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. Lightning style, lightning release chakra mode, lightning release armor. Heavenly curse seal, nine tails chakra mode, golden body. Looking at Lin Nan, he has already started stacking buffs like crazy. Red, white, black, yellow, colors continuously flash on his body. The white mask watches Lin Nan flickering like a revolving lantern from a distance, eventually forming a long-haired tattooed man with a yellow outer layer and black lightning. A rich, rebellious aura assaults him. The white mask feels an extremely oppressive chakra fluctuation from Lin Nan's body and suddenly can't sit still, rushing towards Lin Nan. In response to the white mask's attack, Lin Nan activates Kimui to dodge, but suddenly finds it somewhat overwhelming. It's not that he has stacked too many buffs. It's that his wooden clone is struggling to hold up. Although the body from Edo Tensei has a strong recovery ability, it has also become very weak, which is an undeniable fact. In other words, it has become fragile. Originally, a single strike would only break a bone, but now a single hit could shatter his chest. This is just from stacking these buffs. Lin Nan still wants to stack the 8 gates later, and at that point, it wouldn't be the opponent who gets hurt first, but himself being torn to pieces. Lin Nan had replicated the 8 gates in his previous life, but never learned it. The reason is simple. Practicing the 8 gates requires continuous physical training. Can Lin Nan endure that suffering? Obviously not. He considers that the most exhausting time in his life was during middle school gym class. Aren't ninjutsu more appealing? Why torture the body? Therefore, Lin Nan's body in his previous life was not particularly strong. The most physical labor he did was walking and driving, and then being chased. Gritting his teeth, Lin Nan transforms into a streak of light and rushes towards the outer path golem, which is howling at the sky not far away. Seeing this, the white mask immediately manipulates the outer path golem to enter counterattack mode. However, the outer path golem is merely an empty shell of the 10 tails. While the 10 tails is undeniably agile, the golem is essentially a slow-moving human punching bag, akin to a tank, high damage but not very flexible. Easily dodging a punch from the golem, Lin Nan directly thrusts a finger into the golem's closed eye. Hellspike, finger piercing, crack. Don't get it wrong. This sound did not come from the golem but from Lin Nan. Has the body reached its limit? Lin Nan's arm shatters inch by inch, and even his wooden clone is on the verge of collapse. Is the body failing now? But this strike is very effective. The golem's massive body is directly hammered to the ground by Lin Nan, kicking up a cloud of dust. Good. Naruto and Killer Bee beside him shout in astonished cheers. At this moment, Lin Nan can no longer care about anything else. He once again transforms into a streak of light and frantically strikes the golem's eye. Despite the golem's toughness, it begins to bleed profusely. This time, Lin Nan abandons the hell spike. He fears he might explode first. So you can bleed too? The more Lin Nan strikes, the more excited he becomes, as if venting the grudge of being relentlessly pursued and beaten by the golem. Roar. The golem lets out a painful howl, and its giant hand slams towards its own head. Too slow. In a flicker, Lin Nan appears at the golem's temple, delivering another combo punch. Ora ora ora. At this point, the golem is no different from a human punching bag. Roar. The golem emits successive cries of agony, indicating it has a certain level of self-awareness. However, the more it cries, the more excited Lin Nan becomes. Chapter 17, Killing Frenzy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend Mudada, useless. You can't do anything to the outer path golem. The white mask finally arrived, swinging a folding fan at Lin Nan as if to say that Lin Nan's efforts were futile. However, Lin Nan ignored him and directly evaded by phasing out. The white mask began to mimic Lin Nan, frantically harassing him, making it impossible for Lin Nan to attack the golem. After all, during the phasing stage, one couldn't launch physical attacks. Lin Nan glared fiercely at the white mask. Nevertheless, he was correct. He couldn't inflict substantial damage on the golem and could only vent his frustrations. But isn't that enough? In any case, after being attacked, the golem's suppression of the tailed beasts noticeably ceased. Relying on his speed, which was faster than that of the white mask, Lin Nan launched a flanking attack, engaging in what could be called guerrilla warfare. After all, Lin Nan could fly, darting left and right, making it impossible for the white mask to stop Lin Nan's all-around assault on the golem. Lin Nan was in a killing frenzy. Unknowingly, he even broke his own arm from the relentless pounding. But so what? If one arm was broken, he would switch to using his foot, and when the arm healed, he would continue to smash away. It was all about tormenting. Everything that was inflicted upon me would be returned tenfold or 100-fold. If Lin Nan knew where the white mask lived, he would have dug up his ancestors' grave, and even the earthworms in the soil would be cut in half vertically. This scene left Naruto and Killer Bee, who were watching from the sidelines, dumbfounded. A person less than 2 meters tall was rubbing a 100-meter giant against the ground? Is this still the world of Naruto? Or Dragon Ball? Mr. Lin, did you walk into the wrong set? Just then, the roar of the golem suddenly stopped. Lin Nan's alertness heightened, and when he turned around, he saw a purple dragon-shaped energy ball rushing towards him, large and hard to dodge. Lin Nan wanted to phase out to avoid it, but couldn't see the white mask's figure. That old silver coin still wanted to ambush me in the space. Lin Nan cursed internally and immediately transformed into golden light to evade. However, this evasion played right into the golem's hands as a gigantic hand slammed towards Lin Nan. Too close to dodge. Damn, did the wooden clone's mission succeed? Was Lin Nan's first thought. However, the next moment, Lin Nan's expression turned grim as he shed his golden chakra mode and curse seal mode, activating his lightning release chakra mode to its utmost limit. Only this could enhance his defensive power. Bang! Lin Nan's figure was sent flying by a single slap. Roar! The outer path golem struggled to stand up and roared to the sky, resuming its work of absorbing the tailed beasts. Definitely just a tool, huh? Naruto, come on my side. After munching on popcorn for a long time, Killer Bee finally remembered his mission and shouted at Naruto. What do you want, big uncle? Naruto asked, looking at the octopus tentacles extending from behind Killer Bee. Just watch. Showtime. Oh yeah. Their intentions were quite clear as the white mask appeared, but didn't he immediately intervene, only letting out a howl. Hey! The 8-tailed beast with the body of an ox and octopus appeared at the center of chains. Its enormous palm protected Naruto, and then its figure began to spin wildly. Tail Beast Bomb. A violent whirlwind swept through, leaving no trace of the already destroyed surrounding trees. The tornado had an extensive range, and it was clear that the 8-tailed beast wanted to use the generated whirlwind to break the chains. Even if the chains were sturdy, they could hinder the process of dragging the tailed beasts. Under the massive tornado, the white mask could only stand by and watch, patiently waiting for the skill to finish. Looking at the seemingly indestructible chains exuding an eerie purple light, the white mask remained indifferent, merely observing coldly. On the other side, the tailed beasts were lifted into the air by the tornado, but due to the chains binding them, they floated like kites, unable to be blown away or free themselves from the chain's control. Meanwhile, Lin Nan stood up on the fallen moon rock, his body covered in dirt and wood chips. But thankfully he and T exploded. After calming down a bit, Lin Nan began to observe the situation with the chains in front of him. He saw that the chains were embedded deep within the meteorite, and he had no idea what material they were made of. Lin Nan found it impossible to destroy them, and even trying to pull them out was quite difficult. In the original plot, these chains were planted inside the bodies of the tailed beasts, rather than chains. It would be more accurate to say they were some kind of chakra curse, making external removal nearly impossible. Lin Nan looked at the eight-tailed beast below him, which had gradually stopped spinning, deep in thought. At this moment, the battle had not yet reached a fever pitch. Naruto had not truly activated his cheat form, and the other two battlefields had just begun, leaving everything still uncertain. Lin Nan's revival this time was completely on the side of the Ninja Alliance. It wasn't that Lin Nan didn't take a stand when he was alive. First, Lin Nan had a grudge against Konoha. At least he had no goodwill towards them before Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, took office, except for a few little strong ones. Secondly, Lin Nan was quite concerned about a few people within the Akatsuki organization, as they had saved his life back then, and turning back on them would be too ungrateful. Lin Nan didn't care for any faction. He just couldn't let go of those few people. Of course, all of this dissipated after Lin Nan's death. He had already returned his life. What else was there to owe? As for the current war, I'm already dead. And you want to talk to me about world peace? That said, world peace and all, just sprinkle some water on it. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That phrase isn't false. So at this moment, Lin Nan was also thinking about how to quickly and simply end this ninja world war. However, as of now, even though Lin Nan was an unexpected variable, it seemed he didn't have much effect on the overall battle situation. The plot continued to progress along its original trajectory, and it wasn't something he could derail alone. He could only take it one step at a time, at least, even without his existence. Wouldn't the Great War still end? So it was better to think more about himself. Anyway, he wanted to take revenge first. As for the rest, they could do as they pleased. The eight-tailed beast finally stopped spinning, just barely delaying the golem's absorption of the tailed beasts. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the white mask rushed towards the eight-tailed beast, reaching out his palm towards the somewhat dizzy Naruto. Lin Nan saw this, and was about to help when a figure shot towards the white mask like an arrow. Ada, that iconic voice, could only belong to the Azure Beast. My guy. At the same time, the connection point between the golem and those chains began to twist. But after a moment, it returned to its original state. Ding! SSS-level space ocular technique, Kimui, Uchiha Obito's left eye, has been added to the skill library. Mr. Lin? A refreshing and calm voice followed. Lin Nan landed, looking at the white-haired figure across from him, who was slightly taller, sturdier, and a bit more handsome than himself, and smiled slightly. Just in time, Kakashi. Bang! The next moment, Lin Nan kicked Kakashi away. Chapter 18, Discussing Life with Uchiha Madara Kawaii. Shinra. The conversation splits into two parts. On one side, Uchiha Madara has summoned two gigantic meteors, each with a diameter of over 200 meters, intending to annihilate the entire ninja allied forces. This situation is already difficult for Madara to handle on his own. At this moment, he is merely watching as thousands of people in the venue face death, especially Lin Nan, the younger generation he is very interested in. However, from Lin Nan's face, he seems to show no fear or despair, and even a hint of excitement. Uchiha Madara is somewhat puzzled, but then he hears Lin Nan mutter something. The next moment, Madara sees Lin Nan's three-tomo Sharingan gradually changing its pattern. Blood starts to fill his entire eyeball, and then blood begins to flow down. Madara furrows his brow slightly, and when he looks up at the sky, the second meteor, which was about to collide with the already halted first meteor, starts to distort. Accompanied by a strange muffled sound, that area of space begins to deform, and then it actually rips apart the massive meteor and pulls it into itself. Finally, it vanishes, leaving only one meteor that has stopped moving, while the other has disappeared without a trace. Oh, the ninja allied forces erupted with deafening cheers. This means they have regained a life, a true escape from death. Noki, who is under the meteor, also breathed a sigh of relief, his chakra having been overused, and fell down, caught by Gaara's floating sand. Truly impressive, little Lin. Gaara brought Noki back to land. The meteor, which had been lightened by Naka's jutsu, was now safely caught by Gaara's sand. Was it that kid who did it? Naka's voice was somewhat weak, but a hint of relief was still visible on his face. Naruto's shadow clone stepped forward, a brilliant smile on his face. I told you Mr. Lin is a master of ninjutsu. He can do anything. A meteor is nothing. I once saw him punch a meteor and explode it. Now he probably didn't do it because he was afraid of affecting others. Explode it? Both Gaara and Noki were stunned. Naruto scratched his head. Actually, I didn't see it with my own eyes. I just heard him say it afterward. I was a bit dazed at the time, but that meteor definitely exploded. It can't be false. Noki didn't care about that. He was just looking at the figure in the distance, muttering in a dreamlike state. He saved the lives of tens of thousands of people. After this battle, he will surely become a hero of the ninja world. But I want to know, How did such an excellent ninja die? Both Naruto and Gaara fell silent. Lord Madara, it seems your attack has failed. Madara's expression showed no joy or sorrow, only silently staring at Lin Nan. Meanwhile, Lin Nan was covering his bleeding eyes, exclaiming in shock, and sat down on the ground, exhausted, with his two Susanoo already dissipated. At that moment, Lin Nan felt like he had a fist-sized grain of sand in his eye. Unexpectedly, the body created by Edo Tensei felt no pain, but the eyes could feel it. What a nightmare. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, Susanoo, spacetime, ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara asked. Where's your limit, kid? After a moment of recovery, Lin Nan's ocular power was restored by Edo Tensei. He looked up at Uchiha Madara, revealing a friendly smile. Guess. Kami-sama, good. I never expected that after my time with Hashirama, there would still be such a person. You shouldn't have been born in this era. My era was the stage for your great power. What a pity. Uchiha looked at Lin Nan with a sigh of admiration, but suddenly smiled even more. Little Lin, right? I'm increasingly eager to have you. Huh. Lin Nan felt a chill run down his spine, wondering why this person was similar to Orochimaru in that regard. Wu also looked at Uchiha Madara with a complex expression, probably thinking, Lord Orochimaru said the same thing back then. Let's continue. Let me see your limits. Is it as I imagined? Uchiha rolled up his sleeves, wanting to continue fighting. However, Lin Nan waved his hand. What? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, submit to me, and I will show you the most beautiful scenery in this world. Uchiha Madara smiled. No wonder Hashirama wanted to break up with him. I'm not afraid. I'm just tired. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. I admit, you are also an Edo Tensei body. Even if I defeat you, I won't be able to seal you in a short time. So, Lin Nan glanced at the direction of the ninja allied forces, where it seemed something was happening. So what? Uchiha Madara asked. Of course, they are ganging up on you. What do you think I've been doing? I've been stalling for time. Lin Nan beamed a harmless smile. This left Uchiha Madara a bit speechless, but he wasn't angry. It was as if he was complying with Lin Nan's wishes, saying, since that's the case, let's chat. Saying that, Uchiha Madara jumped down and sat beside Lin Nan. Wu, who was watching the scene, was about to say something, but suddenly saw Uchiha Madara glare at him, instantly leaving him speechless. What do you want to talk about? Lord Madara? Lin Nan asked, somewhat disinterested, his attention fully on the other side. Uchiha Madara asked his inner question. You are still young and should be in your prime. How did you die so strong? And from which era were you before your death? Lin Nan replied irritably. Lord Madara is so strong, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of ninjas, and he died too, right? Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned, not angry, but sighed. My era is different from Hashirama's. As you said, I stood shoulder to shoulder with him. So, isn't it normal to die at his hands? That makes sense. Lin Nan agreed wholeheartedly. The god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, is simply not a normal person. Have you ever seen someone able to pin the nine tails down and then say they are too strong and need to be sealed? It's simply bullying, no. It's bullying a fox. Speaking of which, the nine tails has it quite hard. Clearly, it did nothing and was manipulated back and forth, only to be sealed for such a long time. No wonder it represents hatred. Anyone would hate in that situation. Transforming into a vengeful spirit would be understandable. What about you? I died at the hands of the god of ninjas. In which era and by whose hand did you die? Uchiha Madara asked. Lin Nan looked deeply at Uchiha Madara, somewhat confused about what this person was trying to do. Could it be that he was truly attracted by my personal charm? He hadn't seen a man with such a strong charm before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Nan said, my death was probably less than 2 months ago. I died at the hands of an old silver coin who wore a spiral mask and could manipulate the outer path golem. A sneak attack, totally lacking in martial ethics. Hot Tai Juice, outer path golem, old silver coin? Uchiha Madara was taken aback, feeling that this setting sounded somewhat familiar. What does old silver coin mean? It refers to the hidden mastermind behind the scenes. This fourth great ninja war was orchestrated by him. You should know him, right? Lin Nan looked at Uchiha Madara, smiling oddly. Uchiha Madara's smile stiffened, momentarily unsure how to respond. What do you think of this era now? Uchiha Madara changed the subject. Lin Nan looked deeply at Uchiha Madara, his mind racing with thoughts, and slowly said, this era is much better than your time, filled with conflicts. Although there are still deception and the law of the jungle, the vast majority of the world is quite peaceful and stable. Look at how the countries are united. All the ninja villages working together. And that's thanks to you. Thanks to us. Isn't this just a facade? Uchiha Madara gazed into the distance, watching the 5 streaks of light approaching, his voice calm. The future is the future. At least they are united now, aren't they? As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 streaks of light reached not far from the two, revealing the figures of the 6 paths, Chapter 19, the 5 Kage Tea Party before the Great War. Hey. Long time no see, Tsunade. How has Lord Mizuki's been working lately? Lin Nan extended his hand to greet the 6 people who had arrived. The 6 were none other than the 5 Kage in Naruto. They were taken aback by the sight of Uchiha Madara sitting together with Lin Nan, looking quite cozy. Shaolin, Tsunade, and Terumi may spoke in unison, but after exchanging glances, both women turned their heads away. The remaining few looked at the two of them, somewhat puzzled. Naruto looked at Tsunade, then at Terumi Mei, and his expression turned strange. He knew Tsunade had a good relationship with Shaolin, but what was the story with Mizuki? It seemed that Mr. Shaolin was quite the charmer. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, regarded the 6 people as if they were invisible, seemingly pondering Lin Nan's words. After a long while, he spoke. So if there was an opportunity, one that could bring about universal peace, would you take it? Do you think that is possible? Lin Nan laughed without a second thought. What if it were possible? Uchiha Madara asked seriously. Madara enjoyed battle and revered violence. However, that did not mean he was a mindless killer. It simply meant he preferred to solve problems in a more direct way. That was his mindset. The Uchiha clan was like this, loving deeply and hating fiercely, with thoughts that easily turn extreme. Of course, Uchiha Itachi was an exception. His own hairstyle was also an anomaly among the Uchiha. After finally letting go of the century-long feud with the Senju clan, he co-founded Konoha with Hashirama, hoping to resolve worldly disputes through the concept of villages. This idea proved to align well with the circumstances at the time. The ninja world transitioned from warring states, with clans uniting into villages, and many ninja villages were established elsewhere as well. However, Uchiha Madara still did not understand Hashirama's benevolent diplomatic policies. After all, those outsiders seemed no different from ants in his eyes. Would an elephant peacefully establish relations with ants? Even disregarding his relationship with Hashirama, weren't those ants also waging wars and plundering resources among themselves? Hashirama's approach seemed meaningless. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same path cannot conspire together. Madara was aware that his clan had become more prosperous and harmonious after forming villages, so he alone defected from Konoha. After the Valley of the End battle, he vanished from the world. Hashirama also died not long after, and the deaths of these 2 powerhouses triggered the first Great Ninja War, plunging the world back into chaos. It could be said that Madara was born into a world of turmoil and died without witnessing true peace. Did he enjoy war? The answer was no. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allied with the blood-soaked Senju clan. This led him into a deep abyss of self-reflection. Lin Nan understood what he was implying, which was essentially the ultimate goal of this war, to resurrect the 10 Tails, cast infinite Tsukuyami, and put everyone in the world to sleep in an endless dream, thus achieving true peace. Ultimately, it all boiled down to death. When a person dies, their consciousness fades after death, whether thoughts scatter or if they can still dream like when we sleep. Who can say? Lin Nan was aware of most of the plot, but was unsure how to explain it to Uchiha Madara. Should he directly tell him that Black Zetsu was not his will, but rather the puppet master manipulating him, and that everything he did was a part of its scheme? Madara had already come this far. Even if he believed Lin Nan, he would still risk it all to try. The path ahead was dark, which road was not a path to walk. Thus, Uchiha Madara would only realize the truth at the end when Black Zetsu had dug into his heart, awakening him just before his death, leading him to reconcile with Hashirama. Such an extreme personality could not be reasoned with easily, much like forcing a stubborn king. Advising him? Useless. Seeing Lin Nan lost in thought and silent for a long time, Uchiha Madara did not urge him, but quietly waited. Meanwhile, the 5 Kage and Naruto were also in shock, unsure of what to do. Was this still a battlefield? How did it turn into a tea party? So what was the situation now? A friendly discussion before the war? The few exchanged glances, and finally, Tsunade could not hold back. With her fiery temper, she thought the talk of world peace was just Uchiha Madara brainwashing Lin Nan with empty promises. Shaolin, don't listen to his temptations. Hearing this, Reikage immediately chimed in, his gray beard bristling with indignation. The other said nothing, merely watching Lin Nan, who was deep in thought. Think it over. I'll deal with these noisy ants first. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up, dusting off his clothes, and merely glanced at the others. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and his overwhelming aura knocked the others back 2 or 3 steps, displaying his dominance. However, this move belonged to the realm of brute strength. As someone who had mastered brute force, Tsunade naturally unleashed her chakra to confront Uchiha Madara. Oh, a familiar chakra. I remember you should be Hashirama's granddaughter, right? You've grown so much. Uchiha Madara looked at Tsunade with interest. But regrettably, you are not even half as good as your grandfather. You don't deserve to mention my grandfather. Tsunade's eyes widened in fury, revealing her killing intent. Then I'll send you to meet your grandfather. Madara scoffed dismissively. As the two exuded their sharpness, Lin Nan finally spoke up. Lord Madara, can we take a break? We want to bully you. Turning his head, Uchiha Madara looked at Lin Nan's harmless smile, his expression neutral, but his eyes held a hint of coldness. Are you refusing me? Lin Nan simply shook his head. At least for now, I won't agree to you until I see what you're talking about. Uchiha Madara slowly nodded. You are an Edo Tensei body. You will live long enough to see it. It seems remarkable figures have emerged in this era. He lamented. Noticing the change in Lin Nan's expression and gaze, Madara stopped paying attention to him and closed his eyes to rest. Shao! Tsunade walked over to Lin Nan's side, about to speak, but instead jumped up and delivered a smack to Lin Nan's head. Lin Nan fell to the ground, causing the earth to crack. The scene left everyone dumbfounded. Being an Edo Tensei, Lin Nan felt no pain. He could only scratch his head and stand up. Before he could speak, Terumi May had already shielded herself in front of him, glaring furiously at Tsunade. What are you doing, old hag? Old hag? Tsunade laughed in anger. Let's see who here is more youthful and beautiful. A leftover woman who can't get married. The so-called onlookers all turned their heads, indicating they saw nothing and heard nothing. What did you say? Terumi May's eyes turned red, and a ghostly mask appeared behind her. Tsunade would not back down, and behind her appeared a sheep holding dice and drinking. Chapter 20. That brilliant shade of purple in memories. You guys. Lin Nan felt a bit awkward beside them. Shut up. Both women yelled at Lin Nan, instantly making him swallow the rest of his words. You tell me, when did you meet this crazy woman? How can you treat her like this? Tsunade pointed at Konan, who was clinging to Lin Nan's side with a pitiful look. Who is she? This old lady is so fierce, unlike me, who only knows how to feel sorry for people. Damn it. Lin Nan looked at Konan in surprise, his feelings extremely complicated. You see, I'm dealing with this shameless woman right now. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, ready to make a move. Lin Nan felt a bit out of control and glanced at Naruto for help, but Naruto was whistling, looking elsewhere. Lin Nan sighed and said, all right, you two, I'm already dead. Can't you just let it be? As soon as these words were spoken, both women fell silent. Compared to Konan's apparent sorrow, Tsunade's face turned red, as if steam was rising from her head, and she darkly said, who killed you? What is the use of saying all this now? Even if I were to be resurrected, I would still be a broken body of the impure world reincarnation, and eventually would continue to sleep forever. So, can't we just get along peacefully in this last bit of time? Lin Nan shrugged. Right. Not to mention that there's a great enemy at hand. Discussing personal affairs seems a bit too carefree, doesn't it? Dayemu, as an elder, finally stepped forward at this moment. Both women glared at Dayemu but didn't say anything further. Konan had nothing to say. Previously, when she was in the Akatsuki organization, she went to the Land of Water for a mission. At that time, the 4th Mizukage had just died, and the organization's requirement was to see if they could control the 5th Mizukage and continue to dominate the Mist Village. Then, Lin Nan tried to control the 5th Mizukage, desperately trying to make him not do it, but dirty and tiring work would definitely land on him. After that, Lin Nan fled the Land of Water as if escaping, and he never went back since. As for Tsunade, it's not that those who understand anime wouldn't understand. Before this, Lin Nan had met Tsunade during the Battle of the Three Sannin, but they weren't very familiar, just passing by each other's lives. So it wasn't that Lin Nan was trying to undermine Jiraiya. He also felt helpless about not being able to save him. Jiraiya also sought death for information, and Lin Nan had no way to help. After this battle, Lin Nan completely betrayed the Akatsuki organization and faced off against Konan. But Lin Nan definitely didn't want to fight. The key point is that after bringing back the news of Jiraiya's death to Konoha, he was imprisoned by Tsunade. Too much to say brings tears. In the time before his death, he really felt like a dog. It's no one's fault, just past events. Looking at the two women, Lin Nan thought of that little girl with purple hair, always smiling with hope and confidence, who ultimately fell in front of the person she admired the most. She was Lin Nan's soft spot, the white moonlight in his heart, and he cherished her like a delicate flower, almost holding her in the palm of his hand. Yet in the end, everything turned to nothingness. After learning of this, Lin Nan went mad. No matter how Conan explained, he didn't listen to a word. He only knew that the bright purple hair had turned orange. So all explanations were pale. If, according to his previous character, Jiraiya infiltrated the Rain Village to gather intelligence, and he was unwilling to leave. Even if Lin Nan would have impulsively helped, he would never have forced it under the principle of self-preservation. But in the end, he still put himself in opposition to the Akatsuki organization under the condition that Jiraiya risked his life to obtain information, not just for Jiraiya, but also for himself. Even if in the end, he still couldn't save Jiraiya. Ultimately, Jiraiya didn't trust him, didn't trust the information he provided, and insisted on stubbornly trying himself. Even without Lin Nan, he had countless opportunities to escape. But in the end, he didn't. Lin Nan felt utterly helpless because of him. And it was at that moment that Lin Nan finally understood something. Sometimes, living is not the most important thing. Our lives are so short, a few decades, and there are always things that must be done, things that must be protected. For that, he would not hesitate to risk his life. Is it worth it? Perhaps it is worth it. Isn't the meaning of life like that? Therefore, from then on, Lin Nan finally became serious. Perhaps because of Jiraiya, or perhaps because of his girl. Under Lin Nan's full efforts, he felt for the first time how strong he could be, maintaining the upper hand against pain. Of course, this also laid a perfect foundation for his later death. It's worth mentioning that the bodies of the 6 paths that Jiraiya risked his life to bring back were hers. In Konoha, Lin Nan was imprisoned by Tsunade and escaped like a madman, also to prevent her from being dissected and studied by the people of Konoha. In Lin Nan's dazed state, his relationship with Tsunade gradually warmed up. Later, when pain invaded Konoha, Lin Nan bid farewell to Tsunade and left Konoha with Naruto. From then on, Lin Nan disappeared without a trace. Speaking of which, what kind of love-hate entanglement is there? After a person dies, they will not see the ones they care about again in heaven or hell. At least Lin Nan only felt like he had taken a nap. The petite figure with purple hair shattered like a dream in his mind. Lin Nan let out a breath, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Seeing this, Tsunade patted Lin Nan's head gently, like a big sister, and said softly, "She is still in Konoha. You can go see her anytime." This scene left Naruto and Reincarnated dumbfounded. This is Tsunade. Who is she? Is there a third one? Conan began to frantically calculate if she could strive to be the biggest, as she definitely couldn't be the smallest. Let us just stay alive for now. Lin Nan smiled bitterly. But Tsunade was very serious. The Impure world reincarnation was invented by my great-grandfather, and Orochimaru's research notes are also in Konoha. I will have someone look for them now. There must be a way. Saying this, Tsunade sent a message to the slug on her shoulder. Lin Nan looked on non-committally, then glanced at Uchihamadara in front, considering the timeline. He remembered that the last battle of the Ninja World War lasted all night, and when the sun rose. It was when Naruto and Sasuke reconciled, marking the complete end of the Ninja World War. Looking at the now late evening sky, Lin Nan had a strange expression. This book has hundreds of thousands of words, but it only writes about events that happened in one night. Of course, it wouldn't. Get ready. Let us first take down Uchihamadara. Lin Nan turned around and said. Naruto suddenly spoke up. What did Madara just say to Mr. Lin? Everyone looked at Lin Nan curiously. Lin Nan simply said, "Nothing much. He thinks I'm too strong and wants to recruit me. Would I be willing? Right? No wonder you're Mr. Lin." Naruto gave a thumbs up. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Lin Nan, while Conan covered her mouth and chuckled. Dayemu, who was older, didn't understand the implications of Lin Nan's words and spoke seriously. "We need to think of a strategy for the Impure world reincarnation of Uchihamadara. I'm afraid ordinary sealing techniques won't be able to seal him." Reincarnated curled his lips. "According to what I say, just smash him. Uchihamadara is very strong. Just now, with Mr. Lin, I think it was just a test. We should be extra cautious," Gaara said steadily. Lin Nan nodded repeatedly. After all, in the original plot, there wasn't a single person standing here. However, with his involvement, it was hard to say. After a discussion, everyone expressed that it was their first time strategizing in the middle of a battlefield. "Lord Obito, we are ready. Let the battle begin," Lin Nan shouted loudly. Everyone glanced at Lin Nan. Lin Nan explained sternly, "After all, I'm hundreds of years old. Give me some face. This is not me being cowardly. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know you're not cowardly, but who are you afraid to go up against? Even if a god came, you dare to show off a bit. Isn't it just death?" Tsunade said irritably. Chapter 21. Wood Release versus Wood Release. First Hokage Cell unlocked Uchihamadara stood on a stone pillar with his arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence, as if to say, "Who is my opponent?" Below him were 7 figures, signaling the restart of this battle. Lin Nan indeed needed to rely on the power of the 5 Kage. After all, he and Madara were both in the state of Edo Tensei, at a balanced critical point where Lin Nan could do nothing against him. Of course, Uchiha Madara couldn't do anything to Lin Nan either. Whatever Madara could do, Lin Nan could return in kind. In the original plot, Uchiha Madara fighting the 5 Kage was like a cat playing with a mouse, but if they intervened, Lin Nan's chances of sealing Uchiha Madara would rise to 99%. Lin Nan had this confidence and was eager to see what the battlefield would look like without Uchiha Madara's involvement. Lin Nan, you just mentioned that many years ago, it was Hashirama, the first Hokage, in my era. Now it's just me. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara shouted, extending his hands, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Nan's heart jolted, and then he heard a deep murmur. Wood release. Birth of the world of trees. The earth cracked open, and countless tree roots crawled out like a swarm of snakes, growing towards Lin Nan and the others. The roots twisted and turned, transforming into a dense network of tree trunks that covered a vast area. In this desert, the continuously growing branches looked exceptionally bizarre. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled a monstrous mouth opening in the desert. Would release? Tsunade was extremely shocked. The others also turned their heads in surprise. After all, in everyone's collective understanding, wood release was the unique secret technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, not to mention inheriting it. Even developing wood release through experiments had only produced a half-baked version so far, at the cost of blood and sacrifice. Moreover, it was a complete wood release. Retreat! Lin Nan shouted, and everyone jumped back. The mass of tree trunks surged forward like a flood breaking a dam, shattering the ground in its path, showcasing the power of its chakra. Watch me smash him. Naruto attempted to use the Raisin Shuriken, but was stopped by Lin Nan. Are you hiding behind me? My technique's range might not be that big. Everyone was taken aback by his words, and before they could react, Lin Nan clapped his hands. Wood release. Vast expansion. Birth of the world of trees. Countless tree roots grew out from beside Lin Nan, and then they rapidly twisted and turned, fiercely resisting the overwhelming mass of tree trunks. As the two groups of tree trunks collided, wood chips flew everywhere. The duel of wood releases left everyone dumbfounded. Wood release? Still two? Is wood release like cabbage? How come everyone can do it? Naruto immediately exclaimed, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be a master of ninjutsu, even knowing wood release. It seems he's much stronger than Teacher Yamato. Stop flattering me. Quickly attack him from above. I can only guarantee my own survival. His techniques have a larger range than mine. Lin Nan shouted. Naruto was startled, then exchanged glances with Gaara, who rode on a pile of sand, inviting others to join. Temari shook her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Nan. The Reikage boldly stepped forward, and Noki floated up, taking control of the airspace to deal with Uchiha Madara. Lin Nan gritted his teeth. Although the momentum was similar, Uchiha Madara's range of the world of trees was clearly larger than his. If this continued, he would still be overwhelmed. Uchiha Madara had an immense chakra reserve, and with the wood release cells, it grew exponentially. And Lin Nan suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Right, I also have wood release cells. However, Lin Nan knew that the system was passive and could not communicate like a spirit classmate. But he had no choice. Lin Nan had tried this before in his previous life, searching through the skill library and other places, and he could not find the sealed wood release cells. As previously mentioned by Kabuto, when Lin Nan first arrived in this world, he became a guinea pig for Konoha village, considered a perfect experimental subject. He possessed the Sharingan, would release cells, Orochimaru cells, curse seals, and so on. He had basically everything. It was like raising a goo, a type of poison. The others were fine, but the wood release cells were notoriously lethal, and Lin Nan was naturally the one in a million lucky enough to survive. The reason he hadn't died was due to the system's sealing within him. Without the system, Lin Nan would not have lived for even 2 months in this so-called ninja world. However, after the wood release cells were sealed, they had never been unsealed again, even though Lin Nan. Chapter 22. The gift from Uchiha Madara to Lin Nan Bang. In the next moment, Lin Nan's body began to swell and split, forming 2 identical wooden clones. Fire release, great fire destruction. Whoosh! A massive flame erupted from Lin Nan's wooden clone, instantly igniting the entire spreading forest realm. But that wasn't all. Another wooden clone clapped its hands again. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh! The fire borrowed the wind's power, and the sea of flames began to rapidly spread toward Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was being harassed by several others, but for him, All he needed to do was raise his Susanoo to maintain an undefeated position. Annoying flies, don't bother me. Uchihamadara looked at the encroaching flames, his eyes revealing excitement, as if he had encountered a dance that caught his attention. However, the disturbances from Gaara and the others were no different from flies buzzing around. Uchihamadara looked down on them, as though they were insignificant, instead contemplating how to deal with Lin Nan. As of now, Uchihamadara had nearly guessed Lin Nan's abilities. However, just as he was certain that Lin Nan possessed a Sharingan with a copying ability, the overwhelming fluctuations of would-release chakra made him fall into deep thought again. Would-release could be copied, and even would-release chakra could be copied, but not all would-release had Hashirama's aura. Uchihamadara might mistake other things, but this aura could not be mistaken. It was not only because of his decades of interaction with Hashirama, but also because he currently had Hashirama's presence within him. Just copying, there was no reason that Hashirama's cells would also be copied. Uchihamadara felt that his probing was not yet over. Just as Uchihamadara was pondering how to respond next, suddenly, he felt a movement at his feet as gravel wrapped around his ankles and dragged him out of Susanoo. Naruto had long since prepared a Raisin Shuriken. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Super Raisin Shuriken. Mere gravel. Uchihamadara's Sharingan gradually transformed into a strange spiral. In the next moment, he simply blocked with one hand. Thud! With a muffled sound, Naruto's big move vanished, as if it had sunk into the sea. Nagato! The same eyes? Naruto widened his eyes. Uchihamadara stepped forward, and Naruto instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. Naruto's shadow clones quickly announced their defeat in the battle against Uchihamadara. Let us have some duck neck. The Reikage, surrounded by electricity, charged at Uchihamadara. But the next moment, he was sent flying by an invisible wave of energy. Shinra Tensei. Uchihamadara looked at his hands, sneering, an utterly useless ability, but more than enough to deal with you. Suchikage, why not use dust release? After being sent flying, the Reikage was caught by Gaara, shouting at Inoki. Inoki shook his head and replied, "Didn't you hear that kid say earlier? Ninjutsu is useless. Didn't you see how Naruto's chakra was absorbed during his sneak attack? We can only rely on taijutsu or catch him off guard." Uchihamadara looked at the group, saying nothing, only gazing at the surging flames that were approaching. Would release, would clone jutsu. Uchihamadara quickly split off 10 wooden clones, and then over a dozen towering Susanoo began to rise. The dozens of second stage Susanoo, wielding light blades, started to strike at the branches of the wood release, quickly creating a separation zone. This was not because Uchihamadara was afraid of Lin Nan's fire release. It was mainly because if this area turned into a sea of flames, it would be even more troublesome for the 5 Kages who held air superiority. Would release. Flower tree, realm descends. Uchihamadara formed seals again, causing flowers that could release poisonous smoke to bloom on the existing wood release. This technique was akin to a map bomb attack. Aside from the caster, anyone who came into contact with this smoke would be poisoned and rendered powerless. Uchihamadara clearly intended to use this move to restrain the few people in the air. Of course, this series of moves was unnecessary for Uchihamadara. He could easily resolve the battle with overwhelming strength, but right now, he wanted to play with Lin Nan. Lin Nan, is it really all right for our battlefield to be filled with these annoying flies? Uchihamadara shouted to Lin Nan in the distance after setting everything up. At this moment, he manipulated over a dozen Susanoo, a massive sight, resembling the descent of gods, looking extremely impressive. Lin Nan watched all of this without responding, only allowing the people around him to step forward. Next, leave it to us. You can take a good rest. Tsunade thought Lin Nan was overusing his chakra and comforted him before jumping into the battlefield. Konan also smiled as she left. Little brother, don't run around. Lin Nan looked at the 5 Kages gathering to face Uchihamadara, feeling extremely complicated inside. What a scene. Let me take a breather and find an opportunity for a decisive strike. A black rod slowly extended from his hand. Looking back at the battlefield, Lin Nan, who did not join the fight, undoubtedly made Uchihamadara's attacks less decisive. The brilliance Lin Nan displayed had forced him to take him seriously. Originally, Uchihamadara did not regard the so-called 5 Kages in front of him, but after the real confrontation between the two sides, he felt somewhat constrained. He clearly underestimated the strength of the 5 Kages. Mizukage Konan's bloodline limit, boil release, could melt his Susanoo's skeletal structure. The Reikage AI, although a brute, with the enhancement of Tsunade's monstrous chakra, could also directly sever the Susanoo's skeletal structure. The Wind Kage Gaara was the only one in the field proficient in sealing techniques. Chapter 23, A Loud Bang. Making a dazzling entrance just now, the scene unfolded as the Edo Tensei was beginning to be undone. This indicated that the caster, the mastermind behind the Edo Tensei, Kabuto Yakushi, was facing issues. By releasing the Edo Tensei technique, all the reanimated bodies on the battlefield would have their souls freed. In other words, all the Edo Tensei users would turn to dust, returning to dust and soil. Speaking of which, Uchiha Itachi was heading with Lin Nan's clone to the lair of Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto was indeed brave. Knowing he had been exposed, he still didn't run away. However, he truly had the strength, as he had completed a step that even Orochimaru had not achieved, shedding the serpent's womb and ascending to become a dragon. Of course, that was just the prelude. On the way to Kabuto's lair, Uchiha Itachi encountered Sasuke. This scene left Lin Nan in shock. Why was Uchiha Sasuke here? He was on his way to the battlefield, perhaps guided by fate, leading to their encounter. At this moment, Sasuke had just completed the transplant of his brother Itachi's Sharingan, significantly boosting his power. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolves into the Mangekyou Sharingan during extreme emotional stimuli. However, the Mangekyou is known as the cursed eye. Excessive use leads to blindness. Uchiha Madara upgraded to a permanent Mangekyou only after transplanting his brother's Mangekyou. Of course, the transplant wasn't as simple as just swapping eyes. It required fusion, otherwise, the brothers would exploit a bug, which wouldn't be fair. After unlocking his Mangekyou, Sasuke was tricked by Tobi into joining the Akatsuki, where he undertook a series of missions, feeling empowered, and eventually crashed the 5 Kage summit. After getting hammered, Sasuke had a fight with Danzo, the 5th Hokage, under Tobi's guidance. Later, he put on a show in front of the arriving Kakashi. As a result, his Mangekyou successfully went blind. While Itachi used his Mangekyou for 5 to 6 years, Sasuke used it for less than a month. Despite claiming he wouldn't transplant his brother's eyes, Sasuke began to do so. Little did he expect, right after transplanting his brother's eyes, he would run into Itachi. Uchiha Itachi ignored Sasuke, as time was of the essence. So, Sasuke pursued, and the two began a conversation, with Lin Nan silently watching from the sidelines. Lin Nan had met Sasuke a few times before during the Chunin exams in Konoha when the Akatsuki ordered him and Tobi to disguise as ninjas from the Rain Village and gather information on the Nine Tails. That was also Lin Nan's first encounter with the main cast. He had also seen Sasuke at Orochimaru's lair and later observed the fateful duel with Deidara. Lin Nan had been nearby during the battle between Sasuke and Itachi, but kept his distance, only sneaking skills, so they should be unaware of his presence. Itachi might be able to sense him, and black and white Zetsu would likely sense him too. Lin Nan suddenly felt as if he hadn't missed any major events. It seemed that besides the death of the immortal duo, he had been present for everything else. Perhaps he should change the title of the book to All Ninja World Watching from the Sidelines. Lin Nan was currently watching when a massive skeletal arm swept toward him. He casually used a similar skeletal arm to deflect it. Sasuke now had some potential of being a skeleton brother. Lin Nan and I have already broken free from the Edo Tensei's control. Now we should head to the mastermind's lair together. Itachi explained to Lin Nan. He threatened me during the Chunin exams. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Lin Nan with hostility, as if to say, how dare you show off in front of me? Don't you know I'm the king of show-offs in this anime? Hey, you can eat randomly, but don't talk nonsense. I didn't threaten you. I was just blatantly stepping on you. Lin Nan smiled at Sasuke, as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Sasuke's expression turned cold, and his Mangekyou Sharingan lit up. Lin Nan was just thinking about needing skills to use, so he put on a face that looked like he was asking for a fight. All right, we have serious matters to attend to. Sasuke, if you have nothing else to do, it's best you don't follow us. Uchiha Itachi said. The intention was clearly to keep Uchiha Sasuke out of danger, as Itachi didn't know what kind of enemy they would face next. However, in Sasuke's ears, that didn't sound the same. Seeing Sasuke's increasingly hostile gaze, Lin Nan felt a headache coming on. What are you imagining? Thus, with Itachi on the left and Sasuke on the right, the three of them made their way in silence to Kabuto's lair. Just as they were about to enter the lair, Lin Nan suddenly spotted a flash of white disappearing behind a mountain. His eyes brightened, but he didn't make a sound and followed Itachi into the cave. Initially narrow, it led to a wider space after several steps. The cave was quite spacious, damp and dark, with countless stalactites hanging down, resembling the bloody, jagged mouth of a giant snake. Kabuto Yakushi. Itachi and Sasuke looked at Lin Nan. Lin Nan scratched his head. Did I not mention that the person we were looking for should be Kabuto Yakushi? No, Uchiha Itachi replied firmly. Sasuke also looked at Lin Nan with indifference. Shrugging, Lin Nan casually said, "Well, it doesn't matter. Sasuke knows Kabuto, just a useless one." Sasuke snickered. But Lin Nan shook his head. Since we were reanimated by him, he must have at least reached the level of Orochimaru back then, so we should be cautious. What about Orochimaru? Didn't I cut him down? Sasuke scoffed even more. Lin Nan exchanged glances with Uchiha Itachi and said no more. Lin Nan could say, in reality, Orochimaru was just acting. If it weren't for your brother helping you before he died, you would probably be drawing eyeliner now. But of course, he wouldn't say that. Let him show off. That's fine. The three entered the depths of the cave, but a figure quietly emerged from the entrance. It was Lin Nan. Taking advantage of the earlier conversation, Lin Nan had split off a shadow clone. He couldn't miss the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Kabuto, but it seemed there was still something waiting for him. As he exited the cave, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Are you human or a ghost? Lin Nan tried to turn around, but his body couldn't move. Looking down, he saw layers of paper wrapping around him like a mummy. Chapter 24 Reunion with an old friend. The widow of the Akatsuki Lin Nan turned around, a complex smile appearing on his face. Fortunately, his efforts from back then were not in vain. Otherwise, it would have truly been a wasted life. Standing behind Lin Nan was a figure clad in a black robe. Yet a few strands of blue hair could still be seen drifting out. Lin Nan gently shook, causing the papers wrapped around him to fall away. He then smiled and opened his arms. The person in the black robe trembled slightly, but ultimately did not leap into Lin Nan's embrace. Instead, they slightly turned their body and said, "So you were already dead? Weren't you just seeing me with Uchiha Itachi? In this situation, how could I still be alive?" Lin Nan smiled as he stepped forward and gently removed the black robe from the person's head. The blue hair was styled high, adorned with a pale paper flower, and a few strands danced in the wind. The face was delicate, yet showed signs of weariness, with a beauty mark at the corner of the mouth. In her calm, pond-like eyes, there was a profound sorrow. "Conan, you shouldn't be here." Lin Nan shook his head slowly, his expression serious. It turned out that this person was indeed the last member of the Akatsuki organization and the final member of the Frog Squad. She had survived with Lin Nan's help and was still alive today. This was nothing short of a great blessing for Lin Nan. "I'm just a widow, and naturally, I need to fulfill the mission as the last member of the Akatsuki." Conan dared not look Lin Nan in the eyes, her voice low, but her attitude was clearly stubborn. "Isn't a widow someone who has lost her husband?" Lin Nan frowned slightly, but understood that Conan simply meant to do her utmost for revenge. After that, there would be no need for her to continue living. All the people Conan held dear in this world had already died. It was as if she had become transparent, with no living person caring for her anymore. Of course, there was another layer of meaning, as this statement was directed at herself. "We should leave." Lin Nan grabbed Conan's hand and tried to walk away. Conan struggled a few times, saying, "You came to seek revenge on Madara, right? I can help you. I am not a burden." She was truly a strong and stubborn woman, but you have come to the wrong place. Madara is not here. He's long gone to the battlefield. Lin Nan replied. Conan shook off Lin Nan's hand. "You're lying to me again. Back then, you lied to me saying you would definitely escape. And now you're lying to me to leave. How long are you going to deceive me? Just because you're dead doesn't mean you have to pretend to be brave." Lin Nan stared at Conan in shock, seeing her tear-streaked face. This was the first time he had seen such a side of Conan. Even when Yahiko, Nagato, and Jiraiya died, she had not shed a single tear, but now she was crying. Upon closer inspection, Conan looked far too haggard. Lin Nan didn't know what Conan had gone through during the time from his death to his reincarnation, but he suddenly remembered a saying, "Pain is always left for the living." It's not that she doesn't cry. It's just that there's always that last straw. Lin Nan understood what his reappearance meant for Conan. At first glance, it might mean that Lin Nan was still alive, as if seeing a glimmer of hope in the endless darkness, but knowing that he was merely a reincarnation from the Impure world rebirth. That glimmer of light would quietly extinguish. Impure world rebirth was not resurrection. Sooner or later, dust returns to dust, much like a fleeting dream. Lin Nan had seen little girls cry before, but facing Conan, he truly didn't know what to do. Wasn't my life saved by you back then? One life for another. No one owes anyone anything. Lin Nan smiled to comfort her. Who asked you to repay me? Conan cried even louder, completely losing the gentle and refined demeanor of an older sister, turning into a little girl. Perhaps she was truly exhausted. Lin Nan disregarded Conan's resistance, pulling her into his embrace without speaking or stopping. Cried out, "You'll feel much better." no matter where they were, or whether it would attract the attention of others. There was no need to care about these things. Previously, it was mentioned that Lin Nan was a slacker, and indeed, he generally did not undertake many missions. The missions that everyone saw the complete Akatsuki undertaking were different before the tailed beast capture plan began. For example, Pain mostly remained at the headquarters, only taking action at the beginning to recruit Sasori and Haiden, while at other times, he only formulated strategies. Conan was in charge of logistics and finances. Zetsu was responsible for intelligence. Other members went out on missions. Sasori and Deidara, both capable of using large-scale offensive ninjutsu, were in the assault team, capturing cities and hoarding resources. The immortal duo was also part of the Chaos Group due to Haiden's love for bounty missions and their ability to eliminate strong enemies. As for Itachi and Kisame, they seemed to. Chapter 25, do you know what it feels like to have to go? That's right. The Uchiha Obito now is indeed wearing a white mask. Lin Nan's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. You mean, you saw a white mask that has the same pattern as Akatsuki's previous mask, right? Xiao Nan nodded. Wearing a black robe, I could only see a white mask, and nothing else. Lin Nan fell into deep thought. He was familiar with this person. Wasn't he just a furious child? But the person inside should not be Obito. Suddenly, Lin Nan's expression brightened, and he immediately said, "Hurry, where did he go? Let's go after him." Xiao Nan's expression was somewhat strange. He went into the cave. I originally wanted to follow him in, but when I saw you guys coming, I didn't go in. Lin Nan's expression was also a bit odd. If he wasn't mistaken, the white Zetsu that Xiao Nan saw should be one called Fei, which is special among other Zetsu, because it can attach itself to other people externally, and its face looks just like Akatsuki's previous mask. What does it mean that he is running over here? Does he want to have a heartfelt talk with Kabuto? At least on the surface. Zetsu is listening to the white mask, but in reality, control has long been taken over by the real Uchiha Madara. So he wouldn't do anything that would be detrimental to Madara at this time. So what is he coming over for? Does he know Kabuto is in trouble and is coming to help him? The battle between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke against Kabuto is going on fiercely, basically the same as the original plot, while he himself is just sitting on the sidelines and not seeing any movement from Zetsu. This is strange. What's wrong? Xiao Nan asked as she noticed Lin Nan's unsightly expression. Lin Nan shook his head, but in an instant, a flash of inspiration struck him. Xiao Nan, don't you have a reconnaissance ninja technique? Can you detect how many layers this cave has? Lin Nan asked. Xiao Nan is an excellent reconnaissance ninja. Generally speaking, reconnaissance ninjas do not have specific ninja techniques, except for the Byakugan and other special techniques. Most of them are sensitive to chakra from birth, and then the result of special training in this aspect. So Lin Nan couldn't find a way to replicate it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan nodded, placed her palm on the ground, and countless pieces of paper flew up and stuck to the ground and stones. Not long after, Xiao Nan's eyes revealed surprise. Chapter 26, The Ultimate Body Technique of Konoha. The Ultimate Body Technique of Konoha, 1,000 Years of Pain. Lin Nan pressed his hands together in the tiger seal and directly thrust it towards the white Zetsu in front of him. Huh. Xiao Nan looked at the scene with a face full of disdain. Meanwhile, Lin Nan beside her had already turned into paper and disappeared. Crack! Suddenly, there was a sound like a branch breaking, and white Zetsu turned his head in confusion to glance at Lin Nan, then instantly shot out several sharp bamboo branches. Lin Nan retreated. So what does this feel like? White Zetsu did not pursue, but asked with increasing curiosity. Lin Nan had a black line on his forehead and ignored him. You don't know either? White Zetsu was quite disappointed, then shouted loudly, "Then go die." Suddenly, the branches on white Zetsu's back shot out like a porcupine. Earth release, earth flow wall. Lin Nan clapped his hands on the ground, and a wall of earth rose up. However, the wall was not enough to stop the attack of the branches. Each branch would explode into a mass of sharp branches upon hitting a target. Finally, the wall could not bear the burden, and under countless holes, numerous branches pierced through again. Poof! The branches pierced through Lin Nan's body, but unlike before, they did not explode. Instead, Lin Nan's figure turned into countless pieces of paper and scattered. Dance of the paper. Xiao Nan also soared into the air, and countless pieces of paper formed 1,000 sheets, sweeping towards white Zetsu. In an instant, it was like a rain of bullets. How has it turned into modern warfare? Lin Nan reassembled his form, and without any hesitation, a pure white wing appeared behind him. The next moment, he imitated Xiao Nan and launched a full-area attack. White Zetsu was shot and fled, shouting while escaping. You don't even tell me what it feels like, and you still team up? Would release, wood pillar wall. 2 rows of wooden stakes enveloped white Zetsu, and Xiao Nan's paper could not penetrate at all. Lin Nan and Xiao Nan flew together, intertwining gracefully, and Xiao Nan was no longer surprised by this. After your resurrection this time, did you lose those unbelievable ninjutsu? Xiao Nan asked. Lin Nan was somewhat puzzled. What unbelievable ninjutsu? Xiao Nan shook her head and said no more. Oh, girl, Lin Nan was also used to Xiao Nan speaking half-heartedly. Fire release, great fireball technique. The next moment, Lin Nan began to use flames to roast white Zetsu. He wanted to see how much this guy could withstand. Since he encountered it, it would be a waste not to use that move. Therefore, even though Lin Nan had ninjutsu that could deal great damage to white Zetsu, he did not dare to use it lightly. Bang! The wooden stake shattered, and white Zetsu jumped out, once again letting out a strange scream. You have angered me. The world of trees descends. Countless tree roots began to twist and rise. Trees began to grow continuously. However, Lin Nan and Xiao Nan just flew a little higher. These branches would not affect them at all. In the air, Lin Nan's expression was strange. Can't you play? If you can't play, let me do it. Are you going to use the flower world descents? Can you do that? As Lin Nan gathered his strength again, wanting to use fire release to burn these branches to ashes, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. No way. Lin Nan's face changed slightly, and the next second, he directly grabbed Xiao Nan and flew towards the sky. The next moment, countless wooden spikes seemed to cover the entire sky, shooting more intensely than a pea shooter, making Lin Nan awkwardly dodge. Through the dense cluster of wooden spikes, Lin Nan looked at the continuously growing trees on the ground, and each tree would release countless wooden spikes. This was not going to work. A few were okay. They could be completely dodged by the dance of the paper, but the quantity was too much. Any paper could be stabbed to pieces. Moreover, there were no effective means of defense, and Xiao Nan couldn't take care of it. I haven't seen this move in the original plot. If faced with an army of ninjas, this move would obviously have a greater killing power, right? Of course. During this time, Lin Nan's replication system also received information about the form, but it was only about the world of trees descends and the cutting technique. This meant that this move might only be usable by white Zetsu. White Zetsu is a creation of the god tree, akin to the original wood release cells. So it naturally has its wonders. So what does it really feel like? If you tell me, I can spare you. White Zetsu shouted from atop a tree trunk at the panicked Lin Nan. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's entire body ignited with blue flames, and a skeletal frame instantly grew out, wrapping Xiao Nan within it as well. Crack, crack, crack. Countless wooden spikes hit the skeleton, making a sound like raindrops. But they could not break through. The next moment, Lin Nan unleashed an 8-span jewel as the skeletal arm slapped out. Several jewels wrapped in the unique rapid power of Susanoo smashed down towards white Zetsu on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, thick smoke rose, and nothing could be seen. These little wooden spikes are really annoying, Lin Nan muttered. Xiao Nan looked at the skeleton wrapping around her and softly said, It's a different color from Itachi's. Lin Nan was too lazy to explain to Xiao Nan and spat out another blast of fire. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A massive wave of flames covered the entire forest that had grown out of nowhere, and in an instant, thick smoke rose, accompanied by continuous popping sounds. Oh dear, it's so hot. White Zetsu finally appeared, his clothes stained with flames, rolling on the ground as if his butt was on fire. We're going to land. Once they landed, Lin Nan realized he had been holding on to Xiao Nan the whole time. Xiao Nan also took the hint and stepped back after landing, her expression showing no unusualness. Lin Nan felt nothing, only focusing on white Zetsu, who was continuously fleeing in the sea of fire. What time is it, brother? Get some strength. Why not use that move? Are you saving it for the Ninja World War? You should first consider whether you can survive until then. Lin Nan prepared to add fuel to the fire. Amaterasu? No way. That thing has too much lethality, though it won't kill. Susanoo, second stage. Crack, crack. The skeleton grew larger, and then muscle tissue grew, revealing a blue Susanoo with 2 heads and 4 arms standing tall. The second stage of Susanoo could release multiple 8-span jewels simultaneously. As Lin Nan manipulated the 2 thick arms to spread open, 6 jewels appeared. Then Lin Nan began a new round of bombardment. Why didn't you use this move earlier? Xiao Nan asked. Who starts with a trump card? Xiao Nan was somewhat confused, but did not ask further. She was already accustomed to Lin Nan's nonsensical remarks. Finally, a sharp and comical roar echoed from within the forest. I'm angry now. Watch me beat the crap out of you. As the voice fell, the ground shook. Here it comes. Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with green light. At the same time, in the nearby cave, Uchiha Itachi and Yakushi Kabuto watched in silence as the cave, which had been trembling and on the verge of collapse since just now, swayed unsteadily. Chapter 27 to the legendary True Thousand Hands appears as the mountain shook and the ground trembled. A gigantic wooden Buddha statue seemed to grow out of the earth. The statue sat firmly on the ground, its height reaching 70 to 80 meters, easily rivaling the Outer Path demon statues. Creak, with a sound like a door opening. Two long arms appeared atop the Buddha's head, followed by 4, 6, 8. Each sound resonated deeply in Lin Nan's heart. With the highest point of its hands, the entire statue reached a height of over 100 meters, soaring into the clouds. The Buddha simply sat there, releasing no visible aura. Yet it exuded an immense sense of pressure. Just moments ago, the vast tree world in flames seemed as insignificant as a campfire in its presence. This giant Buddha statue, resembling the thousand-handed Guanyin, deeply shocked both Lin Nan and Xiao Nan. Even though they knew of this technique, witnessing it firsthand made them acutely aware of their own smallness and the vastness of divinity. The visual effect was overwhelming, with an explosive display. The name of the god of Ninja World's first ninjutsu was well-deserved. True Thousand Hands? Wrong. Ding. SSS would release secret technique. Wooden Man technique, White Zetsu enhanced version, has been added to the skill library. Not the True Thousand Hands. Lin Nan knew the Wooden Man technique wasn't the same thing. He remembered the full name of True Thousand Hands. Sage Art would release True Thousand Hands. Top transformation into Buddha. It might be similar to the relationship between the Spiral Shuriken and the Sage Art Super Giant Spiral Shuriken. Lin Nan couldn't quite understand it. But what was before him was undoubtedly a miniature version of the True Thousand Hands. Just from a rough glance, the hands of this statue, barely over 100, were clearly not 1,000. However, that didn't hinder the saying of having two hands. Lin Nan recalled that the real, true Thousand Hands statue could easily grab the nine tails like a chick. The nine tails, including its tails, was over 100 meters long, and the Outer Path demon statue was currently over 100 meters as well. Although the demon statue would continue to grow after absorbing the tailed beast to become the 10 tails, it was still within the range of a tailed beast for now. So, looking at it this way, the real, true Thousand-Hand statue would absolutely be 1,000 meters tall, and with the hands behind it, it would be heading towards 2,000 meters. Wow. In comparison, what was before him was indeed just a miniature version. Even so, Lin Nan knew this was already his new big move. He had to admit, the Ninja World War was indeed enticing, with shadow-level ninjas everywhere and gods walking around. He really wanted to steal as much treasure as possible. Madarama, feel the fear of being dominated by the great Buddha once more. Xiao Nan looked up at the towering Buddha statue, and glancing at the blue skeletal figure beside him, he felt like an ant next to a giant. He then turned to Lin Nan and asked, devoid of any emotion, "Is this your plan? So how do you plan to deal with him? Are you going to create an identical one?" Lin Nan chuckled awkwardly. He really couldn't hide anything from Xiao Nan. No need to go to such trouble. Lin Nan dispelled the Susanoo, and in the next moment his entire body was entwined with lightning, crackling sounds erupting. Then came the heavenly curse seal. So ugly. Xiao Nan commented disdainfully. Lin Nan smiled awkwardly. Xiao Nan had probably seen him like this before. However, despite its ugliness, it was quite useful. Otherwise, why would Zhou like to use it so much? As a wood-release clone, Lin Nan preferred it because other clones couldn't share the system, which was like having incompatible versions. But the wood clone was the only one that could update system skills in real time. In the next moment, Lin Nan's figure shot out. So can you tell me what it feels like to be dominated? White Zetsu stood on top of the Buddha's head and roared. However, the next moment, he felt a sudden dizziness, and a figure wrapped in pitch black lightning appeared before him. In the name of hell, Lin Nan delivered a hellish thrust. Puff! The speed, akin to lightning, caught White Zetsu completely off guard, directly piercing through Lin Nan's heart. Oh, quite lively. However, White Zetsu's voice was indifferent. Damn! Lin Nan's pupils contracted, and he withdrew like lightning. But in an instant, his form exploded into countless wooden spikes. Although it looked terrifying, it didn't cause Lin Nan much harm. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he almost blew up. But this White Zetsu seemed a bit extraordinary. Looking at White Zetsu now, the large hole in his chest had already healed in just a few blinks, pale as if coated with a layer of putty. Truly deserving of being the only named White Zetsu, his abilities were remarkable. Are you here to tell me what it feels like? White Zetsu, then let out a bizarre scream. Countless wooden hands behind him were also smashing towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan relied on his flying ability to dodge. But these fists seemed to stretch infinitely, and their tracking ability made Lin Nan's scalp tingle. Looking at the rampant white Zetsu, Lin Nan scoffed. Can't do physical techniques, huh? Then just watch. Finally, Lin Nan grew tired of dodging, standing still and allowing the massive hands to sweep over his body without causing any harm. Oh, is it the same as that little brat's ability? White Zetsu was quite surprised. Water release, great exploding water collapsing wave. Gag, with a clap of his hands. A massive wave surged from Lin Nan's mouth, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Xiao Nan, watching from the ground, still had a face full of disdain. How disgusting. A waterfall cascaded down, and the surging water quickly enveloped the entire area, forming an enormous spherical water prison. Although the water prison couldn't completely encase the Buddha statue, submerging half of it was entirely possible. What's this? Want to take a bath? White Zetsu stood on the statue, laughing mockingly. Lin Nan stopped the technique, calmly glanced at White Zetsu, and then went to look for Xiao Nan. Is it over? Seeing Lin Nan return, Xiao Nan was quite surprised, only to see a mass of black flames engulfing White Zetsu fall into the giant water prison. Finally, White Zetsu attempted to use the Great Buddha for a physical cooling method, as those in the know would understand. However, the Buddha's arms striking the water didn't stir up any waves. In the end, Xiao Nan saw White Zetsu, in a desperate situation, climb back up to the top of the Buddha, over 100 arms relentlessly smashing down on his head. Chapter 28, How Should We Say Goodbye? With chips flew everywhere, and the scene was astonishing. What does it feel like to see a 100-meter-tall Buddha statue with over 100 arms frantically striking its own head? It's almost like a girl with a cockroach jumping on her hair. Not to mention Xiao Nan, even Lin Nan felt like he was seeing something new. The physical method of extinguishing fire is nothing compared to this. However, this action can only leave one shattered, and the black flames grew even more intense. In the end, the giant Buddha statue collapsed with a loud crash, creating a massive wave upon hitting the water. But thanks to the water's cushioning, it did not impact the ground at all. So that is how it is after dying once. Xiao Lin has become more perceptive. Xiao Nan's voice was calm as water. I'll take that as a compliment. Lin Nan chuckled awkwardly. He glanced at the distant cave and knew the battle inside was still ongoing. Ding! S-rank technique. White activation technique, Yao Shidu, has been added to the skill library. Ding! SSS rank technique. Inorganic rebirth, Yao Shidu, has been added to the skill library. Ding! SSS rank ocular technique. Illusion, Izanami, Uchiha Itachi, has been added to the skill library. The system chimed in succession, and Lin Nan was overjoyed. No wonder it's a battle of gods. Most of Yao Shidu's skills are not very useful. Even if Lin Nan could use them, he wouldn't due to their unpleasant nature. However, this inorganic rebirth was undoubtedly the greatest gain. Inorganic rebirth can grant life to any lifeless object without chakra, allowing it to fight alongside oneself. This technique's potential is somewhat limited in the small cave filled with stalactites. Just imagine if the battlefield were in the Ninja World War. The entire land would be your supporting army, and the terrain could be altered as desired, as long as there is enough chakra. What's wrong? A hint of panic appeared on Xiao Nan's calm face. Lin Nan gave a bitter smile, and then shakily placed his hand on Xiao Nan's head. I have to go. Xiao Nan. No, don't. Xiao Nan's beautiful eyes widened, filled with panic. The Edo Tensei has to be released. This is beyond my control. Lin Nan felt a twinge of reluctance. Xiao Nan extended her trembling hand, placing it on. Chapter 29 Sasuke. So what if I'm a protagonist? I'll still take you down. Sasuke's voice was cold, but filled with confusion. What is going on? Aren't you reanimated? I'm certainly reanimated, but for some reason, I haven't ascended. Lin Nan replied. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, but the next second, he broke into a smile filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Lin Nan chuckled. What are you planning to do, little brat? Little brat? Sasuke sneered. Little Lin, from the Akatsuki, you all deserve to die. Lin Nan waved his hand. Don't speak so definitively. Don't you really want to take revenge? Looking at Lin Nan's teasing smile, Sasuke's killing intent grew even stronger. Sasuke could be considered someone who repays grudges, and his arrogance after gaining power was evident to all. This meant he wouldn't mind killing Lin Nan. But had Lin Nan offended him? Only during the Chunin exam in the Death Forest. Moreover, that couldn't really be considered an offense. To put it simply, Lin Nan had even saved him from Orochimaru. Perhaps it affected his ego, which he still held a grudge over. Additionally, during the recent battle with Kabuto, Lin Nan had held back and didn't use his full strength, so to Sasuke, Lin Nan might seem like an easy target. Lin Nan's attitude had also irritated Sasuke to the extreme. He showed no respect for him at all, showing no respect for a powerful opponent. He even joked and laughed with his brother. This was unforgivable. But would killing Lin Nan affect the battle? Not at all. Furthermore, Lin Nan was already a dead man. He just didn't know why the reanimation had not been lifted. Since that was the case, Sasuke didn't mind helping to manually lift it. Amaterasu. At that moment, Sasuke's Sharingan activated, and a wave of chakra descended upon Lin Nan. Fire style, black flame. Suddenly, that black flame blossomed like a flower, drawing an astonishing arc as it directly ensnared Lin Nan, who had tried to dodge. The black flames roared and burned, enveloping Lin Nan within. Sigh. Lin Nan sighed, bathing in the black flames, yet remained unfazed. Is this interesting, Sasuke? Sasuke mocked with a smile. It turns out I only need a moment of inspiration to take your life. Lin Nan merely looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 30. The sky cleared and the rain stopped. Ere Juzi set off again. Chapter 31. Thanks to the old buddy for the meteorite. What is his name? In the arena, Shueiwa looked at Sasuke, who was holding his head and screaming in agony, and asked in confusion, "What's his name?" "His name is Sasuke," Lin Nan replied, glancing at him, which made Sasuke quickly hide behind Zhongwu, revealing a pair of speechless eyes. However, in the next moment, Zhongwu flew forward and supported Sasuke under the gradually dissipating Susanoo. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of glass shattering in their ears. Sasuke, at that instant, woke up from his dream, and his Sharingan returned to its normal pitch-black pupils. Filled with fear, Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly and asked with interest, "Illusion? What did you show him?" Lin Nan shrugged and said, "Just the scene he feared the most. At least the one he used to fear the most." "Oh." Orochimaru nodded meaningfully. "So what do you plan to do now that you've been resurrected?" Lin Nan asked. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke, who still seemed immersed in fear, and said, "For some reason, I feel like I've lost my desire for immortality. Now I just want to see how far this young man can go." The tone of that statement was rather ominous. Lin Nan felt a bit speechless. "Lost your desire for immortality? Are you sure you haven't found a way to achieve it instead? Don't think I don't know that years later, Naruto will have wrinkles while you're getting younger, so young that your gender might change. If I could be resurrected, I could use this trick to avoid death." The application of the curse mark didn't seem like a ninjutsu. "We'll talk about it later." "Lin Nan, over here." After receiving Zhongwu's chakra infusion, Sasuke finally recovered. Glaring fiercely at Lin Nan, his voice trembling. "As long as you make a sound, your Hawk Squad will come to save you." Truly living up to the name. Lin Nan teased with a smile, giving a light clap. Sasuke trembled in anger, and the next moment, his chakra began to surge again. Lin Nan, however, spoke meaningfully. "You must be familiar with the technique I just used, right? Do you now realize how ridiculous it was that you broke the illusion your brother cast on you back then?" Sasuke fell silent, and his chakra gradually calmed down. "Orochimaru, I need you to bring back the first Hokage using the Edo Tensei. I have questions for them." Sasuke finally remembered the important matter. Chapter 32 question. How does Edo Tensei lead to the downfall of romantic feelings? Edo Tensei release. With a loud shout from Uchiha Madara after forming seals, he successfully covered the system notification sound in Lin Nan's mind. "It's here." Tsunade looked at Uchiha Madara in surprise for a moment before suddenly reacting, her voice slightly stuttering. "Hurry, can't you copy him?" Lin Nan looked at Tsunade's anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hurry up, stop laughing, or the soul will fly away." Tsunade was so anxious that she almost gave Lin Nan another slap on the head. "Clap." Lin Nan clapped his hands. "What are you clapping for? To form seals?" Tsunade scolded again, nearly fuming. Terumi May also echoed from the side. "Lin Nan, don't get excited. ISNT this thing just about shouting what you want." Edo Tensei release. As Lin Nan's voice fell, the light around him disappeared and steam appeared. Lin Nan's body from Edo Tensei stabilized. After this move, Lin Nan could survive, forever relying on the body of Edo Tensei. Excited? Even though Lin Nan was mentally prepared, he felt a sense of relief at that moment. The second goal was accomplished. Tsunade and the others also sighed in relief upon seeing this. "Lin Nan, how is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you?" Standing on a high stone pillar, Uchiha Madara, who had also stabilized, crossed his arms and spoke to Lin Nan. Lin Nan didn't reply, just gave him a thumbs up. When did I sink into romantic feelings? Lin Nan complained helplessly. I'm like this now. How can I sink? I need to have the ability. There are tears everywhere when I talk about it. Lin Nan had been in this world for a full 7 years. According to the age he came over with from his previous life, he was already 27 now, being single for 27 years. What does that mean for a vigorous young man? It means Lin Nan is a complete loser. To be precise, Lin Nan had at least experienced a beautiful relationship before. But Uchiha looked at Lin Nan, who seemed to have turned into a black and white board, momentarily stunned, not knowing how his words had struck this extraordinary talent. Terumi May also clung to Lin Nan's arm, unwilling to back down. Stubborn, a child who cannot be taught. Uchiha let out a cold snort upon seeing this, and then directly spat out several fire dragons. Fire release, dragon flame song. Water release, water barrier. Water release, water dragon bullet. Terumi made it in T give Uchiha an easy time either and immediately countered with a massive torrent to block the 4 imposing fire dragons, returning a water dragon bullet to Uchiha. As the water dragon roared towards Uchiha, he slightly raised his hand, and an invisible barrier appeared. Hiss! The water dragon bullet was completely absorbed by Uchiha. Huh! Tsunade shouted loudly, and in that instant, her figure was already close to Uchiha. During the previous confrontation, they had already deduced that Uchiha could not use Susanoo when activating the Rinnegan, and when using the Sharingan, he could not use the Rinnegan's ocular techniques. The Rinnegan is not afraid of any ninjutsu, but if the timing is right, one can win with taijutsu. So Tsunade launched a surprise attack. Painful heavenly foot. With a stomp, Uchiha didn't have time to switch his eyes. In that moment, he spread his palm. An invisible wave of energy surged forth. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Tsunade was knocked back. But the attack from the 5 Kage had only just begun. Here comes a duck neck. Lightning flickered as Reikage charged forward again. The cooldown time for Shinra Tensei is 5 seconds. That 5 seconds is the key to victory. Looking back, a sky full of yellow sand was already rushing over. But do not underestimate this legendary person's taijutsu ability. Uchiha eyes moved, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he kicked Reikage over and soared into the air, dodging the gravel attack, then suddenly exhaled a cloud of pitch-black smoke. Fire release, dust concealment technique. Wind release, wind kill array. Whoosh! As Lin Nan unleashed wind release, a fierce wind rose up, instantly blowing away the smoke. Uchiha attempt to sneak attack using the smoke also fell through and landed aside. But at this moment, his eyes had already transformed into Sharingan, and these ninjutsu were no longer effective. Lin Nan, we have plenty of time. Take your time to consider. Uchiha glanced at Lin Nan indifferently. Lin Nan didn't respond. The next moment, the nature of his chakra began to change. As Lin Nan's appearance became ugly, he clapped his hands and shouted, Senjutsu, inorganic rebirth. Gome, try a new trick. Seeing this, Uchiha slightly frowned. The Sharingan could observe the air around him beginning to fill with Lin Nan's chakra. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Boom! A huge sound of collapse answered Uchiha doubts. Uchiha stepped into empty air, immediately used Susanoo to wrap himself. However, when he finally saw the surroundings, he found that a massive, deep pit had appeared beneath him. This pit was pitch black and clearly bottomless. A ninjutsu that can alter the terrain? Uchiha smiled slightly, his skeletal arm suddenly extending, wanting to grab the nearby twisted trunk. However, just as the skeletal arm was about to grasp the trunk inexplicably moved back a distance. You can still control the wood release I created? Uchiha was somewhat surprised, his eyes flashing with interest. Can inorganic rebirth control others' wood release? Obviously not, but it can control the soil beneath the wood release. Looking at Uchiha about to fall into the deep pit, he spat out a breath of fire, using the recoil to soar upward. Roar! Accompanied by a strange roar, a gigantic hand comparable to a golem suddenly reached out from that deep pit, moving rapidly and directly grabbing the figure of Uchiha trying to escape. At the same time, Inoki began to spit out gray, unknown substances into the deep pit. I see. Uchiha roughly guessed the ability of this move and their methods, calmly activating the second stage of Susanoo, directly cutting off that gigantic hand. At the same time, Uchiha figure broke free, wanting to escape using the rubble from the giant hand's collapse. Not a chance. Gaara was controlling the sand to flood towards Uchiha. Great fire destruction. Lin Nan also soared into the air, unleashing a raging flame towards Uchiha Madara. This wave of consecutive attacks even made Uchiha Madara admire them. Lin Nan, I didn't expect you to be a great commander. Chapter 33. Creating a concrete giant, but it's useless. With Uchiha Madara's cold voice falling, flames and gravel surrounded his figure. However, in the next moment, a strong wind swept through and an invisible wave of air stirred around, causing the gravel and flames to change direction. Super Shinra Tensei. As Uchiha Madara spread his arms, all objects were unable to come within half an inch of him. All attacks ceased, and Uchiha Madara stood above the deep pit, looking down at everyone present. Lin Nan, is this the only dance you have? This cannot please me. Uchiha Madara stared at Lin Nan, his gaze contemptuous, as if he were a deity. Roar. A fierce wind exploded, causing Uchiha Madara's long hair to dance wildly. He could sense an extremely massive chakra appearing beneath the pit. Tailed beast? No, it wasn't the chakra of a tailed beast. What kind of chakra is this so enormous? Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly as he looked to the side, where Lin Nan's 20 or so wooden clones were continuously channeling chakra. What an astonishing existence. With unbelievable abilities and bizarre skills, Lin Nan, Uchiha Madara murmured, but in the next moment, his fighting spirit surged. Let the show begin. I want to truly appreciate this unparalleled dance. Just then, a gigantic shadow slowly rose from the deep pit, containing an overwhelming chakra and a tremendous might. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted. At that moment, he seemed to see the Outer Path Golem. It was about the same size as the Outer Path Golem, but clearly not biological. It was a giant made entirely of reinforced concrete. That's right, reinforced concrete. To be precise, it was golden steel. The giant's entire body shimmered with a bluish hue, and the specks of light were gold. I see. Uchiha Madara looked at the enormous existence before him, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. It turns out that the cement and water used in the pit earlier were not meant to trap me, but were combined with stone and gold dust, along with the earlier fire style, to create a concrete giant. Lin Nan, I wasn't particularly fond of those who create ninjutsu, but this move has indeed amazed me. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but praise Lin Nan. Let's temporarily call this the 5 shadows technique. Lin Nan said casually. 5 shadows? Uchiha Madara glanced at the other 5 and smiled without saying much. What are you laughing at? The hot-tempered Reikage couldn't hold back first. It was only right. After all, he and the Hokage hadn't put in any effort. But could Reikage bear this? Clearly not, but he had no choice. After being held back by Gaara, he just went along with it. Meanwhile, the towering giant in the arena astonished everyone present. The 4th Division, observing from a distance, could even see this giant. However, they didn't know whose ninjutsu it was, but that didn't prevent them from regarding it as a divine being. Truly a master of ninjutsu. Even the well-informed Noki couldn't help but be amazed. It's too big, so large that it seems beyond the control of chakra. That kid made himself use the cement technique, made the Mizukage use water style, and extracted his own chakra. It turns out he was creating a god. This giant, although made of cement, should still be unable to withstand your blow, right? Lin Nan said humbly. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Since you know, why waste your energy? Moreover, a giant of this size cannot be manipulated easily. It should be useless in this battle. Not necessarily. Lin Nan snapped his fingers. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The concrete giant swung its fist, striking Uchiha Madara with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. Uchiha Madara was directly knocked away, but he managed to halt his figure in mid-air, his Edo Tensei body nearly shattered under the force of a single punch. This punch, heavier than 10,000 pounds. Zulfust. Uchiha Madara looked at the concrete giant in disbelief, as if it wasn't made of concrete, but like a living giant human that could move normally without being burdened by its weight. However, Uchiha Madara's battle IQ was outstanding. In an instant, he understood. So this is the true effect of that technique? On the battlefield, it's simply a ferocious beast that devours people. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the giant, then looked at Lin Nan. Before he could speak, the giant, accompanied by a howling wind, charged again. This time, Uchiha Madara easily dodged the giant's attack, but one must know that this giant was tireless. Even though Uchiha Madara had flying abilities and was agile, he could not avoid the residual attacks. The force of that giant's punch was enough to destroy any defense. Concrete truly is the eternal god, Lin Nan thought to himself. However, this inorganic reincarnation is indeed useful. Next time I can use it to restrain the Outer Path Golem as well. One must know that while the Outer Path Golem is a living being, It has no self-awareness, akin to a shell. So it relies heavily on the summoner to manipulate it with outer path power, making its massive body cumbersome. But when the outer path golem transforms into the Ten Tails, it gains its own consciousness, significantly increasing its power and agility. The current concrete giant is similar. Lin Nan's inorganic reincarnation granted it vitality, even giving it simple thoughts, much like a single-celled organism. What Lin Nan needed to do was continuously provide chakra. Regarding this, Lin Nan's Edo Tensei body combined with would release cells was more than sufficient. Lin Nan looked at the 20 or so supply troops behind him, feeling quite pleased. Matter, let me see your ultimate move. At this moment, it seemed Uchihamadara had read Lin Nan's thoughts. After landing, he stopped talking and began forming hand seals, simultaneously summoning a gigantic Susanoo, with 4 enormous hands also beginning to form seals. Is it coming? Lin Nan halted the concrete giant's movements, quietly watching Uchihamadara. What are you waiting for? Take advantage of his weakness. Reikage shouted. Little Lin, I sense an exceptionally surging chakra. We must stop him. Gaara echoed. But Lin Nan shook his head. We cannot stop him during this process. Let us just wait and see. Since the main force Lin Nan said so. The 5 shadows had nothing more to say. Tsunade trusted Lin Nan, but still felt a bit worried. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with indescribable brilliance. The 3rd target completed. Wow! Under the immense chakra and ocular power, Uchiha's Susanoo began to rise layer by layer. The dazzling blue became even more intense at this moment. Ding! Chapter 34. Complete Body Susanoo, the Power of God Boom. Looking again at Uchihamadara, a towering giant had appeared before everyone's eyes. The giant, glowing with blue light, wore armor, donned a Tengu mask, had wings sprouting from its back, and wielded a katana. Just standing there, it was already terrifying. The air seemed to be crazily compressed in that moment, causing everyone to feel breathless. At that moment, only one word floated in everyone's hearts. God. Ding. SSSI technique. Complete Body Susanoo, Uchihamadara, has been added to the skill library. Note, this skill consumes a tremendous amount of ocular power. Use with caution. Lin Nan was stunned upon hearing the system's announcement. This was the first time he had heard a warning from the system after copying a skill. In front of this complete body Susanoo, the equally massive concrete giant had completely faded in comparison. The concrete giant was merely composed of inorganic materials, while Susanoo was entirely a product of chakra and ocular power, making it utterly incomparable. The two were only 10 meters apart, but their auras were worlds apart. How could a firefly dare to compete with the bright moon? It was simply a dimensional strike. Lin Nan looked at the gigantic Susanoo, marveling while also showing a hint of admiration. He had never seen such a shocking sight in either anime or manga. This was simply a work of art, a gift from the heavens. Originally, Lin Nan thought his concrete giant would be enough to withstand the complete body Susanoo, but now it seemed like a delusion. Uchihamadara, within the complete body Susanoo, looked at Lin Nan and slowly spoke. Now this is the peak of my life. Lin Nan, you have the ability to copy. So can you copy this move? Lin Nan did not respond. Just like the others, gazing up at such terrifying power, unable to extricate himself. Uchihamadara was very pleased with this attitude. After all, this was a power that could rival that of a god. The entirety of what Uchihamadara had been proud of in his lifetime. Of course, all of this had dissipated after encountering that man. But in this era, he could fully unleash all of his power and dance wildly in this world, with no one to stop him. Chapter 35. Uchihamadara's Mouth Ninjutsu. In Mountain Splitter, Uchihamadara explained the profound truths to Lin Nan as if he were an elder. We are born relying on our parents' upbringing, on our wives for reproduction, on our children and grandchildren for support, and on our friends for assistance. Can we say that we are using them? Are they just my pawns? Lin Nan furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling how powerful Uchihamadara's verbal skills were. He should have protected Naruto's shadow clone better. Uchihamadara then spread his arms wide, standing amidst the towering Susanoo, as if proclaiming the gospel to the world. You cannot deny, Lin Nan, that a person's life is all about using others and being used by others. Even if we realize it, we merely call it helping each other, but fundamentally, it is indeed exploitation, isn't it? Since it is a mutually beneficial relationship, if you have value, I can willingly allow myself to be used by you. If you have no value that I can exploit, then why should I allow you to use me? Think about it. Lin Nan, if one of your friends cannot help you with anything but repeatedly seeks your help, would you still want to befriend this person? So, in short, this is life. Uchihamadara's eyes revealed wisdom that saw through all worldly matters. I invite you now because you have the value of being used by me, and I can also be utilized by you. This is an equivalent exchange. Why should there be talk of pawns? Not to mention Lin Nan. Even the others were left dizzy by Uchiha Madara's words. Is there reason in this? As Lin Nan had this thought, he suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar. Damn, pyramid scheme? Perhaps accustomed to being deceived in his previous life. Lin Nan quickly adjusted his thoughts. Dare to CPU me? Lin Nan was angry. The thing he hated most was being CPU'd. If it weren't for being CPU'd by the company in his past life, how could he have ended up in this situation? Thinking about it made Lin Nan furious, and he immediately manipulated the concrete giant to punch Uchiha Madara. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was quite pleased with his verbal skills and didn't mind the concrete giant's attack, easily dodging it with Susanoo while simultaneously delivering a sword slash. Swish! At that moment, it was as if the dim sky brightened and an unparalleled sword light quietly passed. Looking at the concrete giant, it was already split in half. Damn, even concrete can't stop it? Lin Nan's pupils constricted, feeling he had underestimated this katana's power. He had only known it could split mountains. But it turned out even concrete couldn't withstand its might. Just that, Uchiha Madara showed a disappointed expression, as if to say he hadn't even exerted himself, and Lin Nan had already fallen. Not over yet. Lin Nan shouted lightly, and then urged his chakra again, instantly restoring the concrete giant, while a blue light surged. Oh! Uchiha Madara's smile grew even wider. Lin Nan jumped onto the concrete giant's head, and with his arrival, blue armor appeared on the surface of the concrete giant, completely enveloping it. As a magnificent and fierce Tengu mass covered its head, the Susanoo's transformation was fully completed. Once the complete Susanoo was mastered, its chakra armor could cover any object. The super awesome blue cat was thus completed, and now Lin Nan was the super awesome giant. Two similarly colored yet distinct mechs stood on the battlefield, creating an equal footing that made the watching five Kage breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, when the complete Susanoo appeared earlier, the five Kage were almost in despair. But still, we the five Kage of the ninja villages now have to rely on a kid to support us. What a joke, Noki said somewhat unwillingly. But what use was the unwillingness? In the face of absolute strength, everything was futile. In the original storyline, without Lin Nan's appearance, shortly after Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo showed up, none of the five would have been left standing. That was sheer crushing power. But now, everything was uncertain. Sure enough, can the complete Susanoo be replicated? Uchiha Madara looked at the giant before him, which was more solid than his own Susanoo, with an increasingly complex expression. Lin Nan didn't rush to attack. He just spoke up. So you mean, you can help me resurrect, but what do I need help with? Don't you think we have transcended the cycle now? Uchiha Madara said. Transcended the cycle? Lin Nan nodded. Indeed, once the Edo Tensei user breaks free from control, they can achieve immortality. But this kind of immortality is quite meaningless, right? Just like Hashirama and I. Now we just need to join forces. With your and my abilities, this world will have two deities. We will set the rules, we will dispense rewards and punishments, and we will write history. Don't you think that this way, we will bring true harmony to this world, not this false facade before us? Uchiha Madara said meaningfully. Lin Nan remembered seeing a viewpoint in that unburnable material, suggesting that the peace of a new era was mainly due to the extreme powers of Sasuke and Naruto. Basically, all factions knew they were the heroes saving the ninja world with immense strength. But even so, there would still be small-scale friction and turmoil. Lin Nan recalled his previous life, where although he lived in a peaceful country, the global patterns seemed to have reached a strange balance point. Even so, those small places still experienced constant warfare. There was no such thing as peace. So, does true peace really exist? As Uchiha Madara said, it was nothing more than using his abilities to overthrow the allied shinobi forces, making it easier to initiate the infinite Tsukuyami. That was indeed right. By then, the world would only have him and Uchiha Madara, two Edo Tensei users, while everyone else would be absorbed by the divine tree, achieving world peace. They say wherever there are people, there are conflicts. This was good. It fundamentally solved the problem. Madara, our current world is quite harmonious. It's you and your people who have broken this stability. Hearing Tsunade's loud shout, Lin Nan shook his head and slowly replied, there's no point in saying much. If you can defeat me, I might consider it. Ha. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Do you know why I'm so fond of you, Lin Nan? Huh. Lin Nan shivered all over. Thanks, but no need. Uchiha Madara continued. Because I think you're wild enough. Taming an arrogant person must be a huge sense of accomplishment. Well said, don't say it next time. Chapter 36. Uchiha Madara, Women only affect your sword drawing speed. A massive katana suddenly appeared in the hands of Lin Nan Susanoo. Let's begin the dance. Uchiha Madara raised the katana and directly slashed towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan raised his sword to block. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. The shockwave rising into the sky, scattering the clouds at the horizon. The ground was ravaged by fierce winds, and the five Kage had to use chakra to stabilize their forms. This is a battle of gods. Gaara cheered as the two colossal blue giants began a frenzied exchange of blades, sword lights bursting forth, shattering the very fabric of space wherever they struck. Lin Nan's giant was slightly smaller than Uchiha Madara's and more agile, allowing him to find tricky angles to stab at Uchiha Madara. Madara's katana was a weapon that came with Susanoo, effortlessly cleaving through mountains and stones, so either side would instantly lose a piece if struck by the other's weapon. Because Lin Nan was more agile than Uchiha Madara, after several exchanges, Madara found himself at a disadvantage. Very good, Lin Nan, very good. Uchiha Madara laughed maniacally amidst their back and forth, then maneuvered Susanoo to take a step back and began forming hand seals. Would release, would world resurrection. Countless thick trunks began to sprout beneath Lin Nan's giant, binding its form. A futile effort. Lin Nan coldly shouted, then clapped his hands. Would release, would world resurrection. Similarly, trunks sprouted under Uchiha Madara's Susanoo at the same time. Ha ha, there's more. Uchiha Madara laughed, unhurried, and formed seals again. Would release, would dragon technique. In the next moment, a wooden giant dragon suddenly shot out from beneath Lin Nan, firmly binding him and leaving him unable to move. Would release, would dragon technique. Lin Nan mimicked him, sending a wooden dragon to entangle Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Feel free to use whatever you have. Lin Nan took a slight breath, sneering. Uchiha Madara, however, looked at Lin Nan mockingly and slowly spoke. You have quite a lot of chakra, don't you? Same to you. Lin Nan smiled, but deep down, he felt uncertain. The look in Uchiha Madara's eyes made him feel as if he were completely exposed. Lin Nan's chakra was indeed an endless pit, all just minor details. But his mental energy was limited. Mental power is not the same as ocular power, but it is related. For instance, if both parties have the same ocular power and use Genjutsu against each other, the one with higher mental power will win. Additionally, summoning techniques, especially those involving lifeless objects that require personal control, like Pain's animal path, necessitate higher mental energy for control. The higher the mental power, the more one can control. The situation was the same now. Uchiha Madara was controlling Susanoo, Wood Release, and the Wood Dragon. But Lin Nan, in addition to controlling these, was also managing the cement giant created by inorganic rebirth. For Lin Nan at this moment, aside from inorganic rebirth, everything else was merely supplementary. Inorganic rebirth was strong, but it consumed a massive amount of mental energy. It was not like Susanoo or the Outer Path Golem, which were entirely created by oneself. Applying the same ninjutsu on such a massive entity was like one person trying to drive two or even several cars. One could attempt it, but the body wouldn't allow it. This is why Lin Nan had created over 20 wooden clones to help share the chakra burden, needing more energy to control the cement giant. However, if Uchiha Madara realized that Lin Nan lacked mental power, it would be like lifting a rock to smash his own foot. After unlocking the wood release cells, Lin Nan's chakra capacity might be comparable to Uchiha Madara's, but in terms of mental power, he likely fell short. After all, this man had once controlled the Nine Tails. Living things are much harder to control than lifeless ones. However, Lin Nan did not care about this point, because Lin Nan had never been alone. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Madara sneered, then formed seals again, causing another wood dragon to appear, this time beside him. Your giant is indeed impressive, but now it has become your obstacle. Can you control another wood dragon? Uchiha Madara provocatively looked at Lin Nan. Why not? Lin Nan pretended to show off, causing another wood dragon to rise from the trunks around him, roaring wildly at Uchiha Madara. Not bad, not bad. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands. Then what about this? Uchiha Madara formed seals, his chakra surging, and a massive trunk grew up, revealing a strange outline. What is that? Lin Nan widened his eyes. In the next moment, a humanoid giant completely detached from the trunk. The wooden figure possessed a size comparable to a complete Susanoo, with a huge head and an ugly demon face. But this did not diminish the vitality radiating from its entire body. It was the wood release, wood human technique. The wood dragon spiraled and then landed on the enormous wooden figure. Uchiha Madara then said, "There's another wooden person. Can you replicate it again? Let me open my eyes. Lin Nan's expression darkened. This guy really saw through him. It felt as if he were naked, completely exposed. Not worthy of being Uchiha Madara. Before Lin Nan could speak, Uchiha Madara mockingly suggested, "Why don't I give you a hand?" Saying this, Uchiha Madara controlled the wooden figure to head towards where the Kage were. "You dare!" Lin Nan's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he broke free from the wood release's restraints, wanting to intervene. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to block Lin Nan's path, simultaneously slashing down with his sword. Lin Nan found himself somewhat fatigued, his expression flustered. "Is your sword slow?" "Lin Nan, those worldly matters only affect your sword-drawing speed. You should learn to let go. If you can't do it yourself, I'll help you." Uchiha Madara laughed wildly, as if trampling on Lin Nan's bottom line. However, the next moment, in Uchiha Madara's view, he saw Lin Nan's panicked expression suddenly change. Lin Nan smiled gently. "No need to trouble yourself, Lord Madara." Uchiha Madara was slightly taken aback. Then he sensed a massive surge of wood release chakra suddenly expanding from afar. This vibrant life, this flourishing greenery, could it be? Lin Nan was quite pleased with Uchiha Madara's astonished expression. "Don't forget, I'm the man with the power bank." Power bank? Uchiha Madara felt this was not a good term. Boom! Looking over there, Uchiha Madara's wooden figure collapsed to the ground, and another giant wooden figure, distinct from the previous one, appeared in everyone's sight. "What is that?" Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Lin Nan laughed. "Do you recall the fear of being dominated by Hashimama?" Chapter 37. Experience the loving beatdown from Thousand-Handed Dad. Is that really Thousand-Hand? Uchiha Madara stared intently at the newly appeared wooden figure, but after a moment, he slowly shook his head. "No, it's too small, and it doesn't have that chakra." "Is it a disguise?" "Good eye." Lin Nan clapped his hands. "But it's still good enough." "You little brat." Uchiha Madara laughed instead of getting angry. "Your various ninjutsu must have been copied. I've never used this move, and no one in this world should be able to reach the level of Hashirama. How did you learn it?" "You don't need to worry about that." In the battlefield, Uchiha Madara's wooden figure had slowly stood up, facing a giant Buddha statue of the same size. However, behind the Buddha statue were countless arms. To be precise, both were techniques of wooden figures. Although they shared the same name, their expressions were fundamentally incomparable. The giant Buddha slowly extended its palm, and the countless hands behind it poured down on the wooden figure like a torrential storm, accompanied by the sound of flying wood chips and the earth-shaking noise. The wooden figure quickly fell into a disadvantage, unable to even get back up. The nearby 5 Kage watched this grand scene, momentarily speechless in awe. Over here, 200-meter wooden figures were fighting each other, while over there, 200-meter giants were chopping at each other. What has happened to this world? Has it become the realm of giants? What are we ninjas supposed to do? Wouldn't it just be better to let the giants rule? After the complaints came a deep sense of helplessness. As the current top-tier ninja in the ninja world, faced with such a level of battle, they could only watch. Just then, Inoki also revealed a skill. The wooden figure attacked, and Inoki looked at the younger generation with disdain. "It's just a giant. I can do it too." "Suchikage, can you do it too?" Reikage instantly became interested, his spirits lifted. "Watch closely, I will only use it once." After saying this, Inoki clapped his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth human technique. Boom! The ground began to tremble, and soon after, a burly earth figure rose from the ground. "Suchikage, is this your giant technique?" "Where's the giant?" Reikage said irritably upon seeing this. Inoki looked at the earth figure, which compared to the wooden figure looked like a baby in swaddling clothes, and stubbornly said, "Don't rush." The next second, Inoki applied chakra again, encasing the earth figure in layers of earth, causing its height to rise again, reaching about 40 to 50 meters. "Impressive, Suchikage. Block that wooden figure. I'll help you." Reikage, seeing this, was eager to try. After all, if someone on their side could achieve it, then the enemy's intimidation wouldn't be so strong. Let's test Inoki's strength against the wooden figure. Inoki laughed heartily, controlling the earth figure to charge at the wooden figure, while Reikage was surrounded by lightning, just about to move forward. However, the next second, the wooden figure suddenly paused, looked down, and saw a pile of earth blocks without caring, then continued towards the 5 Kage. "Ah!" As the earth figure turned into earth blocks, Inoki screamed in pain. It turned out his old back had twisted again. Everyone present could hardly bear to look, but they were all ready for battle. At that moment, Lin Nan's wooden clone had Tsunade infuse chakra into its body. Uchiha Madara was right. A person's mental power is indeed limited. However, any type of clone technique has its own independent thoughts, and naturally, the mental power is separate. Lin Nan's wooden clone continuously supplied chakra to the inorganic reincarnation, but that didn't prevent him from summoning another giant Buddha. And having Tsunade infuse chakra was because she possessed the bloodline of the first Hokage. Sure enough, under the enhancement of Tsunade's chakra, the wooden release that Lin Nan performed was even more exquisite than what White Zetsu had previously displayed. The hands behind it were even more numerous and longer than before. Soon after, the wooden figure crumbled into a pile of wood chips under the strikes of the giant Buddha. However, this level is not enough to defeat me. Uchiha Madara looked at Lin Nan, but the smile on his face had already disappeared. Is that so? Lin Nan manipulated the giant to pounce towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara slightly shook his head, then began to gather power for a sword strike. Swish! A huge sword light flashed up, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the heavens. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and the Tai Chi sword that Lin Nan raised to block was unexpectedly broken in response. In the next moment, the giant's head beneath Lin Nan was directly severed and flew off. Lin Nan leaped up, astonished to see Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, which had two swords. This guy had been hiding his strength. Everything will come to an end. Uchiha Madara seemed to no longer show mercy this time, merging the two swords into one, raising a towering sword energy that directly slashed towards the distant giant Buddha. This sword was accompanied by a thunderous force, an unstoppable momentum, as if Mount Tai was pressing down and the heavens were collapsing. Just standing next to the giant Buddha, the five Kage couldn't help but tremble under this force. Is this Uchiha Madara's full power strike? Truly terrifying. This is bad. This was the common thought of the five Kage, as they were within the coverage of this colossal, incomprehensible sword light. At this moment, it seemed that all resistance and opposition would be in vain. Gaara, like back then under the heavenly obstruction star, completely gave up resistance. A sense of despair enveloped the entire dome. Of course, some still believed in Lin Nan. Just then, it was still Inoki who stepped forward. Being of old age, he would live for many more years anyway, and now he was prepared to die without hesitation. Dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki's hands emitted a matrix of light, but his spell casting was too slow, seemingly unable to keep up. Am I going to die here? Inoki's face was filled with unwillingness. Don't you know the Earth human technique? Create another one to resist. Reikiju shouted. Shut up. Inoki snapped back irritably. This battle seemed to make the five Kage completely like spectators. In the face of Uchiha Madara's overwhelming strength, they felt like powerless children. Smack! However, at this critical moment, a sound that resonated through heaven and earth suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up to see that the 100-handed giant Buddha had extended 4 hands to firmly catch the sword light in its palms. Catching a blade with bare hands? Uchiha Madara was somewhat stunned by this scene. It was comparable to how Hashirama's mother didn't even dare to say she caught my blade, although he let me have 2 hands. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Madara revealed a look of realization and gloom. That is his Susanoo armor. At this moment, the giant Buddha was covered in a layer of blue armor, and even all the arms behind it were covered in a blue armored substance. Susanoo wrapped around the giant Buddha, making its grand appearance. You kid, you sure know how to play. Uchiha Madara stared fiercely at Lin Nan, momentarily unable to say anything else. Just average. Lin Nan smiled slightly, then clapped his hands again. At the same time, a wooden clone appeared beside him without anyone noticing. Sage art, non-organic rebirth. Wood style, advent of the tree world. Do you think you can control me? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, just as he was about to take flight. He found his feet firmly bound by thick branches, with a wooden dragon roaring wildly among them. Lin Nan, what do you want? A hint of seriousness finally appeared in Uchiha Madara's eyes. What do I want? Lin Nan sneered and leapt high into the air, the imposing giant Buddha already at his feet. Uchiha Madara widened his eyes, only to see the giant Buddha spreading its arms like a blue peacock, with countless arms shimmering with blue light, rushing towards him like shooting stars. You little brat. Uchiha Madara's body was immobilized, but he could still swing his sword. However, 2 of his blades were firmly grasped by 4 hands. Today, I'll let you have 4 hands. With style, true 1,000 hands. Lin Nan shouted coldly. Of course, this was just for show. Scaring him a bit isn't too much to ask. Chapter 38, Madara Uchiha. This is what I call a strategic retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Countless arms, at least 200 or 300 of them, flashed with blue light, dazzling like fireworks, but when they fell, they showed no mercy. Lin Nan, Madara Uchiha, seemed to want to say something, but was soon overwhelmed by the relentless waves of attacking arms. Was all the fear really just due to insufficient firepower? The sensation before him was comparable to a missile bombardment. Lin Nan. At this moment, the 5 Kage appeared beside Lin Nan. "What are you all doing here?" Lin Nan asked, somewhat uneasy. After all, this was the legendary Madara Uchiha. Who knew if he would counterattack before dying? "Of course. We're here to take advantage of his weakness." Reikage Ei's hearty laughter rang out. Inoki looked proud and said, "How can we let you do all the work? We 5 Kage are not just decorations." "You're definitely not decorations. Decorations at least stand upright. With such a frenzied bombardment, Madara Uchiha should not be able to withstand it, right?" Tsunade asked. Lin Nan shook his head and looked at Inoki, saying, "Let us both release dust release at the same time and completely cover Madara Uchiha Susanoo. Let us see if we can eliminate him." Inoki nodded, but then looked at Lin Nan in surprise. "You can use dust release too? Just learned it." Lin Nan smiled slightly, then clasped his hands together. "Dust release. Original world separation technique. Dust release. Original world separation technique." Inoki was not to be outdone, and the two of them soon had their matrices flashing in their hands. "You go high, I go low," Lin Nan whispered. "Okay." Clang. With a sharp sound, a vast area, along with the dust, completely vanished, leaving only the remaining fragments of dust and Susanoo on either side. Lin Nan stopped the Buddha's bombardment and glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade understood and began checking for any chakra fluctuations. However, in the next moment, countless dark lights shot out from the nearby dust. "Watch out." Lin Nan hurriedly maneuvered the Buddha's arms to shield himself and his group. Clang, clang. A series of sounds, like raindrops, fell, and Lin Nan focused to see it was a barrage of black rods. Not good. Lin Nan looked up and saw Madara Uchiha's figure rising rapidly, flying away from here. "Madara, are you trying to escape?" Lin Nan shouted, his body already soaring into the air. If he could eliminate him here, that would be perfect. Seeing Lin Nan take off, Inoki flew up too, while Gaara's sand could carry 4 people, but the speed couldn't keep up. Lin Nan never expected Madara Uchiha to still be alive after such an attack. Dust release could eliminate any object, directly erasing them from existence. So as long as he hit, even with Edo Tensei, Madara would definitely die. But he and Inoki obviously did not hit Madara Uchiha. How could he dodge in this situation? Truly worthy of being Madara Uchiha. "Madara, where do you think you're going? We haven't finished our conversation yet, and you want to leave?" Lin Nan shouted while chasing. Madara Uchiha turned back to glance at Lin Nan, saying, "Lin Nan, I must say, you are quite exceptional. I did not misjudge you. But this is not our main battlefield. If you want to continue, then come with me." Still trying to escape? Lin Nan scoffed. Killing also requires psychological tactics. If he escapes now, wouldn't he just use would release? Would he really not use the 1,000 hands? Madara Uchiha merely snorted. "Little brat, trying to use your tongue, what I said still stands. It's not too late to submit to me now. After you witness my power as a god, it will be too late to regret." Realizing that further chatter was pointless, Lin Nan shot several fireballs at him. However, at this moment, Madara Uchiha was in the Rinnegan form, so it was naturally useless. As soon as Madara Uchiha finished speaking, Lin Nan immediately stopped his attack. Madara Uchiha was the biggest variable in this ninja world war. If he were to fall here, then this battle would become much easier to fight. But Lin Nan was torn. If Madara Uchiha died now, he would miss out on that skill. A skill that could completely resurrect himself. Lin Nan had 3 goals for coming to this battlefield. First, the Hell Stab, which could greatly enhance his taijutsu. Second, the release from Edo Tensei, which would allow him to completely break free from the constraints of Edo Tensei. Although he would still be an Edo Tensei body, he would gain true freedom. Third, the complete Susanoo. All 3 goals had already been accomplished. Now, only one ultimate goal remained. Of course, resurrection. To say he didn't want to be resurrected would be a lie. A living body is far better than anything else, right? Although Lin Nan could gain an immortal body and unlimited chakra during Edo Tensei, he had transcended from an ordinary ninja to a being surpassing the Kage level in an instant. But the beating of a heart, the flow of blood, only a living person can truly feel the splendor of the world, right? If he were to live like this, what would be the meaning? At this moment, Lin Nan finally understood why several previous Hokage chose not to remain in this world. Their mission in life had been fulfilled. Why intervene in reality with a dead body? It can be said that Lin Nan had already planned to resurrect himself for some time after being brought back by Edo Tensei. The Rinnegan's natural technique was a crucial part. To obtain the Rinnegan, He must help Madara Uchiha. But if Madara Uchiha successfully escaped, countless lives would still be lost in this war. How could his own life compare to the lives of thousands? Of course. What does it matter to me? Right now, I'm a mud bodhisattva struggling to cross the river. Lin Nan seemed to have finally made up his mind. After all, he had already saved enough ninjas under the star of Tion AI. So, sacrificing a portion, what's the harm? Lin Nan comforted himself, watching Madara Uchiha disappear into the horizon, pausing his movement. Kid, why aren't you chasing anymore? Inoki caught up and asked. Lin Nan slowly shook his head. It was too late to catch up, but I know where he is going. Let us go together. Though he said this, Lin Nan was still immersed in the choice he had just made. It was like two little people had split off inside him. The Black Devil said, of course. Prioritize your own interests. Why care about others? You've already done enough. The White Angel replied, but your one life in exchange for thousands of living lives. One to your conscience feel uneasy? Damn, did you see that big Buddha just now? You let it rise. You go sit on it. I'm speaking the truth. Anyone with a kind heart would feel panic and unease about this. Isn't that completely normal? Normal or not, ultimately a choice must be made. Besides, even if we try to intercept him, can we guarantee we can stop him? It's better to save our energy. Being self-centered isn't a bad thing, but I feel that if we really do that, even after resurrection, it will leave a nightmare, right? So do you know? The path of the Black Devil. Lin Nan shook his head. The two little figures dissipated. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Nan had already made a choice. Rather, he suddenly thought of something. In the original plot, there was actually a rare opportunity to recreate the dramatic scene where Nagato resurrected all the dead ninjas of Konoha, but it was abruptly interrupted by Madara. To be honest, Lin Nan was planning to play along and act the fool for 100 million times. But now it seems that Madara actually has no connection to the natural use of the rebirth technique. Lin Nan felt as if he had missed out on 100 billion, and the next moment, his figure directly disappeared into the night. Huh, didn't we say we wouldn't chase? A small question mark appeared over Inoki's big head. Chapter 39. Sharing heartfelt words with each other, Uchiha Madara relied on the power of the Rinnegan to fly, much like Pain's Deva path under Nagato's control. However, Uchiha Madara's manipulation of the Rinnegan was evidently far superior to Nagato's, as he was the original owner of the Rinnegan. Nevertheless, no matter how fast he could fly, it couldn't compare to Lin Nan's instantaneous space-time traversal using Kamui. The spatial laws within the Kamui dimension were quite flawed, making it easy to traverse 1,000 miles in a short period of time. Madara, I really don't want to let you go so easily. How about we fight until dawn? At this moment, Uchiha Madara was flying at full speed when the sudden voice made him break out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, being a reanimated corpse, he couldn't sweat. Suddenly jumping away, Uchiha Madara saw the space around him begin to distort, and a figure appeared. Uchiha Madara was not alarmed. He simply looked up at the sky and murmured, "No, it's rain. I really miss it. I don't remember the last time I sweated." Lin Nan, who had appeared, didn't hear what Uchiha Madara was saying and had no interest in it. His only focus was to kill Uchiha Madara and then steal the Rinnegan. The next moment, Lin Nan charged toward Uchiha Madara like lightning, simultaneously producing a black long staff in his hand. This was Lin Nan's reliance. Before this, even Uchiha Madara would have considered Dust Release the only ninjutsu that posed a threat to him. However, the casting time of Dust Release was too long. This little black stick was different. It had a high appearance rate in the original plot, and crucially, it was very effective against reanimated bodies. Even the god of ninjas, the first Hokage and the master of forbidden techniques, the second Hokage, were both thoroughly defeated by Uchiha Madara. Therefore, this technique was immensely powerful against ordinary reanimated corpses, even one as strong as the first Hokage. In other words, it had absolute suppressive power over Uchiha Madara as well. The reason why the black stick used by the White Mask against Lin Nan was ineffective fundamentally lay in the fact that Lin Nan's chakra flow mostly did not pass through the chakra networks, but rather through the system. Thus, the black stick blocking the chakra points was of no use to Lin Nan. Madara, let's continue dancing. Upon seeing the black stick, Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned. After all, in his Chapter 40, the possession of Black Zetsu controlled again a low, hoarse voice, as if hundreds of pounds of chaff were stuck in the throat, emanated from Lin Nan's body. Damn it, Black Zetsu! Lin Nan's eyes were about to burst with rage. Bang! Lin Nan's body fell heavily to the ground, and due to the rain, it only stirred up layers of muddy water without any dust rising. At this moment, both Lin Nan and Uchiha Madara lay quietly on the ground, resembling a scene of mutual destruction. But Lin Nan knew that he had actually lost this battle. Lying on the ground, Lin Nan could only see the pitch-black substance on his body, like venom, slowly extending tentacles like a squid, which then removed the black rods from the similarly collapsed Uchihamadara in just a few moves. Once the black rods were removed, Uchihamadara naturally regained his freedom. He picked up one of the black rods, examined it for a moment, and then thrust it directly into Lin Nan's forehead. "Lin Nan, can you still dance now?" Uchihamadara squatted down, calmly looking at Lin Nan. At this point, almost half of Lin Nan's body was covered by black zetsu, and he could no longer control his speech. However, the next moment, Lin Nan stood up, but at this time, the control over his body was no longer Lin Nan's. It was black zetsu's. "Let us leave you with one last dance, Lin Nan. I told you, it's too late to regret now." After saying this, Uchihamadara flew away, leaving Lin Nan alone, or more accurately, leaving behind a black zetsu. "Little Lin, guess why Lord Madara left us here?" Lin Nan couldn't speak, but he had a very bad premonition in his heart. "Let us have you play nicely with the 5 Kage. The dust release of its Suchikage should make your exit from this world quite comfortable." If Lin Nan could speak at this moment, he would surely be cursing wildly. What kind of technique is this? The system isn't reacting at all. Am I going to flip the boat in the sewer today? Lin Nan would never have imagined that this battle would end in such a way. How did Black Zetsu end up here? Has he been following Uchihamadara all along? In the original plot, it was also at the last moment that Black Zetsu appeared and controlled Obito, leading to Uchihamadara's resurrection. Damn it, I really should compliment you on your timing. Chapter 41. Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Lin Nan's several figures of jumping ninjas were swiftly moving forward. It was Lin Nan's wooden clones along with Sasuke and Orochimaru. Their destination was Konoha Village. The Fourth Shinobi World War was taking place in the Land of Lightning, which was still quite far from the Fire Country's Konoha Village. However, at their pace, 2 hours would be enough for a round trip. After all, the entire Shinobi world map isn't that big. It's hard to believe that the three of us can march side by side like this. Suddenly, Orochimaru spoke up, his strange voice carrying a hint of nostalgia that felt out of place. Lin Nan looked at Orochimaru in surprise and said, "That's not your style?" "Orochimaru," Sasuke coldly interjected. "What do you want to say?" Orochimaru's smile was odd. It might just be his natural way of smiling, rather than the meaning he was conveying. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Beside them, Suigetsu leaned in sneakily towards the honest person, Jugo, and said, "I think I know." Karen also moved closer and asked, "What do you know?" Suigetsu, looking quite pleased with himself, replied, "I naturally know what Lord Orochimaru means." "What does it mean?" Suigetsu lowered his voice and said, "Think about it. Lord Orochimaru was killed by Sasuke, right? So they have a grudge, and Sasuke wants to kill that little Lin. So they also have a grudge, and Lin was previously part of the Akatsuki, and Lord Orochimaru was also part of Akatsuki, so obviously there was a grudge there too." "Oh, you mean these three people all have grudges against each other?" Karen realized, and then she looked at the starlight and said, "Then I need to protect Sasuke well." Jugo became vigilant after Suigetsu's words. With a nurturing mother and father figure, it wasn't easy for Sasuke to die, as long as he didn't go off alone. Noticing the suddenly tense atmosphere, Lin Nan was somewhat confused. There indeed was a bit of truth to what Orochimaru said. The three were all part of the same frame. Tracing back to the battle for the scroll in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams in Konoha Village. At that time, Sasuke was just a kid, fresh and fearless, but because of the Uchiha bloodline, he caught Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru was preparing to destroy Konoha by taking out the third Hokage. So Sasuke was pure serendipity for him. Lin Nan didn't want to say much about this teacher-disciple relationship era. After all, Orochimaru and Sasuke had a nominal master-disciple relationship. As for Lin Nan, he was there because the Chunin exams were a great opportunity to enter Konoha, and he had received a mission from the Akatsuki to infiltrate and gather information on the Nine Tails. Still, the same statement applies. Fighting and killing were not Lin Nan's role. Dirty and tiring work was naturally his. So at that time, Lin Nan mixed in with the Rain Village's participating team along with Toby. To be precise, he first met Konoha's team, Seven and Gaara, during that exam. Although Lin Nan had previously been in Konoha, it was during a dark and sunless laboratory period. Under these circumstances, the three met for the first time in the Forest of Death. At that time, Orochimaru played the role of the hunter, playing with his prey, Sasuke, who was naturally proud and initially did not take Orochimaru seriously until Orochimaru revealed a pressure that was on a completely different level. Just when the two were in a heated battle, Lin Nan appeared. He stood between the two. Orochimaru didn't actually want to take Sasuke away just like that. Fearing Lin Nan's Sharingan, which was at least far superior to Sasuke's, he decided to give Lin Nan some face and left in a huff. This is the iconic scene of showing off. Orochimaru, give me some face. And then Orochimaru really left, shocking all the Konoha ninjas. However, this also planted a seed of revenge in Sasuke. Those who show off must die. Only I can show off. Lin Nan represented the Akatsuki, and his appearance was definitely not a good omen for Orochimaru at that time. So it wasn't long before Orochimaru approached Lin Nan, trying to befriend him and inquire about the Akatsuki's intentions. Then the two engaged in a conversation, each with their own hidden agendas. Orochimaru certainly didn't want Lin Nan to interfere with his plans, while Lin Nan wanted to use Orochimaru to achieve his own goals. As for what those goals were, the group finally arrived at Konoha village, but they did not enter through the main gate. Instead, they went around to the other side. Orochimaru's strange laughter came at the right moment. Lin Nan, you must be familiar with this gate, right? Chapter 42, Lin Nan's extremely tragic past, Null, Chapter 43. That man who wanted to tear him apart this battle with Danzo was Lin Nan's first time truly going all out since arriving in this world. Previously, whether it was against Orochimaru or Itachi Uchiha, the encounters had been short-lived, ending after just a couple of exchanges. Danzo was essentially the first true target at the level of a Kage that Lin Nan had encountered. Even without being a Kage, he was formidable enough. Sooner or later, such a day would come, but Lin Nan had not expected it to arrive so quickly. If it weren't for the opportune moment, Lin Nan had originally planned to take revenge in 10 years. Thanks to the cover of the Root's disguise, Lin Nan was not detected immediately after finding Danzo's location. Therefore, his sudden attack quickly yielded results. A one-hit kill, Lin Nan directly pierced what he thought was Danzo's chest. After extracting the heart, Lin Nan realized he was still unsatisfied. It wasn't right. That realization came later. Indeed, this person was not Danzo, nor even a clone, but merely a scapegoat. Truly, Danzo was ruthless to the extreme. Such a rotten character had no reason to exist at all. Lin Nan gritted his teeth in hatred. Even now, he felt like digging up his grave. The Root ninjas quickly surrounded the area, but Lin Nan was unwilling to escape so easily, so he activated the ninjutsu he had just learned. He even decided to take a gamble. A wood release technique broke through the temple, and using the chakra sensing of wood release, Lin Nan indeed found a strong chakra fluctuation. Moreover, this chakra was very complex, similar to his own in some ways. Lin Nan knew he had found Danzo. That old fox was indeed hiding here. Danzo's strength lay in his Izanagi's infinite resurrection. This meant he had a high margin for error. Dying was no big deal. He could just start over. But Lin Nan was different. Although he had copied Izanagi, the cost was the permanent blindness of one Sharingan, which he clearly could not afford. Lin Nan remembered he had killed Danzo 5 times, with the last time even severing his entire arm. However, he also knew that such actions could not stop Danzo's resurrection. At this point, Lin Nan's chakra was depleted, and he could no longer continue to engage with Danzo. He had Kimui for self-preservation, so he could come and go as he pleased. This assassination attempt on Danzo ultimately ended in failure. But this was not the end of the entire assassination. Revenge had to be taken. Lin Nan speculated that with this lesson learned, Danzo the old fox might not come out so easily again. After all, Orochimaru had connections with Danzo in the shadows, and if Orochimaru was willing to help him, then Lin Nan's chances of approaching Danzo would increase significantly. Lin Nan was willing to go to great lengths for revenge. Of course, getting help from Orochimaru was not so easy. However, before Lin Nan could even call upon Orochimaru, an incident occurred in the Rain Village. Lin Nan eventually entered the Konoha prison for the second time as a traitor of the Akatsuki organization. But this time, Lin Nan did not think about revenge. Instead, he was concerned about the whereabouts of a certain corpse, even going so far as to plan a Konoha cleansing operation in advance. At this time, Lin Nan had Itachi Uchiha's Susanoo. At that moment, activating Susanoo in Konoha essentially made him invincible. In the end, Tsunade intervened to calm Lin Nan down, and Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the corpse had not been dissected for research. Afterwards, Lin Nan once again inquired about Danzo. According to Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, she did not like the previous approach, feeling that it was outdated. Therefore, upon taking office, Tsunade burned the 3 things that were fundamentally related to Danzo and Root. Danzo was virtually powerless, no longer residing in the village, and Tsunade had no idea where he was now. At first, Lin Nan thought this was just an excuse from Tsunade, But after investigating in secret, he indeed found that the entire root ninja organization had vanished from Konoha. It should be noted that during the third Hokage's time, at least 5 out of 10 were from Root, 3 were from the Umbu, 1 was ordinary, and 1 was a spy. Since they had disappeared, Lin Nan could only give up. As for what happened next, everything followed the trajectory of history. Danzo ultimately died at Sasuke's hands. After hiding for most of his life, the only time he appeared in the sunlight was at his burial site. This outcome was too lenient for him. So in retrospect, this was Lin Nan's 4th visit to Konoha. Lin Nan let out a barely audible sigh. Reflecting on the past, it wasn't that having a system made one invincible. Success in life was rare, while failure was the main theme. But it was precisely that occasional success that could redeem all failures. People often say, what kind of ending is worthy of all the hardships endured along the way? Lin Nan felt that being able to be reincarnated through Impure world reincarnation was already a great comfort. Not to mention that he had taken such a huge step toward his own resurrection. Orochimaru, had you brought me to this place before? Lin Nan asked, looking at the somewhat familiar surroundings. Orochimaru turned back, puzzled. This is the shrine area of the Land of Waves. How could you have been here? How could I have brought you here? The Land of Waves? Lin Nan frowned. Orochimaru continued. The sealing technique of the corpse demon is from the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Waves, so to untie the bell, one must tie it first. But we previously visited the ruins of the Land of Waves, and the architecture there is somewhat similar to this place, Lin Nan replied. The ruins of the Land of Waves? We went there, Orochimaru said, with a strange expression. Lin, well, we can't say we have a strong grudge. We certainly weren't that close either. Lin Nan's expression also became strange. He wouldn't have misremembered that, as it was one of the conditions he agreed to help Orochimaru find Danzo. However, at this moment, Orochimaru had no reason to lie, and he didn't seem to be lying. It seemed he had forgotten. How could one forget such a thing? Wouldn't that mean he might forget even more things? No wonder Orochimaru was acting so strangely after being resurrected. It all made sense now. Thankfully, he still remembered my name. Suddenly, Lin Nan's footsteps came to a halt. What's wrong? We're almost there, Orochimaru asked. Lin Nan looked at the night sky in the distance, which occasionally flickered like lightning, his expression turning grim. My main body is having problems, Lin Nan said. Orochimaru's expression grew even stranger. If your main body has a problem, shouldn't you disappear as a clone immediately? I'll head back first. You guys continue. With that, Lin Nan's figure sank straight into the ground. Chapter 44 Soul Inquiry. From Kabuto Yakushi, where are we going? Aren't we going to participate in the battle? Xiao Anin suddenly asked. Xiao Anin stopped saying more. Ever since they left Kabuto Yakushi's lair, the two of them had been heading in the opposite direction of the battlefield, and it seemed they were heading towards the Land of Rivers. First of all, the Edo Tensei and the White Zetsu army had been mostly cleared, and the Ninja Alliance was almost all converging towards the main battlefield. So Lin Nan and Xiao Nan had hardly seen anyone along the way, and naturally, their speed was not very fast. At first, they could still see the devastation left by the war, but as they moved further away, everything gradually returned to normal. The excitement belonged to them. Lin Nan was just on his way. There was a somewhat awkward atmosphere between the two, aside from Xiao Nan's question. They hadn't said much more along the way. Lin Nan didn't mind. A plain and simple interaction was quite good, and it didn't have to be overly lively. Someone is approaching us, Xiao Anin suddenly said. Lin Nan was taken aback. What? Xiao Nan continued. I sensed a very complex chakra approaching us. It seems to be that person we saw in the cave. In the cave? Lin Nan frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks to look towards the direction they came from. Kabuto Yakushi? Has this guy gotten rid of his control so quickly? The obsession isn't as deep as imagined. Huh? With a rustling of the trees, a figure jumped out. Wait for me. Accompanied by a shout, Lin Nan focused his gaze, and it was clear that it was not Kabuto Yakushi. He saw that the person was wearing a brown top, had a plump figure, and a rather messy and wild hairstyle. It was none other than Hong Do. So the person you mentioned in the cave is her? Lin Nan looked at Xiao Nan with a strange expression. Xiao Nan nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Nan pouted. No problem. Hong Do came to Lin Nan and gasped for breath. Mr. Lin, are you going to the battlefield? Can you take me with you? Does Hong Do know herself? Lin Nan thought for a moment. He had indeed seen her during Pain's invasion, but they weren't very familiar. Hong Do hadn't interacted much with the Akatsuki, so she naturally didn't recognize Xiao Nan. Lin Nan didn't pay much attention and said, We're not going to the battlefield. Hong Do seemed like a natural airhead. Then which direction is the battlefield in? Lin Nan pointed to the distance, the completely opposite direction. Hong Do fell to the ground as if she had no strength to go back. This girl Hongdo is still quite nice, with good looks and a good figure. But it's really annoying that in the new era, Hongdo has turned into a sweet potato. Lin Nan looked at Hongdo and suddenly felt a poke at his waist for Xiao Nan. What's up? Are you jealous? Lin Nan quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan clearly didn't care about such things. She just said, another person is coming. Another one? Who is it this time? Xiao Nan said, it's the person from the cave before. Still the person from the cave? This time it won't be Yamato, right? Lin Nan said irritably. Yamato? Hongdo became interested upon hearing a familiar name and looked towards the distance. After a rustling in the trees, a pale figure appeared. What happened to Yamato? Hongdo looked puzzled. Lin Nan facepalmed. That's not Yamato. It's Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi? Hongdo immediately stood up. Lin Nan remembered that in the cave, Hongdo was lying there, ignored, a typical tool person, discarded after reviving Orochimaru, and Kabuto was also standing there like a statue. Abandoned after Orochimaru absorbed some of his memories and energy, clearly another tool person. Didn't Hongdo see Kabuto when she woke up? That shouldn't be. Don't worry. Since Kabuto has awakened, it means he has let go of his obsession and completely said goodbye to the past. It means he has put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lin Nan explained. Hongdo was confused. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for explaining. Kabuto Yakushi approached Lin Nan and slightly nodded to him. Even so, Hongdo still looked at Kabuto with vigilance. After all, she was in Konoha, and it was Kabuto who suddenly appeared and kidnapped her. Lin Nan was somewhat puzzled. Here was Kabuto Yakushi, who had almost mastered ninjutsu. What could I possibly clarify for you? Though he thought this way, Lin Nan still said, speak. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Xiao Nan and Hongdo. Lin Nan immediately understood, and then walked toward the distance with Kabuto. So mysterious. Hongdo pouted and looked at Xiao Nan, who was cloaked in a black robe. Which village are you from? Sorry. I wanted to ask you this question the moment you broke free from my Edo Tensei control, but unfortunately, you didn't give me that chance at the time. Lin Nan was taken aback, thought about the plot of Chapter 3, and suddenly realized. So that's what you wanted to say back then? I thought. Thought what? It's nothing, you continue. It's like this, Mr. Lin. When did your consciousness recover? Can you tell me honestly? Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were filled with curiosity. Lin Nan was quite puzzled. Didn't you stop researching this? It's not research. It's to clarify the confusion. It was when you had me and Itachi facing Uchiha Obito that my consciousness slightly recovered. Lin Nan said truthfully. Uchiha Obito? The fake Madara? I see. Kabuto Yakushi pondered for a moment. So before that, there was no consciousness at all? No, what is the matter? What do you want to ask? Lin Nan asked. Lin Nan was confused. What does that mean? It's strange. When you first came out of Edo Tensei, your genes were extracted from the blood sample left by Lord Orochimaru in the laboratory. But the you that came out was just like an ordinary person, basically without any abilities. I thought it was a failed product, but it did resemble your appearance. Kabuto Yakushi showed a thoughtful expression. Can you be more specific? Lin Nan looked puzzled. Kabuto Yakushi then said, actually, when you first came out of Edo Tensei, you seemed like a version of you with amnesia, but you recognized me, recognized Lord Orochimaru, and that you kept saying you were from another world. What the hell? Lin Nan was stunned. Chapter 45. Unique Skills. I do it myself in the midst of a smoke-filled battlefield. A huge pitcher plant appeared, and Lin Nan's figure subsequently emerged within it. Upon seeing the scene before him, Lin Nan couldn't help but gasp in shock, taking a deep breath. At this moment, it was Lin Nan's wooden clone, who arrived at the location of his main body. However, what was his main body? The scene in front of him could only be described as tragic. The 5 Kage, each one of them was heavily injured, their condition was simply terrible, and their morale had plummeted to the lowest point. The battlefield resembled the one faced against Uchiha Madara, with thick trees spiraling and enveloping the entire area. Looking further away, on a giant statue resembling a mountain, stood a figure entirely cloaked in black, resembling a person made of venom. Is it my main body? A cold sweat broke out on Lin Nan. He couldn't feel a trace of his own chakra, and he didn't dare to recognize it. After going out for a while, he returned to find his home robbed. He never expected that even at this point, he could still be poisoned to such an extent. Kurizetsu. This thing truly deserves to be called the key player. Only playing in high-end matches, with one hand reaching for this and the other for that. It was even more adept than the second brother of Africa at picking things up. Moreover, Lin Nan didn't even know what material Kurizetsu was. It seemed there was no way to kill it in the original plot, only sealing it would work. And could anyone controlled by Kurizetsu break free? The answer was no. Obito, relying on his willpower driven by love, managed to suppress Kurizetsu's control, but did he break free? No. It was like a maggot that couldn't be shaken off. Lin Nan watched from a distance, letting out a deep sigh. It's a pity that such a handsome face of mine is covered in a layer of sesame paste. But the fact that Kurizetsu could still release a series of would-release techniques made it quite troublesome. Compared to Susanoo, the smaller Buddha form was relatively easier to deal with. Thus, in the initial battles between the 5 Kage and Kurizetsu, there were exchanges on both sides, with neither side suffering losses. However, the battle couldn't remain in a stalemate forever. A winner had to be determined. Kurizetsu was like a high-level player who had obtained a god account, and after becoming familiar with the operations, began a series of high-level maneuvers. Chapter 46. Oh no. My body has been taken away. This is no fun, right? If you have the ability, come at me. Lin Nan looked at Heiju, but let out an extremely cold shout. I find it very interesting. Before Heiju's strange laughter could finish, he directly lunged at the 5 shadows with a black rod, moving at an incredible speed that they simply couldn't evade. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 5 shadows. Bang! The black rod shattered, debris flying everywhere. Heiju let out a surprised sound, and before he could see the newcomer, he was sent flying backward. After stabilizing himself, Heiju noticed a footprint on his face. He glanced at the person who had appeared, then looked back at Lin Nan, laughing strangely. You little brat. How many clones do you really have? It turned out that the newcomer was still Lin Nan's wooden clone. Along with this wooden clone, there's also a pale, snake-like figure with a belly button, which was Yakushi Kabuto. After a brief conversation between the two, Lin Nan's wooden clone realized that something was wrong with his body. Although other wooden clones had already rushed over, it was still a battle between his main body and his clone, and the disparity was too great. So reluctantly, this clone had to come to provide protection. And since Yakushi Kabuto was free combat power, he was brought along without hesitation. As for Xiao Nan and Hong Do, Lin Nan instructed them to stay put, as they were already far from the battlefield and wouldn't encounter any danger. The 5 shadows clearly recognized Yakushi Kabuto, so they became vigilant upon seeing him. Lin Nan reassured them. Don't worry, he's turned over a new leaf and will help you heal. Although the 5 shadows were hesitant to trust someone who looked like a big villain, they chose to believe Lin Nan. At this moment, the 5 shadows were nearly exhausted of chakra, while Yakushi Kabuto had an abundance of it, especially skilled in converting sage chakra into regular chakra. Meanwhile, Lin Nan's 2 wooden clones gradually approached Heiju, who was controlling Lin Nan's main body. The scene was extremely bizarre. Even Lin Nan himself felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort watching himself, as if he were looking at a mirror, but witnessing abnormal actions, which was quite unsettling, especially since he was smiling. What is it like to see yourself smiling in a mirror? It's a feeling that makes you want to kick the mirror to shatter it. Just as Lin Nan's 2 wooden clones were about to attack, Heiju suddenly sank into the ground and vanished from everyone's sight. He never intended to stay and fight. This bastard, where does he want to take my body? Lin Nan gritted his teeth. He was just about to use Amaterasu on himself when he didn't expect this guy to run away so decisively. However, upon further reflection, Lin Nan could understand where Heiju would take his main body, most likely to the main battlefield. Thus, Lin Nan's 2 wooden clones exchanged glances and nodded, choosing to cooperate. One used a fleeting technique to leave for the main battlefield where Uchiha and Uchiha Obito were located, while the other stayed behind, as the 5 shadows had already lost the ability to continue fighting and needed a break. Although Yakushi Kabuto couldn't heal the 5 shadows alone, someone would come to provide treatment soon. In the so-called main battlefield, Lin Nan still had a wooden clone. The situation over there was a bit more complicated. Aside from Lin Nan initially being eager for revenge and getting a bit flustered, he regained his composure after Kakashi and Guy arrived. With Lin Nan's reminder, Kakashi quickly discovered Obito's true identity. Thanks to Lin Nan's hint, Naruto soon smashed Obito's mask, revealing his true face, shocking Kakashi for a whole year. The white mask transformed into the broken mask of Obito. Of course, this also meant a change in voice actors. The voice actor for the white mask was the same as Uchiha Madara's, as he had intended to portray Madara's character at that time. Once the mask shattered and his true face was exposed, this impersonation became completely unnecessary. It could also be that the anime wanted to ease the workload on the voice actor. Enraged after his mask was broken, Obito unleashed a lot of external power, strengthening the control of the outer path statue over the chains, successfully retrieving several tailed beasts into the statue. After all, Nagato and Obito were not the original owners of the Rinnegan. If Madara were alive, his outer path power could directly pull the Nine Tails out of Naruto's body. Of course, that was a later matter. Who knows if they would even reach that point? It's worth noting that before this, Obito had brought the statue to collect the artifacts left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, including the brothers Kin and Jin, who possessed Nine Tails chakra. That's right, those two who not only liked to bully the weak, but also enjoyed ganging up on the few. These two had previously been eaten by the Nine Tails. They were tough guys, thinking that since they were going to be digested anyway, they might as well be gluttons. So they went crazy eating in the Nine Tails' stomach, consuming whatever they could find, probably the stomach lining. They must have been drinking acidic fluid. Ugh. In the end, they were fortunate to be spit out by the Nine Tails before being digested. After coming out, these brothers possessed Nine Tails chakra. Don't underestimate these two. They teamed up to take down the second Hokage, known as the Master of Forbidden Techniques, Senju Tobirama. Of course, this doesn't exclude the possibility that Tobirama was older by then, and on the other hand, a group beating doesn't count as a significant feat. The main reason was that Tobirama wanted to buy time for his disciple to escape. Otherwise, with the Flying Thunder God, good luck catching up. Now that they were reincarnated with Impure World Reincarnation, the Nine Tails chakra within these brothers still existed, so after being sealed by the Six Paths artifacts, Obito used them as substitutes to feed the statue, making up for some of the Nine Tails chakra. With the Nine Tails in hand, the Eight Tails had previously sealed a severed tentacle from the Eight Tails. Although the chakra content was low, it was better than nothing. So in a sense, the Outer Path statue now had some Nine Tails chakra. Therefore, the Outer Path statue was no longer an empty shell. It evolved and successfully transformed into the Ten Tails. However, because this Ten Tails was incomplete, it transformed from a giant-shaped Outer Path statue into a toad-like creature with a towering snail shell on its back. It had bizarre brown skin and a single blood-red eye. Chapter 47. The acceleration of the plot, the Ten Tails' offensive and defensive battle when Lin Nan truly saw the Ten Tails. He gasped in shock. First of all, any other feelings were non-existent, just one word, big. Whether it was the Eight Tails or the Nine Tails, they were both colossal beings in front of humans. However, in front of the Ten Tails, they seemed like ants. Not to mention humans, they were just a bunch of fleas. The height of the Outer Path Golem was over 100 meters, but definitely not exceeding 200 meters. While the length of the Nine Tails, including its tail, was at least 100 meters. Yet after absorbing the tailed beast chakra, the Ten Tails could directly surge so much in size, which left Lin Nan wide-eyed. Roughly estimated, with those 10 tails, it must be around a kilometer, right? A kilometer, what kind of concept is that? Even Ultraman would be stomped to death in front of it. Actually, Lin Nan had originally thought that he could use Susanoo to counter it, but now that was out of the question. Previously, watching the anime may not have given him much of concept, but now experiencing it firsthand was different. This thing was truly massive. With such a war beast, there was no need for the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to appear, right? Lin Nan felt that confining the Ten Tails within the body of the Jinchuriki was actually limiting its power. Who doesn't know that in the current ninja world, the bigger you are, the more powerful you are? Ha ha ha. Standing atop the Ten Tails, Obito laughed maniacally, an overwhelming sense of arrogance emanating from him. This is the Ten Tails. This is the power to destroy the world. Feel despair. Immediately, Obito manipulated the Ten Tails to launch an attack against the few people present. At this point, the Ten Tails was no longer the Outer Path Golem. It possessed self-awareness. So even though it was being controlled, its agility and speed were extremely fast. However, humans were still too small for it. Just like how we humans can easily crush a bug, but find it hard to catch it. Little Lin, what should we do next? Kakashi asked Lin Nan while dodging the Ten Tails attacks. Why the hell are you asking me? Who should I ask? Lin Nan grunted unhappily, but didn't he respond immediately? Perhaps because of Lin Nan, they had found it extremely easy to deal with Obito earlier, so they definitely wanted Lin Nan to make the decision this time. But the plot had already accelerated beyond limits, completely deviating from the historical trajectory. According to the original storyline, the battle was barely heating up at this moment, probably still entangled with those tailed beasts. However, Lin Nan had taken a direct action, and those tailed beasts were quickly incapacitated by him. Moreover, Obito's ultimate technique of phasing in and out was effortlessly broken by Lin Nan in just a few moves. Because Lin Nan had learned Obito's old trick, hiding in the Kamui space, Obito dared not use phasing anymore, and could only let the Outer Path Golem speak for the Ten Tails. This undoubtedly accelerated the entire plot's progress. With the accelerated pace, Naruto's Nine Tails mode was prematurely cut short. Additionally, If that bastard Obito was pushed too hard, he might directly fuse with the Ten Tails to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, which would be troublesome. It seemed that the Ten Tails could only enter the Jinchuriki's body in the second stage, and the current Ten Tails was only in the first stage. Lin Nan didn't know the conditions for the Ten Tails to transition from the first to the second stage, but it would at least require some time. First of all, Obito had to be kept alive. The rest could be ignored for now. Lin Nan took the opportunity to glance at Naruto. As for your Nine Tails mode, it depends on your luck. Anyway, it's not much use, as later on, it will still rely on the Sage of Six Paths to grant power, which is just a transition. As for why he needed to comfort himself instead of Naruto, Lin Nan could only say he was too kind-hearted. Losing someone else's power for no reason would make anyone feel guilty, right? Ding! Hearing the system sound, Lin Nan indicated that his external assistants had arrived ahead of time. However, these few external aids were not very useful. The Ten Tails was not an ordinary species. Normal ninjutsu had no effect on it at all. Even if Lin Nan talked until he was blue in the face, he wouldn't inflict any substantial damage on it. Now it was already the late-stage godly battle phase, and ordinary ninjutsu had become increasingly irrelevant, merely wasting chakra. No wonder Naruto, as the protagonist, could only do the Rasengan and the windmill, as it turned out that other techniques were useless in the later stages. Truly, it was Kishimoto. He broke the manga. Understanding nothing about Naruto. No wonder people say it ended poorly. Ninjutsu became ineffective. Everyone was piloting Gundams, yet it was still called Naruto. Thus, in the later stages, only a few skills could be brought to the table. Lin Nan thought it over and made up his mind, immediately shouting, "Now that Obito can't phase to evade, you can appropriately attack him. As for the Ten Tails, I'll find a way." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As Lin Nan was about to distance himself from the attack range to prepare for his series of plans, Kakashi stopped him. "What's wrong?" Lin Nan asked. Kakashi replied, "Little Lin, Guy's still in the Kamui space. He won't be in trouble, right?" "Guy, in trouble? You're overthinking it." Lin Nan left without looking back. Earlier, to prevent Obito from continuing to phase, and since Lin Nan couldn't stay inside, as the old coin, he let Guy enter the space, specifically to pick up the scraps. Of course, this didn't mean that Guy had no role in this battle, but at this moment, he truly had no significant impact. His stage would only be set in the later stages. For now, let him play whack-a-mole in the Kamui space. Retreating to a distance slightly away from the Ten Tails, Lin Nan's entire body began to be enveloped in cursed seals. The skills he was about to use required Sage Chakra. The chakra in the cursed seal state undergoes a qualitative change, akin to Sage Chakra. They're basically the same thing. As the two large chicken wings appeared behind Lin Nan, his appearance had already become extremely ugly, and his chakra had undergone a dramatic transformation. Clap! He clapped his hands and shouted, "Get back!" Upon hearing this, Kakashi and the others around the Ten Tails quickly retreated. Obito, standing on the Ten Tails' head, looked at Lin Nan in surprise, probably cursing Lin Nan for doing something weird again in his heart. Sage Art, non-organic rebirth. With Lin Nan's loud shout, everyone felt the air in the entire battlefield instantly become thick. Useless little Lin, in front of such a massive Ten Tails. What can your technique do alone? Obito shouted, but his expression didn't look very good. From the beginning until now, Lin Nan's thunderous methods had surprised him too much. Suddenly, Obito felt the ground shake and then saw the enormous Ten Tails beneath him slowly descending. Upon closer inspection, the Ten Tails was actually sinking into the ground. The earth seemed to have turned into liquid in that instant. Boom! At this moment, Obito could no longer phase. At least he didn't dare. He could only spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm, intending to block the mudslide. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The fire escape was unable to withstand it. So Obito manipulated the Ten Tails to protect himself. After all, the Ten Tails was indeed too large. It had already been submerged for quite a while. But at this moment, the earth was still only covering half of the Ten Tails' body. As long as Obito had a thought, the Ten Tails could basically break free. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Obito laughed wildly. "Xiaolin, are you still powerless in the end?" After saying that, Obito directly launched a tailed beast ball aimed at Lin Nan. Chapter 48. Creating a volcano out of thin air, the magma giant Lin Nan took a deep breath. The Ten Tails was indeed too large, and the factors controlled by the inorganic reincarnation were simply not enough to have a significant impact on it. However, just having that was probably enough. The Ten Tails was still gathering power when it suddenly let out a somewhat pained roar, causing Obito to pause for a moment, feeling that the temperature seemed to have become a bit scorching. Looking down, Obito's pupils instantly constricted. The ground had cracked open at some point, and from the fissures, strands of red were emerging. Magma? Obito manipulated the 10 tails to leap into the air, resembling a giant toad, blocking out the sun. Has he always been planning to use magma? But what could this little bit of magma do? Obito squinted his eyes, staring intently at Lin Nan, who was waving his arms around as if performing a ritual dance. At this moment, Lin Nan was primarily happy. Getting the magma from beneath the ground was already a victory for him. One must know that magma is located in the mantle over 2,000 kilometers from the surface. Lin Nan was essentially manipulating a section of soil that extended downward, and fortunately, the magma here wasn't that deep, but it was still over 1,000 kilometers underground. As long as it turned red, everything would be manageable. Lin Nan then clapped his hands together, once again infusing the chakra of inorganic reincarnation into the magma. Is magma an inorganic substance? To be precise, magma is a combination of multiple materials, but its main component is high-temperature liquefied rock, which is naturally inorganic. In other words, this is something that Lin Nan can fully control. Little Lin, is it a bit too much to use magma against the 10 tails? Kakashi stepped forward, looking at the magma that resembled a small stream fountain. Puzzled, Lin Nan rolled his eyes at Kakashi and said, "Well, you know, just watch and see." With that, Lin Nan slapped his hands against the ground, and the surface from which the magma flowed suddenly rose up, instantly forming a small mountain. On top of the mountain, as a wave of heat surged, a massive eruption of magma burst forth, accompanied by an extremely thick plume of volcanic ash, as if in that moment a volcano had formed, creating a magnificent scene. Did he just create a volcano? Obito's expression was extremely strange, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. With a focused gaze, Obito seemed to see something crawling out of the volcano's mouth. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a hand. Then came another hand, and soon after, a head that looked as if it was formed from magma emerged from the volcano's mouth. What the hell? Obito was stunned, glancing over at Lin Nan nearby. Did he create this? As a magma giant, with its body flowing with magma, fully crawled out of the volcano. The scene was indeed astonishing. Little Lin is amazing. Naruto couldn't help but give Lin Nan a thumbs up. Kakashi nodded as well, but still expressed some concern, saying, "Although this technique is quite spectacular, its size is too small. It probably won't be able to inflict substantial damage on the 10 tails." Lin Nan shot Kakashi a glance and replied, "If you think you can do better, go ahead." Kakashi cleared his throat and stopped speaking. However, he was indeed speaking the truth. This magma giant was only about 100 meters tall, just slightly taller than the 8 tails, far from the 10 tails. This was not Lin Nan's full capability, as the magma giant was different from the previous concrete giant. The concrete giant required a massive amount of mental energy to control, because it was a hybrid and not a complete entity, needing to be used to trap Uchiha Madara later on. But the magma giant was purely derived from magma, and Lin Nan only needed to expend a small amount of energy and apply the sage chakra of inorganic reincarnation. It is worth mentioning that in this timeline, the magma giant appeared before the concrete giant. I can now distract the 10 tails while you continue with the previous plan, catch Obito first, and if it doesn't work, just take him out. The last sentence, Lin Nan glanced at Kakashi intentionally or unintentionally. Kakashi, as a competent ninja, even if he felt uncomfortable at this moment, still considered the bigger picture, so he nodded in agreement. Great, let's get started. With that, Lin Nan manipulated the magma giant to charge directly at the 10 tails. "You dare to show off such a trivial skill?" Obito sneered, then controlled the 10 tails to sweep its tail toward Lin Nan. Saying it was a tail was like calling a giant doe stick a tail. Bang! The moment the magma giant was hit, a puff of blue smoke rose, and the magma giant was shattered into pieces. However, it wasn't that simple. Lin Nan smiled slightly, moved his hands, and the magma giant instantly restored itself. This was the terrifying aspect of this technique. Even the 10 tails, with its 1,000-degree heat, could be breached, right? It must be said that the 10 tails indeed had tough skin and meat to a certain extent, even with a 1,000-degree high temperature. It should have gotten burned even with just a touch. But looking at that tail, aside from some dark marks, there were no injuries at all. This thing, even if it broke its own hand, probably wouldn't sustain any injuries. Lin Nan mourned deeply for his own martial arts fate. A genuine hell stab, or if Lin Nan's main body came and released full power, could indeed breach its defenses, but it was simply unnecessary. What would breaching its defenses achieve? The 10 tails was so large that a tiny wound was nothing more than a tickle to it. Unless it was Might Guy with the 8th gate. A big punch might just knock its head off. But at least for now, it was unnecessary. No one knew if it could just grow its head back, even if it lost it. Lin Nan suddenly remembered that in the game he played before crossing over, it seemed like they were about to introduce Might Guy. What a pity not to see it. He could only watch the scene unfold. Do you want to use the tailed beast bomb to directly blow away the magma giant? Lin Nan furrowed his brows upon seeing this. Boom! The next second, the 10 tails released a tailed beast bomb, covering a vast area. Under Lin Nan's control, the magma giant had no way to dodge and instantly turned to dust. Ha ha ha! Obito laughed wildly again. Little Lin, you had your chance and still couldn't do anything. Lin Nan, however, smiled kindly and said, "Oh really?" Obito's smile froze as he saw countless magma giants standing up from the flowing magma at the volcano's mouth. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. Feel the beatings of your childhood. As expected of Mr. Kobayashi, Naruto shouted loudly, "We need to step up too, Kakashi-sensei, even more than the uncle." Okay, good. Kakashi looked at Lin Nan, who was currently screaming wildly like a madman, overusing chakra, similar to how Nagato was before his death, and felt a mix of emotions. Back then, they were on the same starting line. At least Kakashi thought so. After all, on the surface, both were implanted with Sharingan, even though one was voluntary and the other was forced. Later, they were also known in the ninja world as a master of ninjutsu and a copy ninja, respectively. However, when Kakashi, who prided himself on having copied countless ninjutsu, saw how Lin Nan copied ninjutsu, his mind was completely blown. His title of being on par with Lin Nan had to be relinquished. In fact, when they were enemies at first, Kakashi felt a sense of kinship. Later, when they fought together against Pain in Konoha, their mutual trust naturally grew. Even during the reconstruction of Konoha after the disaster, their exchanges felt like two patients discussing their conditions. You can't turn off your Sharingan either? Yeah. How do you usually conserve chakra? Topics like these. Naruto's words interrupted Kakashi's thoughts. He saw Naruto charging up a Rasengan, while the 8 Tails was gathering energy for a tailed beast bomb. Kakashi immediately activated his eternal Raikiri. Seeing this Raikiri reminded Kakashi of the question Lin Nan had once asked him. He often saw himself chatting with others while holding Raikiri, which was a huge waste of chakra for them, given their already limited supply. Kakashi explained to Lin Nan, in fact, Raikiri is not inferior to Chidori. Chidori requires using lightning-style chakra to activate the skin of the palm and then dashing at high speed as the main attack. Raikiri, on the other hand, does not require that, so it is a level higher than Chidori. Because Raikiri, when not in contact with the target, is just a visual effect. The chakra wasted is negligible, which is why I stopped using Chidori after learning Raikiri. Lin Nan suddenly understood, but then he asked Kakashi why he had carved a dog's head on the earth flow wall. Kakashi simply replied, "It's a personal hobby." At this moment, the 3 of them charged towards the head of the 10 Tails. Ever since Obito stopped daring to phase out, he had been hiding under the massive palm of the 10 Tails, not daring to show his face. The 10 Tails looked like a toad carrying a snail shell, with only 4 legs, 2 of which were holding its head, creating a comically absurd scene. This was completely at odds with the fierce and terrifying image of the 10 Tails. At this time, Lin Nan was controlling 10 lava giants heading towards the 10 Tails, which presented a difficult moment for Obito. The lava's temperature reached 1,000 degrees. While it wouldn't cause significant damage to the 10 Tails, a little burn wouldn't matter. If it kept burning, it could be problematic, unless it was the 4-tailed Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong was not the same as that Sun Wukong, of course. If it were that Sun Wukong, no matter which one, it would overturn this world in less than a minute. The 4-tail's ability was Lava Release, which allowed it to manipulate the power of lava. Since it could manipulate lava, it naturally wasn't afraid of it. Obito knew he could spit out the tailed beasts he had absorbed, like letting the 4 tails out to deal with Lin Nan. So, releasing the tailed beast at such a critical moment was not a wise move. However, just because he couldn't release the tailed beast didn't mean he couldn't use their abilities. After the 9 tails merged into the 10 tails, how could he not use the abilities of the other tailed beasts? A cold smile appeared on Obito's face as he manipulated one of the 10 tails' massive tails. Suddenly, the tail emitted a plume of smoke and turned bright red, as if it were on fire. In the next moment, it completely transformed into a fiery club. Roar! The 10 tails let out a roar and then swung the tail directly at the approaching lava giants. If it were an ordinary tail, burns might be inevitable, but a tail in lava release state could naturally withstand high temperatures. What? There's this move too? Lin Nan, watching from a distance, was bewildered. He had never seen this move in the anime. However, while unexpected, this move made sense within the established rules. Bang! The next second, a massive-tailed beast bomb shot straight towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan couldn't be bothered to dodge. He directly phased out to avoid the tailed beast bomb's attack. In his phasing state, Lin Nan's form was engulfed by the tailed beast bomb, and his vision appeared in the Kimui space. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, he heard a gust of wind and then a sharp whistle. "Ada, it's me," Lin Nan quickly called out, but still couldn't escape the fate of being hit on the head by a nunchaku. The one who struck Lin Nan was Might Guy, who was always on high alert in the Kimui space. After a long time, he finally caught someone. Regardless of who it was, he would just go for it. However, upon recognizing Lin Nan, Might Guy took a couple of steps back and said with a grin, "Little Lin-kun, I'm so bored in here. Can you let me out?" Lin Nan rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "You want to go out? Just wait here. There's plenty for you to do." After saying that, Lin Nan's form disappeared. Might Guy stood there, stunned, looking at the extremely empty environment around him, and pouted, "Where am I supposed to be busy?" Scratching his head, Might Guy began to wonder if he had offended this strange person somewhere, as it seemed that every time he encountered him, it was never anything good. Previously, when Pain invaded Konoha, he wasn't around, and when he returned to the village, he heard that this guy had become the hero of the village, alongside Naruto. He could understand Naruto, but where did this guy come from? And how did the village disappear? Did I cross over? If Might Guy hadn't seen the familiar Kakashi, he might really have thought so, but everyone seemed to like this person, so he must be a good guy. Listening to him was definitely the right choice. Just then, Might Guy suddenly felt the entire space shaking, and in the next second, a figure appeared not far away. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't Lin Nan, it was Obito. Obito, feel the beatings of your childhood. Hey, hey, hey. Chapter 50, Obito. Thanks to my bro for the heavenly obstruction earthquake star. Lin Nan, you still can't do anything to me. Upon seeing Lin Nan, Obito let out a wild laugh. You should have already noticed that the power of the Ten Tails is steadily rising. Once it reaches a certain level, I will obtain the power to annihilate the world. The power to annihilate the world? Kakashi's expression darkened. Obito then turned to Kakashi, his face twisted with ferocity, filled with a desire to destroy everything. At that time, whether it's you or you'll all die. I will sever everything in this world. Lin Nan tapped his ears, feeling that this guy was too noisy. You can talk about that when you reach that point. Keep pretending, Lin Nan. I want to see how you can still laugh later. Obito sneered. Lin Nan shook his head. I'm not laughing, don't wrong me. But you probably won't be able to laugh later. Obito's smile froze, but at that moment, he suddenly looked down at the ground. The earth was cracking open, revealing glaring red light from the fissures. What is this? Obito's expression changed drastically, and in the next second, he wanted to jump away with the Ten Tails. However, just as the Ten Tails pushed against the ground, the entire earth shattered in an instant, turning into a sea of lava. TSK, TSK. Lin Nan clicked his tongue in amazement, mocking, I told you to be aware of your surroundings, and you didn't even notice all this underground action. You deserve to die without knowing how. It turned out that everything Lin Nan had done on the surface, whether it was with the magma giant or other distractions, was merely to draw Obito's attention. His real plan was to hollow out the entire underground and let the massive Ten Tails fall into the lava. This shouldn't cause too much harm to the Ten Tails, right? Lin Nan wasn't quite sure, but if the Ten Tails couldn't withstand this move, then it wouldn't be called the Ten Tails anymore. This war is pointless. Let us end it quickly before I get slapped in the face. Roar! The Ten Tails let out a deafening roar. Due to Lin Nan's underground operations, the ground within 1,000 meters was completely hollowed out. Once the final step was completed, the earth vanished entirely, transforming into a sea of lava. The Ten Tails, still just a toad without wings, fell directly into the lava. It was like a bullfrog being thrown into a hot pot. Amidst the surging lava and the intense heat, the Ten Tails struggled and crawled in the magma, with wisps of blue smoke rising. Lin Nan even smelled a burnt odor. Seeing the Ten Tails trying to crawl out of the lava, how could Lin Nan let succeed? He quickly formed seals, causing the level of the lava to drop several notches. This action made the Ten Tails sink deeper into the lava. Suddenly, Lin Nan saw 5 beams of starlight flickering from the Ten Tails' tails, shooting straight towards Naruto. Kakashi was startled and wanted to block it, but Lin Nan stopped him. Lin Nan looked at Naruto and the 5 beams of starlight with a strange expression and slowly said, "This is Naruto's destiny. You take Naruto and the others to a safe distance." Kakashi nodded and quickly pulled the starry-wrapped Naruto away. Lin Nan watched Naruto's back, deep in thought. He knew that this was the moment when the Edo Tensei was being released, which meant that the Jinchuriki of the five-tailed beasts were also being freed. It was known that at the moment of release from Edo Tensei, the souls of those with great willpower would gain a brief period of freedom to act. Their choice to find Naruto at this moment was self-explanatory. He didn't expect the plot to deviate to this extent. This twist could still arrive on time. Truly remarkable. No wonder he was the child of destiny. The Ten Tails is invincible, immortal, and can never be destroyed. Everything you do is just futile effort. A loud voice interrupted Lin Nan's thoughts. Obito had climbed onto the sharp shell on the Ten Tails' back, the highest point that wouldn't be affected by the lava. Although the Ten Tails couldn't be said to be in danger, it was still extremely unfriendly for a mere mortal like Obito. Obito glared at Lin Nan from a distance, unable to utter a word. Lin Nan, however, enjoyed seeing his expression. Just watching it was exhilarating. In the past, he could come and go freely during the Five Kage Summit, even boldly calling for the Fourth Great Ninja War. How domineering! But now that the battle had truly begun, he was being pressed down and rubbed into the ground, unable to fight back at all. From the outer path golem to the current Ten Tails, it seemed that the situation had never changed. Obito now truly regretted not having Kakaza destroy Lin Nan directly when he first saw him being reanimated. Without Lin Nan, he could easily toy with Naruto and Kakashi, but now he was completely on the defensive, with no room to resist. He didn't even get a chance to pretend to be cool. His mask was broken right away. Was there no sense of mystery left for the audience? In this situation, he could only be thankful that the lava couldn't cause substantial harm to the Ten Tails, only inflicting pain. But for something like the Ten Tails, pain was just pain. As long as it wasn't him feeling it, Obito didn't care. The Ten Tails cannot be destroyed. And as long as the Ten Tails exists, I, as its master, will always be safe. Obito thought to himself and regained his cold smile, shouting loudly at Lin Nan. So what? All your scheming leads to this? Does it have any effect on me? Still trying to act tough? Lin Nan looked at the Ten Tails flailing in the lava, knowing that the high temperature was unlikely to cause it much damage. At most, it was just taking a rather hot bath. Since you want to talk about your impact, why not make it a bigger one? Lin Nan smiled gently, and then his body was enveloped in blue bones, revealing the upper half of a giant. From massive arms and Lin Nan's own hands formed 3 different seals. Obito watched from a distance, his smile becoming extremely stiff. A sudden sense of oppression washed over him, and he incredulously looked up, only to suddenly feel a constricting sensation in his chest. In the sky above, an enormous meteor was falling. Heavenly Obstruction, Earthquake Star. Chapter 51. Kai. This is youth. The basic logic of the Heavenly Obstacle Earthquake Star is to use the unique gravitational pull of the Rinnegan to summon meteors from outer space, gathering them into a spherical shape before they fall down. The meteors summoned by Uchihamadara are about 200 meters in diameter, but he summoned 2. Although Lin Nan only summoned 1 meteor this time, it is significantly larger in volume. After all, the length of the Ten Tails is over a kilometer, so summoning a few 100-meter small meteors is like just giving it a tickle. Therefore, what Lin Nan summoned is a gigantic meteor with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. This is the true Heavenly Obstacle Earthquake Star. In all the Naruto games, the Heavenly Obstacle Earthquake Star is depicted as a small meteor falling, followed by a larger meteor that destroys everything. But in reality, what Uchihamadara executed was just 2 meteors of the same size. At this moment, the Ten Tails is deeply trapped in magma and cannot come out for a short time, while the enormous meteor is already descending. This is the gift Lin Nan has prepared for Obito and the Ten Tails. So, Akatsuki, what are you going to do about this? At this moment, Lin Nan has his hands in his pockets, completely unaware of what a rival is. Obito swallowed hard, standing on top of the Ten Tails, momentarily losing his fighting spirit. At this point, he is no different from the ninja alliance facing Uchihamadara back then. In the face of absolute power and a determined outcome, everything is futile. Kakashi and Killer Bee, who had already taken Naruto, who was radiating unstable light, away, looked at the shocking scene before them and were left speechless. This is simply beyond what a human can achieve, right? Baka Konoha. Killer Bee even forgot to rhyme. Boom. Finally, the planet crashes into the Earth. This enormous meteor crashes into the body of the Ten Tails. And the Ten Tails, having no concept of fear, can only passively feel the pain in its body. Psychologically, it has no other negative emotions besides slaughter and brutality. Bang! As the meteor completely covers the Ten Tails, the surging magma erupts from the ground like a giant wave. The earth shakes and the mountains tremble. How could Obito escape this blow? He could only choose to hide in the Kamui dimension. Just as he entered the Kamui dimension, he was met with an attack from Might Guy, who had been waiting for a long time. "I've been waiting for you, you scoundrel," Might Guy shouted angrily, launching a kick. Even though Obito was prepared, facing Might Guy who had opened the 8th gate, he couldn't evade his swift attack. However, Obito then demonstrated who was the true master of this space. Just as Obito was kicked away by Might Guy, he formed hand seals in midair, and something began to stir in the dark corners of the space. With a flicker of dark light, several enormous shurikens and kunai shot straight towards Might Guy. Might Guy, with sharp senses, reacted instantly and began to wield his nunchaku with precision, dodging and countering, and after a series of maneuvers, his powerful taijutsu ensured he took no damage at all. This scene also caught Obito's attention. "Rare beast? Kisame truly did not deceive me," Obito muttered, his gaze towards Might Guy becoming somewhat complicated. To be precise, they were actually classmates in their childhood, whether in ninja school or later graduating as genin. They were part of the same batch of students, yet he had been walking further and further in the opposite direction. Of course, this matter was not enough to shake Obito's resolve. After all, in the entire ninja world, Obito's was also among the top. For a member of the Uchiha clan, you either defeat me or convince me. Otherwise, I will walk my path to the end. Fire release, great fireball. Obito spat out a fireball, intending to burn away all memories of his childhood, except for Rin. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh, a gust of wind came, instantly blowing the fireball away. Might Guy was taken aback and turned around to see Lin Nan staggering over. "Little Lin, you were right. This guy really showed up," Might Guy said with a fierce look. "Since you're here, why not join?" Lin Nan said with a half-smile. Might Guy nodded. "Grandma Lee, knock on the door, 8th gate. Open." Bang! A wave of azure energy suddenly exploded, and Lin Nan seemed to smell a strange foul odor. "Is that blue steam like sweat?" Lin Nan covered his nose and quietly stepped aside. Ding! S-Class Taijutsu, 8 gates, open gate, has been added to the skill library. This skill requires extremely high physical demands. Use with caution. S-Class, and you're saying to use it with caution? The Death Gate should have 3 S-Class levels, right? Looking at the system, the Open Gate is also restricted for use. It seems the physical burden is too great. The body of the Edo Tensei cannot withstand it. After all, opening 7 gates requires years of relentless training on the body. If Lin Nan could easily open it, Might Guy would probably go crazy upon seeing it. If it were in his lifetime, he might have managed to open it, but that would be through sheer physical endurance. But Edo Tensei is different. It directly causes auto-dissolution. How can you endure that? Moreover, a person in the open gate state must continuously excrete sweat to release energy from the high heat of their body. In other words, through sweating, the body can gain some relief. However, although Edo Tensei perfectly simulates the human body, blood and bodily fluids can be simulated, and while they are real, they are not sufficient for such intense operations. After all, these elements only fulfill the minimal genetic simulation conditions of Edo Tensei. For instance, blood is present. If you get beaten and cough up blood, side effects like bleeding from the Amaterasu eyes or bleeding from biting a finger for summoning can all be satisfied. But if the chest is blown apart, there won't be a scene of blood splattering because the quantity is very small. Ultimately, the body of Edo Tensei is only simulating the body before death, but it is not the same. So opening the Death Gate is entirely feasible, excluding whether the Edo Tensei body can withstand it. If Might Guy's blood can last him for a minute, then Lin Nan would probably only last a second if he opened it. No exaggeration. His body, trained over such a long time, is nowhere near comparable to an Edo Tensei body. So it would be a lie to say Lin Nan is not disappointed. Come on, youth brother, dance. Although he can't use it, at least he can enjoy the view, right? This is youth. Chapter 52. Naruto adds a new transformation, Nine Tails mode at this moment. Might Guy's pupils had seemingly disappeared. His entire body was flushed red to the point of almost turning black, and blue waves of energy were continuously surging. His momentum had reached a certain level. In the next second, Might Guy moved. In the blink of an eye, Lin Nan saw Might Guy's figure appear behind Obito. Obito's eyes widened too fast. Although his Sharingan had detected it, his body seemed unable to react at all. Bang! Another kick sent Obito crashing hard into the ground. "Andy Lau, Daytime Tiger," Might Guy shouted, pushing both hands forward, unleashing a pure white energy sphere that transformed in midair into a white fierce tiger, which then bit down on Obito's body. Lin Nan could even hear Obito's muffled scream of agony. Without phasing, could Obito really not even handle Guy? Over there, Might Guy was plummeting from the sky, preparing for a finishing move. Obito wouldn't die here, would he? Lin Nan furrowed his brows, watching the unfolding situation. Boom! With a loud explosion, Might Guy's foot smashed down into the ground. Dust flew up, but it seemed he hadn't hit Obito. As the dust settled, Lin Nan shook his head. Obito had indeed vanished, apparently having exited the Kimyui space. Little Lin, where is he? Might Guy asked, seemingly still unsatisfied. Lin Nan's figure slowly faded away, his voice echoing. He's already out. Don't worry. I'll bring him back in soon. Oh, thank you. Might Guy returned to his normal form and continued to stand guard as a tool. Lin Nan returned to the real world. At this moment, due to the meteor's impact, the entire ground resembled a hellish scene. Lava was overflowing and shattered rocks piled up like mountains. However, one could still hear the mighty roar of the Ten Tails, indicating that this attack had not caused it any harm. Isn't the Ten Tails a bit too resilient? But if it weren't resilient, it wouldn't be called the Ten Tails. It is known that even the powerful sage of 6 paths could only seal the Ten Tails and not destroy it. The method to seal the Ten Tails can only be performed through the Yin and Yang powers. Using the 6 paths, Earth explosion star to create a moon to completely seal it. This so-called Yin and Yang power, to put it simply, is the abilities of the two main characters. One is the reincarnation of Indra, and the other is the reincarnation of Ashura. So where does this poor boy's counterattack story come from? It's just a story of a rich second generation's growth. While Lin Nan was lost in thought, the Ten Tails' roar caught his attention. Lin Nan focused and saw the Ten Tails crawling out from the wreckage, with Obito's figure appearing as well. Obito looked visibly weakened, clearly beaten by Guy, but evidently not enough. Lin Nan remembered that Obito could manipulate the black rods that obstruct chakra flow in the Kamui space. Yet he hadn't used them in his fight against Guy. So what was the reason? Was it simply due to Guy's attack style? The Ten Tails began to gather energy again. The Tail Beast Bomb was truly reliable. Is the first form of the Ten Tails only capable of this technique? While the Tail Beast Bomb is strong, its preparation time is too long. With such a long casting time, if it were in a situation of equal strength, it would have been pierced through countless times already. However, looking at the entire ninja world, it seems that all skills have relatively long casting times. Finally, the Ten Tails had gathered enough energy, and a tailed beast bomb, almost the size of the Ten Tails itself, appeared. It had just been hit by a meteor, and now it still had such vitality? Lin Nan frowned slightly. Bang! As the Ten Tails completed its casting, the massive tailed beast bomb was launched. However, the target was not Lin Nan, but Kakashi not far away. Damn, is it really that deadly for Kakashi? As expected of a true friend, Lin Nan thought to himself, just as he was about to move. He suddenly sensed a faint chakra fluctuation. This aura. Lin Nan paused. From a distance, Kakashi, seeing Lin Nan's hesitant action, was also somewhat confused. This attack should be to save me, right? I clearly can't withstand it or dodge it. Just like when pain invaded Konoha, the combination of Deva Path and Azura Path was something an ordinary person couldn't resist at all, right? However, since Lin Nan hadn't moved, there must be a reason. Kakashi suppressed his restless feelings, choosing to trust Lin Nan. If not, he could use Kamui to deflect this tail beast bomb, although the size was a bit too large. And currently, Kamui was also restricted by Obito. Even if he successfully redirected the tailed beast bomb, it seemed Guy was still in the Kamui space. Oh yeah, while Kakashi was thinking, a sudden long howl sounded, and Killer Bee revealed the massive form of the 8 Tails, seemingly wanting to take it head-on. Kakashi glanced at Lin Nan in the distance, only to see that Lin Nan still had no reaction, instead choosing to move towards the Ten Tails, clearly not intending to come to the rescue. Even with their deep bond, Kakashi's heart was pounding. "B, what are you planning to do?" Kakashi asked Killer Bee. Killer Bee, using the mouth of the 8 Tails, replied, "A few Italian cannons. Let it deviate from its path. Escape to safety." "Ha, oh yeah." After saying that, the 8 Tails opened its mouth wide, and several tailed beast bombs were shot out. However, these tailed beast bombs were pitifully small compared to that of the 10 Tails. Oh no, this is bad. Bakayuru, Konoha. The 8 Tails realized it was no good and immediately grabbed Kakashi and Naruto, who was closing his eyes in concentration with its octopus tentacles, preparing to escape. However, just then, a sudden burst of golden light surged, blinding Kakashi and Killer Bee, making it hard for them to open their eyes. Kakashi shielded his eyes, but his pupils suddenly contracted. Sensei? In the golden light, he seemed to see his deceased teacher, the fourth Hokage, in a golden flash. Old blue light eyes. Naruto? With Killer Bee's exclamation, Kakashi finally came to his senses, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Naruto, who had completely changed his form. Previously, Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra mode had drawn the chakra of the Nine Tails, forming patterns in golden light on the surface of his body, known as the Golden Body Naruto. But there were no other significant changes. But now it was different. Naruto had gained the Nine-Tails recognition, knowing the names of the Nine Tails and all-tailed beasts, and could unconditionally borrow all of the Nine Tails chakra. Thus, a new transformation was online. Uzumaki Naruto, Nine Tails mode, made his appearance. Chapter 53. Robbing and asking are two different things. Robbing and directly taking are clearly different. At this moment, Naruto's chakra cloak transformed into a windbreaker, making him look quite impressive. Both his momentum and the stability of his chakra had elevated to a new level compared to just a moment ago. In other words, he had upgraded from an A-rank ninja to an S-rank ninja. As he faced the massive tailed beast ball alone, he suddenly shouted, causing a golden light to burst forth, illuminating the dark night as bright as day. In the next moment, the tailed beast ball changed its trajectory and flew straight in another direction. Boom! With the explosion of the tailed beast ball, the ground shook for a while, and in the distance, flames soared into the sky, leaving countless mountains flattened. The background music started playing. It could be said that this was almost Naruto's home turf now. Lin Nan looked at the brilliant golden light over there, not overly concerned, but constantly sighing in his heart. This damn cheat could be delivered right to his doorstep. Lin Nan even felt that the Ninja World War had completely separated Naruto and Sasuke, preventing them from gathering on this battlefield. Even the Sage of Six Paths would probably have mailed a cheat to them. It gave off the kind of DJV. Moreover, Lin Nan could never have imagined that Naruto's QB mode would be obtained in such a way. It was quite absurd. However, it was fine. Lin Nan didn't believe that the Sage of Six Paths would personally deliver a cheat for free. But at this moment, Naruto's mode was completely something he could steal. Freebies are obviously the most appealing. Isn't your cheat also my cheat, right? It's better to share joy than to enjoy alone. Lin Nan was now close to the Ten Tails. With Naruto's new cheat here, he could feel that the battlefield over there was nearing its end. Next, it wouldn't be so easy to approach Obito. So Lin Nan needed to CPU Obito within this limited time. As for the reason, those who understand know. Before that, Lin Nan first quietly released Might Guy from the Kamui space, and then repeatedly instructed him not to reveal himself for the time being. In the next moment, Lin Nan had approached the Ten Tails using his intangibility. The Ten Tails was standing on a pile of rubble with a layer of magma beneath it, but it was not affected at all. It probably just felt a bit hot. When Obito noticed Lin Nan's approach, he shrank into the palm of the Ten Tails. It looked like the Ten Tails was crossing its arms over its head while Obito was curled up in its palm, relying on the Ten Tails' ridiculously strong defensive capabilities for protection. Obito didn't have to become intangible and wouldn't be attacked by that freak in the Kamui space anymore. Obito felt extremely frustrated at this moment. His cheat of intangibility had allowed him to run rampant from start to finish, yet he never expected to be in such a miserable situation now. Are you going to kick me while I'm down, Lin Nan? If you want to laugh at me, just feel free to do so in these last moments. Obito coldly said through the gaps in the Ten Tails' fingers. Lin Nan shrugged. Do I look like that kind of person? I'm the one who goes in directly, okay? Then why are you here? Obito sneered. Lin Nan stared deeply at Obito, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, and suddenly spoke. Are you waiting for someone? None of your business. Obito coldly replied. Lin Nan laughed in anger. You sure are brave, huh? It's already the final stage. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi descends, everything will turn to nothingness. You should take this limited time to show off your last bit of power. Obito's voice was filled with emotional fluctuations, as if he could already see the scene he was describing. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Lin Nan laughed. How do you know this so-called infinite Tsukuyomi will happen? Maybe someone is just deceiving you. Obito fell silent for a moment and said, regardless of whether it's a deception or not, at least this world has no reason to exist. Is this guy stuck in a dead end? Lin Nan didn't feel like arguing, but he knew that in the original plot, Obito's verbal skills were on par with Naruto's, nearly causing Naruto to go dark. If it weren't for our prince, the plot might not have progressed as it should. So Lin Nan originally intended to strike at Obito's heart, but clearly, he didn't have the verbal skills for it. Better to let Naruto handle it. He could at least talk to Obito And as for Obito, his biggest role for Lin Nan was redemption in the later stages. It's like receiving free eggs at the supermarket. Regardless of whether Lin Nan had any fondness for that supermarket before, it didn't stop him from taking a couple. Mr. Lin, over there, Naruto, having gotten familiar with his new mode, excitedly approached, almost in a bragging manner. Lin Nan stepped back, looking at Naruto, who was now shining with golden light and incredibly impressive, and just smiled slightly. However, the next second his smile stiffened. Why isn't the system saying anything? What's going on? Can't this technique be copied? Damn, isn't that a waste? It doesn't make sense. Naruto and the Nine-Tails chakra mode can be copied. So why can't this QB mode? Could it be because the golden Naruto is just manipulating the Nine-Tails chakra, while this mode is the full power of the Nine-Tails? Is it because I don't have the Nine-Tails, so I can't use it? In other words, Naruto's father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could use the golden mode right away because he had half of the Nine-Tails inside him. They say what you can't obtain will always stir your heart. Lin Nan wasn't initially very interested in Naruto's QB mode, but now it seemed increasingly appealing. Ding. Here it is. Although I'm late, I haven't missed it. System. I suspect you're just messing with me. Ding. SSS level secret technique, QB mode, Naruto Uzumaki, has been added to the skill library. This skill requires relatively stable Nine-Tails chakra. Sure enough, it still requires the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Relatively stable means the Nine-Tails violent chakra has completely submitted, right? That's easy. As long as you can copy it, I can use it. Lin Nan thought, looking at Naruto. Mr. Lin, what kind of expression is that? Naruto, with his face full of golden light, looked puzzled. Lin Nan was taken aback for a moment and wiped the corner of his mouth. It's nothing. By the way, do you have the strength to take on the Ten-Tails now? Naruto, full of fighting spirit, rubbed his fists and said, maybe I can give it a try. Lin Nan nodded and then gestured for him to go ahead. Am I going alone? Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Lin Nan said, otherwise, what should we do? Let me show you how it's done. Naruto nodded. Mr. Lin demonstrating is fine. Lin Nan pondered for a moment. I will definitely help you. Don't worry. But before that, can you share some chakra with me? What do you mean? Naruto was a bit confused. What a good person. Completely capable of going in and taking it directly. Yet now he is asking for it. Chapter 54 Two spots meet. Plot returns to normal. Chapter 55 Without hesitation. I torture myself. Lin Nan began to split himself, leaving behind a wooden clone, and after saying a word to Kakashi, he left the battlefield. He still wasn't very reassured about his main body. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly learned from the shared clone that his main body had already departed. At this moment, choosing to leave meant he could only head here. Would he meet up with Uchiha Madara? That would complicate things a bit. Lin Nan thought to himself, but suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of chakra approaching. So numerous that even Lin Nan, a non-sensing ninja, could detect it. Has the ninja allied forces arrived? This would mean that the entire battlefield now consisted of this last remaining area. The entire ninja world war was officially entering its final stages. This so-called Fourth Great Ninja War seemed to be wrapping up in just 2 or 3 days. As the main battlefield, the end of this night would also signal the end of the war. Wasn't the original plot hundreds of episodes long? It was too fast. So fast that Lin Nan was feeling a bit unaccustomed. He had thought it would last for hundreds of chapters. But now it seemed it wouldn't even last 100 chapters. Will my era continue into the new era? Speaking of which, if it continued until the non-combustible period, wouldn't I be the most ignited one? Lin Nan smiled slightly. No passage allowed here. In front of the extremely large ninja allied forces, a dark shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, its voice hoarse, blocking their way. All troops halt. With a command, the current highest commander, the deputy of the 5 Kage, Darui, along with Temari and Shikamaru, led this troop. What is that thing? Darui squinted at the shadow, not far away. Temari, being half a sensing ninja, examined it for a while and then said, very strange chakra. It's clearly an enemy. Since it's the enemy, then let's just crush through. Does one person think they can block our ninja ally forces? Does he think he's Uchiha Madara? Darui coldly shouted and immediately gave the order. Tens of thousands of ninja troops surged forward, but the shadow leisurely replied, didn't I say that passage is prohibited here? Boom! A massive Buddha statue over 100 meters tall suddenly rose from the ground, completely blocking the path of the ninja allied forces. Chapter 56 Time and Space Transformation. Limited Tsukuyomi Null. Chapter 57 The sudden appearance of Afe, the mirror world. After listening to Obito's explanation, Lin Nan was completely stunned. It wasn't just that he had amnesia. It was as if the world had changed completely. Obito covered everything, starting from when he met Lin Nan, probably thinking that Lin Nan was truly foolish and needed some education. This explanation actually made Lin Nan see things more clearly. In this world, Lin Nan joined the Akatsuki organization quite early as well. However, the Akatsuki was not a terrorist organization, but a mercenary group. Doesn't that sound familiar? Therefore, based on this cooperation, most ninjas from every village basically knew the Akatsuki and held them in high regard. For example, the Leaf Village ninja just now wouldn't panic or go to war upon seeing the Akatsuki. Instead, they would ask for autographs. It was simply outrageous. But in reality, if things were to follow the path of this world, it all seemed quite normal. For instance, in Lin Nan's previous life, people worshipped those with handsome looks, leading to a craze for good-looking men and women, which is the legendary star chasing. In this world, people revered the strong. So it was perfectly normal to ask for an autograph from a powerful group like the Akatsuki, which had a reputation throughout the ninja world. If there were smartphones, they would probably go crazy taking selfies. It was essentially the same as having celebrities in this world. Each one was handsome, strong, and often in the public eye. Aren't they just idols? Manual sarcasm. Mercenaries? Lin Nan suddenly felt a wave of emotion. The Akatsuki that Yahiko wanted to establish back then was just like this, right? It's just a pity. Lin Nan had heard a saying in his previous life. You can ensure that you're a good person, positive and full of sunshine. But you cannot guarantee that everyone you meet is like that. When you step into society with expectations and hopes, there will always be a group of people hiding in the dark, murky swamps, thinking about how to drag you down. By the time Obito explained this, Lin Nan had already gained a rough understanding of this world. The limited Tsukuyomi. In the original plot, it was presented as a movie where Naruto and Sakura were struck by the limited Tsukuyomi and fell into a world full of twists and surprises. He never expected that this technique would now fall upon him. Lin Nan only knew about this movie, but didn't have much understanding. He roughly knew that in the world of the limited Tsukuyomi, everything was basically the opposite of the outside world. The Akatsuki transformed from a feared evil organization into a respected mercenary group, essentially becoming the righteous side. Otherwise, so many large villages wouldn't have cooperative relationships with them. Other people's distinct characteristics would also be completely reversed. For example, the simplest one, Shaoli, who was a straight man in the original world, became a complete pervert here. The Princess Hinata, who was a reserved and shy girl, turned into a bold and straightforward big sister here. So what kind of reversal would he experience? Lin Nan, as an older member of the Akatsuki before Obito joined, was referred to as senpai. As for Lin Nan's previous identity, Obito only knew that he also came from the Leaf Village, didn't often go on missions, and generally handled the business negotiations for taking and assigning tasks. He mysteriously disappeared a year ago and just recently reappeared, now going on missions with Obito. Is that all? Lin Nan was taken aback. Obito nodded and said, "That's it. Your identity in the organization is quite mysterious, senpai. Besides the leader and Itachi, no one else knows much about it." "What the heck is Itachi?" Lin Nan's expression stiffened. Obito shook his head. "It seems your memory really is messed up, senpai. Itachi is in charge of all combat commands during missions, and even the leader has to listen to him. As expected of Itachi, even in the mirror world, he holds a central position. But if the limited Tsukuyomi reverses a person's most distinct personality, what would Itachi be like? In the original work, when Naruto came to this world, he would replace the original host, so his disappearance should be related to that. Doesn't that mean there is another version of himself in this world?" Looking at Obito, this guy clearly expressed his identity, evidently no longer the major villain from the original world. "What about you?" Lin Nan asked. Obito reacted for a moment and said, "Me? Senpai, you even forgot about me." And he made a face as if wanting to cry, but had no tears. This personality is quite similar to Afe. Lin Nan recalled a piece of trivia. The voice actor for Obito, who is known as Uchiha Obito, or Broken Face Obito, is actually the same person as Afe's voice actor. Obito collected his emotions and continued. "I was originally from the Leaf Village, but I got injured during a war and gained military merit. At that time, my teacher, who is the fourth Hokage, let me join the Akatsuki for training. You have to know, senpai, our organization isn't something just anyone can join, so my teacher must have wanted to cultivate me as the next Hokage, haha." What a plot twist. If Rin hadn't died, Obito might have really followed this path. However, it seems that there was no Obito in the original plot. Did some changes happen because of him? Lin Nan nodded and then said, "Didn't you say we were coming over to do a mission? What is the mission?" The mission is already completed, senpai. Such trivial matters. How could they require your intervention? Obito said with a cheeky smile. Then what are we doing now? Lin Nan asked. Obito scratched his head and said, Senpai, you really forget things easily. Didn't we have a big job to take from the leaf? We're very close to the leaf now. That task we just did was just on the way. Oh, Lin Nan nodded. No wonder he could still see the ninjas from the leaf just now. Are they going back to the leaf again? But this time, the identity would be different. Lin Nan actually watched the movie for fun in his previous life. But after watching it, there was something worth pondering. That is, do the people in the mirror world truly exist? Is this world of the limited Tsukuyumi real? At least from the movie's portrayal, it completely felt like a parallel universe. Compared to the infinite Tsukuyumi, which only exists in a virtual dream. The limited Tsukuyumi is obviously much better. If the Obito and Madara from the main world want to achieve true peace, having everyone under a limited Tsukuyumi wouldn't be a bad idea. It's just a pity that such a situation is impossible. With such immense power, wouldn't it be more reasonable to change the entire world's ideology in an instant with the so-called infinite Tsukuyumi? Chapter 58. The National Idol Akatsuki, Konoha Security. It's been so many years since I last came back. I wonder how that guy Kakashi is doing. The last time we met was on the last mission. On the road, Obito hugged his head, looking relaxed. Lin Nan asked in confusion, Don't you come back often? Obito complained, Once I joined Akatsuki, there wasn't much free time. Not everyone is like you, senior. Lin Nan remembered that Obito had just said he didn't often go on missions. And most of the time he was out doing odd jobs like now, usually alone. Being with Obito was an exception. Thinking about it, he could consider himself an elder in Akatsuki. In fact, during Lin Nan's previous life, aside from seeking revenge and stealing various skills, he just wanted to slack off in Akatsuki. After all, as a member of a terrorist organization, he had plenty of peripheral members to command. However, back then, Pain, as the leader, didn't like using those people and preferred to use formal members, even for minor tasks. So, in the original storyline, it seemed like Itachi, Uchiha, and Kisame were always on the move and appeared to be idle. But in reality, they were the most overworked in the entire Akatsuki. Kakuzu and Haiden earn a lot, but they had fewer missions, mostly taking on private jobs, and Pain often turn a blind eye. To sum it up, these four could be considered workaholics. The key point was that Akatsuki didn't pay salaries. Can you believe it? Mainly because these four didn't spend the organization's money. Unlike Deidara and Sasori, who had the highest expenses aside from Conan's private purchases of explosive tags. Now it seemed everything was going according to the script he imagined. He really belonged to the upper echelons of a free organization that slacked off most of the time. How nice. Huh? What kind of thought is this? Aren't I supposed to find a way out? After all, the war outside is still raging, and they wouldn't care whether I was here or not. The key is that I still want to achieve the cycle of reincarnation. No wonder it's limited Tsukuyumi. It easily invaded my brain. I'm not here to carry out missions. I want to gather information from the main places where the original plot took place. Yes, exactly like that. Obito looked at Lin Nan, whose expression changed from dark to bright, trembling and afraid to speak. Once they entered Konoha's territory, Lin Nan saw the iconic big green gate and the crimson walls from afar. There's no need to elaborate. Every time Lin Nan saw this gate, a wave of sadness would wash over him. Senior, are we just going to walk in like this? Obito suddenly spoke. Lin Nan was taken aback. Wasn't he trying to clear his name now? Was there still a need to be sneaky? Perhaps sensing Lin Nan's confusion, Obito sincerely said, We are members of the world's #1 mercenary organization, you know? The sense of mystery, Senior understands, right? This is what you taught me. Lin Nan glanced at the gate and said, In Konoha, walking in swaggeringly is actually fine, but if you're sneaky, they'll immediately treat you as a spy. It sounds like you've been through it, Obito said calmly. Lin Nan shot him a glare, making him shut up. Looking around, Lin Nan remembered that there was a special array covering the village's perimeter. Generally, outsiders would be detected the moment they entered. With both of them dressed in standard Akatsuki attire, even if they were seen, they should be invited in immediately. Wait a minute, Akatsuki is a national idol here. They wouldn't be mobbed for autographs, right? Lin Nan clearly remembered the craziness of those fans in his past life. Thinking about it made him a bit excited. Compared to the deserted gate he saw in his previous life, it was bustling now, with crowds flowing like a market, showing no signs of being a ninja village. Lin Nan watched from afar when suddenly his figure was shrouded in smoke, and in the next moment, he transformed into a person wearing a plain black robe. In the end, he chose to abandon the Akatsuki attire. So many people, I have social anxiety. It would be too embarrassing to cause a traffic jam. Seeing this, Obito also used a transformation technique to change his appearance. I didn't expect you to be so low-key, senior. This is my first time seeing you in casual clothes. Obito laughed. Did he dislike wearing the Akatsuki uniform in the previous world, so he preferred to wear it in this world? It makes sense. Lin Nan had a standard Eastern face, looking around 26 or 27 years old, with a medium build and slightly long hair that was a bit messy, resembling Sasuke's hairstyle. Now it's different. Lin Nan could feel his hair's smoothness. It seems that hair is contrary to what it was in the previous world. Sasuke's hairstyle turned into Itachi's. Of course, these were not important. Passing through the bustling crowd, Lin Nan walked past Konoha's guardroom. A sudden loud shout startled Lin Nan. Recognize me? This reaction is not right. Huh? Hyuga, you can't use Bikugan while playing cards. Do you think I didn't see you cheating? The following sentence made Lin Nan's head spin. This isn't right. I heard in my previous life that these guards love to play cards, but why do they also enjoy it in Tsukuyami? Stealing a glance. I can't believe they're playing mahjong. Playing mahjong during work hours? Does Konoha's guard still need people? They say Konoha's main gate is hidden with talents. And Pain didn't dare to enter through the front gate. It seems to be true. Lin Nan didn't directly carry out his so-called mission, but found an excuse for Obito to visit family first and chose to enter Konoha's residential area alone. Most of the original plot occurred here, and if he wanted to find a way out, he had to work with the little Naruto and this world's Naruto. However, since the main character of limited Tsukuyami isn't Naruto, then the boss isn't a dark version of Naruto. It could be a dark version of himself. In any case, starting with Naruto is definitely the right choice. How'd he get out before? He could follow the steps. After bypassing Konoha's guardroom, Lin Nan watched Obito disappear into the crowd. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed someone walking into the guardroom. You guys. That person immediately spoke upon entering. The guards were startled. The main thing was that the wrinkled face bore no malice or indifference, only a warm smile. You guys didn't wait for me. That person laughed and scolded. This sunny smile and kind expression. Did I recognize the wrong person? Disguise, it must be a disguise. Lin Nan's expression froze, but he unconsciously clenched his hands. Laughter came from the guards. Captain Danzo, sorry. How about you come back in the next round? That's right. This person was the security captain, Shimura Danzo. Boom. Lin Nan chose to selectively ignore the following words. You were lucky not to die in my last life. This time, you won't be so lucky. Lin Nan exploded. Chapter 59. Captain of the security team, Danzo, reversal of Tsunade, there are enemies. The gatekeepers of Konoha, no matter how much they play cards, are not just idly sitting around. The moment Lin Nan's killing intent was revealed, these gatekeepers reacted instantly. But it was already too late. In that instant, Lin Nan had already made his move. A massive skeletal hand, surrounded by purple light, burst through the guardroom and firmly grasped Danzo in its palm. This was Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, representing Lin Nan's deep-seated hatred akin to that of Sasuke. In his previous life, Lin Nan hated Danzo to the core, but unfortunately, this guy was like a turtle, and Lin Nan had to give up on his cherished lazy life. His greatest wish was to personally send this old man on his way. But he couldn't do it because he could never find him. Now it was different. Danzo was right in front of him, in his palm. As long as he thought about it, he could guarantee that Danzo would instantly turn into a puddle of blood. Stop! Let go of Captain Danzo! The gatekeepers shouted angrily upon seeing this. Countless passers-by were also startled by the sudden turn of events, screaming in shock. Danzo was taken aback by Lin Nan's sudden attack. The overwhelming restraint made it impossible for him to utter a single word, yet he still wore a stiff smile, his squinted eyes fixed on Lin Nan. Stop! How dare you commit murder in Konoha village? Several ninjas jumped down from the beams, shouting at Lin Nan. Seeing Lin Nan unresponsive, they threw several kunai at him. Lin Nan didn't even glance at them, allowing the kunai to strike against the skeletal arm wrapped around him, producing a clinking sound. The next second, Lin Nan turned his head. Just one glance left several ninjas sitting on the ground, their expressions dazed. After taking a few deep breaths, it seemed Lin Nan finally made up his mind. No matter what, whether it was limited Tsukuyami or infinite Tsukuyami, Danzo must die. Buzz. In an instant, Lin Nan's mind became hazy. Years later, seeing Danzo again, although he had changed somewhat from his memory, it felt as if that torturous experience was just yesterday. This was not the most terrifying part. The scariest part was watching the people around him grow weak, or even die one by one, until only he remained. Even a little white mouse would be given a swift end, but Lin Nan had been enduring the agony of waiting for death all along. Lin Nan had never been a particularly ambitious person. In his previous life, if it weren't for corporate exploitation, he would have been a lazy person. He had always had a good impression of Konoha, whether it was the Konoha little strong or Kakashian guy. However, everything changed once Lin Nan walked into Konoha village with high hopes. This dream place turned into a nightmare. For a person who enjoyed slacking off, going through various wars just to steal skills and grow stronger was unimaginable. It goes without saying how deep Lin Nan's obsession with revenge was. As the saying goes, when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. All grievances and grudges will be settled at that moment. However, the moment Lin Nan saw him, he couldn't control himself. With a desperate roar, Lin Nan exerted force to crush the old man Danzo alive. However, suddenly a furious shout rang out. Painful heavenly foot. Bang! With a loud crash, the skeletal arm shattered, and Lin Nan's eyes regained a bit of clarity. Susanoo had been broken by a kick. Looking at the person, he saw someone in a green robe, thin in stature, but the lines on their face were slowly retreating. Tsunade? Glancing at Tsunade's chest, Lin Nan's anger dissipated in an instant. Well, Tsunade had turned into an airfield. Lin Nan, what are you doing attacking our diligent security team, Captain Danzo? Tsunade scolded angrily. That's right, Captain Danzo has won the Best Security Award for 20 consecutive years, protecting our village every day. How can you do this? Another female voice chimed in, accompanied by a series of pig-like squeals. Lin Nan turned around to see a seemingly black-haired Tsunade approaching. Shizen. Wow, okay, these two had completely reversed roles. In reality, Shizen wasn't that explosive, but she had some substance, right? This was just too much bullying. After this interruption, Lin Nan calmed down. This meant that the person in front of him was just someone who looked like Danzo, shared the same name, but was completely different. After all, the real Danzo was someone whom 9.5 people wanted dead. In the world of limited Tsukuyami, Lin Nan could kill him to vent his anger. But there was no need. Bullying the weak was something Lin Nan had always despised. He only played high-end games. Moreover, now that he was in a limited Tsukuyami, everyone might have some use when they got out, and Lin Nan didn't want to be trapped here forever due to anger. He needed to remain rational to escape. This was all an illusion. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Lin Nan sincerely apologized. Hey, if you're apologizing, at least open your eyes, Shizun said with annoyance. Lin Nan just shook his head. I'm really very sorry. After resolving the matter, Lin Nan, after a long period of closing his eyes, calmed his emotions. Lin Nan, were you really just mistaken? Walking alongside Tsunade on the street, Lin Nan looked at her, wearing glasses, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. So he simply stopped looking. Tsunade's attitude towards him surprised Lin Nan. First of all, Tsunade knew him, and it was not just a casual acquaintance. They must have a good relationship. Moreover, he had just done something like that at the entrance, yet Tsunade didn't even get angry with him, just gave him a verbal warning. She even just pretended to lead him away from the crowded entrance, and no longer restrained him. I really just mistook him for someone else. That person looks very similar to a vicious rogue ninja I'm currently pursuing, Lin Nan explained. Tsunade nodded and shook her head. Well, you indeed mistook him. Captain Danzo has been a security guard in Konoha for decades, equivalent to me growing up under his watch. He is kind and gentle, just a bit too soft in character, but in this peaceful era, there's not much going on. Peaceful era, Lin Nan mumbled. Hearing this, he was stunned. Did she just say it was peaceful? Your family member should have just returned from the market with groceries. Maybe you can surprise her. Who? Lin Nan's mind felt like it had exploded. The purple hydrangea. Chapter 60. The hydrangea in the dream knock. A knock at the door. Who is it? A gentle voice came from inside. The door opened, and a woman in an apron stepped out. She had bright purple hair and a beautiful face, blinking her lake-like, clear eyes, but she saw no one. As the door closed, a figure slowly turned away in the distance. A gentle breeze brushed by, and at that moment, the figure appeared so desolate and lonely. Lin Nan walked on his own, never once glancing at the woman. He was afraid that just one look would make him sink in and be unable to extricate himself. It was like a bottomless abyss with no room for retreat. Lin Nan kept repeating in his heart, whether this place was real or false. She was not the one she was meant to be. But suddenly, Lin Nan stopped in his tracks. If this world were real, why would he need to return to reality? But now he was indeed flesh and blood. In the original world, even if peace were to come in the future, it would still be filled with numerous disturbances and invasions. Although it was not flammable, it cannot be denied that even with Naruto and Sasuke's presence, that world was fundamentally unstable. Looking at this world again, everyone wore smiles of happiness, and everyone was harmonious. The world was peaceful and stable. So why leave? Lin Nan recalled the original plot carefully. After all, Naruto's departure was because this world already had a Naruto. The love from parents he had never felt was merely projected onto him by others. Although they looked the same and had the same settings, Naruto knew that it did not belong to him. So he chose to leave the limited Tsukuyomi world. Love cannot be taken by force. This was Lin Nan's belief. And now, he was the protagonist of this limited Tsukuyomi. No matter if there was another self in this world, at least for now, he was Lin Nan. No one else knew but him. He could easily take the place of that self and stay in this world. For some reason, Lin Nan thought of an anime he had seen in his previous life, Old Rue and Little M.O. After all, it's still himself, isn't it? But is she still her? The hydrangea, born in the rain-hidden village, in that desperate and oppressive village, no matter how much Xiao Nan's angelic brainwashing speeches were. She was always filled with hope for the future. Peace, happiness, stability, sunshine. To chase the light in her heart, the hydrangea, a girl 10 years younger than Lin Nan, was strong enough to make one feel heartbroken. Yet she was so gentle. When with Lin Nan, she would openly express her yearning for the future. However, the thin rope always breaks at its weakest point. Everything was so within reach. Compared to the mutual concealment of their feelings when together, here, they had become a couple who could see each other honestly. Lin Nan did not know if he was married in this world, but since they lived together, there was naturally a sense of responsibility. But was all this fake or real? Therefore, Lin Nan did not dare to look. Suddenly, Lin Nan turned his single Sharingan's tomo and looked aside. There stood a figure. To be precise, it was a phantom black silhouette, somewhat translucent, like a ghost. Lin Nan frowned slightly. Could he still see ghosts in broad daylight? Cackling. An eerie sound rang out, as if that thing was speaking. But obviously, Lin Nan could not understand it. To his surprise, the next moment, the phantom black figure charged straight at Lin Nan. Lin Nan smiled coldly, simply swaying slightly to evade the attack of the shadow, and in the next moment, he directly countered with a defense. A skeletal arm suddenly appeared, smashing fiercely towards the black figure. At that moment, Lin Nan finally understood why Sasuke had to use Susanoo to walk after activating his eternal Meijiki. It could attack and defend, was cool and pretentious. The main thing was after obtaining the eternal Meijiki, it had no damage to the eyes. It was simply a pretentious artifact. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground exploded, and Lin Nan's pupils shrank slightly. His attack passed through the black figure, but it was clearly not like Kim Yui's phasing. The Sharingan did not detect any chakra fluctuations. Could it really be a ghost? Does this setting exist in Naruto? Are the ghosts in Naruto this tough? Scaring people in broad daylight? Cackling. The shadow emitted another eerie sound, extremely sharp and grating, making Lin Nan feel unwell. It had a taste of the curse from the little days. Suddenly, Lin Nan's mind flashed, and the patterns of his Sharingan changed. Tsukuyomi. The eerie sound seemed to become even sharper, and Lin Nan's expression shifted. It was obviously promising. However, the next moment, the black figure lunged at Lin Nan again, as if it were an illusory monster. Tsukuyomi didn't work? How could that be? Lin Nan did not react in time, and at this moment, dodging was somewhat too late. In desperation, Lin Nan unleashed his ocular power, and purple skeletal armor instantly enveloped his body, followed by muscle tissue covering it. Before he could fully cover himself in armor, Lin Nan's pupils constricted. This thing had actually passed through his Susanoo. This was Susanoo. How could it be so weak now? Kamui. In desperation, Lin Nan could only use Kamui to evade the black figure's lunge. The two bodies intersected in an instant, but when the black shadow passed through Lin Nan's body, his expression became extremely strange. The phasing had not been triggered, meaning this thing was not only not a corpse, it might not even be a spiritual entity. Phasing could completely evade any form of attack, even including Jinjutsu. It was a form of chakra transmission. However, Lin Nan had never seen a ghost and didn't know what form a ghost appeared in this world. Turning around, Lin Nan found the black figure darting away into the distance, clearly not wanting to entangle with him any longer. Did this thing have anything to do with the limited Tsukuyomi? Lin Nan's expression turned serious as he chased after it. After passing a corner, Lin Nan did not see the person, but he heard the voice. Rasengan. Bang. Naruto? That voice was indeed distinctive. Rounding the corner, Lin Nan saw several figures, but the black figure was already out of sight. The Sharingan also did not detect any residual chakra. It seemed that the black figure had not shown any fluctuations of chakra from the beginning. Mr. Lin? A call rang out. Lin Nan looked up in confusion, and there were 3 people in front of him. The leading one had stylish long golden hair, but their sportswear looked rather outdated. Minato? Lin Nan was taken aback. Chapter 61. The 12 strong of the reversed world know. It's just Naruto with a Watergate hairstyle. Lin Nan rubbed his head, forcing himself to regain his composure. This world-s Naruto should be called Myanmar, since the protagonist of the limited Tsukuyomi is himself. Then Myanmar hasn't turned dark. As for why Lin Nan knew the name Myanmar so accurately, it was simply because that name was too popular. It seemed that the vast majority of people who saw Naruto in the infinite Tsukuyomi called him Myanmar. Where did that shadow go? Did you see it? Lin Nan didn't have the mood to greet anyone. Next to Myanmar, the somewhat chubby version of Shikamaru was munching on chips and said, "It seems to have disappeared under Myanmar's strike." Disappeared? Lin Nan frowned slightly. "Mr. Kobayashi, what was that just now?" Myanmar asked. Lin Nan shook his head. "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Did Mr. Kobayashi come here specifically because of that thing, or are you on a break?" Myanmar asked familiarly. "This usage is really good. No wonder it's my limited Tsukuyomi. I know Myanmar, and I have a house and a woman in Konoha. I live in Konoha. The Akatsuki organization's mercenary work is just my job. In reality, I live in Konoha. If this is completely according to this route, then it's equivalent to being captured for experimentation after coming to Konoha in reality. And here, I settled down after arriving in Konoha and even found a good job. Why not? I'll stay here. Reality? Let me be destroyed. Hurry up. Mr. Kobayashi, did you just come out for home? So you must be on a business trip. That's tough." It seemed like a slimmer version of Choji after activating the butterfly mode, with a wise sparkle in his big eyes. Have these two completely swapped personalities? I have to say, these two are really good in Naruto. They've been friends since childhood. Even in the limited Tsukuyomi, this relationship cannot be changed. Shikamaru said, "Mr. Kobayashi is from the Akatsuki organization. Maintaining world peace is certainly tough. The Akatsuki organization and maintaining world peace, truly a best match." Lin Nan's eyes turned. "No business trip, just out for a stroll. What are you guys up to?" "We're going to the hot springs. Mr. Kobayashi, would you like to join?" "Bathing? Just the three of you?" Lin Nan asked. "No. We have an appointment with Hinata-sama and the others." Shikamaru replied. "Wait, this plot feels a bit familiar. Mr. Kobayashi, come with us. Should we call Sister Ajisai?" Shikamaru was very enthusiastic. "No need, I'll go with you." Lin Nan agreed. In the limited Tsukuyomi, Naruto should be the key. Walking through the streets of Konoha with the trio of childhood friends, Lin Nan felt many emotions. It was close to evening, and the soft sunset bathed the street, warming people's hearts. The limited Tsukuyomi's reversal of the world should only target people, so on the surface, Konoha doesn't seem much different from reality. Additionally, compared to reality, Naruto, or rather Myanmar at this time, appeared much more composed. I have to say, Naruto's looks were greatly limited by his hair and clothes. If he changed his outfit, he'd definitely be a handsome guy. Suddenly, a voice that made Lin Nan's skin crawl rang out. This voice reminded him of Meitorumi. Turning around, the pink hair could only belong to Sakura. Looking at Sakura clinging to Myanmar's arm, Lin Nan felt a bit of toothache. In the original plot, Sakura entered the limited Tsukuyomi world alongside Naruto, and under his influence. Sakura changing to her current personality is also quite normal. "Get away, you green tea!" A loud shout startled Lin Nan. Following the sound, Lin Nan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, the big sister has arrived. The newcomer, dressed in a sexy and avant-garde style, with exquisite makeup, and of course, the most eye-catching aspect was her chest. It was Hinata Hyuga in the limited Tsukuyomi world. Since the personality has reversed, the introverted and shy Hinata naturally became like this. Hinata and Sakura were competing for Myanmar. What a brilliant scene. This is the treatment of a protagonist. This woman is so fierce, unlike me, who only feels sorry for Myanmar. Sakura hid behind Myanmar. Lin Nan looked at Myanmar, who was expressionless, and wasn't surprised. He probably had gone through too much and had become numb. No wonder he called Myanmar. Soon after, the 12 strong of Konoha gathered together. Sasuke also arrived. So naturally, there was no Sai. Overall, the changes in the 12 strong in the limited Tsukuyomi made Lin Nan feel a mix of emotions. The hot-blooded chatterbox Naruto turned into the calm, expressionless Myanmar. The aloof and cool Sasuke became the handsome and sweet-talking Sea King. Sakura, who followed Sasuke, was now the green tea following Myanmar. Hinata became the big sister, and Niji liked cats while Shino hated bugs. Ten became a simp. The rich girl went bankrupt every day, and Lee turned into a pervert. Shikamaru and Choji essentially switched roles, while Ino became this world's Hinata. What caught Lin Nan's attention the most was 10. In the original plot, her identity was actually quite mysterious, not like Lee who had no background at all, nor like Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji who had family backgrounds. However, Tenten had access to basically all kinds of space-time ninjutsu. You have to know, whether it's ninja tools or talismans, those are all bought with hard-earned money. So is Tenten's most distinctive feature that she was wealthy? Thus, under the reversal of the limited Tsukuyomi, she became poor, with patches all over her clothes. In Sakura, logically, her father should be the fourth Hokage, which means she and Naruto had a bit of a connection. The only daughter of the fourth Hokage, how twisted must her personality be to grow up like this? Lin Nan couldn't understand and simply stopped thinking about it. However, he also understood to some extent. After all, even though he lived in Konoha, he obviously spent most of his time working. The 12 Strong had certain descriptions in the original plot, but they probably don't have much to do with the method to break this world. Lin Nan roughly remembered the original plot, but he didn't quite understand how Naruto left the limited Tsukuyomi world in the end. In Lin Nan's view, Naruto simply defeated the dark version of himself in this world, and everything would end. But Obito was watching the whole process and was the original instigator. This means that the dark version of Naruto might just be a clue. Obito is the key. So finding Obito in the limited Tsukuyomi is what Lin Nan needs to do now. Whether or not there's a dark version of himself, Obito must have been watching the whole time. In the hot springs, Lin Nan looked at Myanmar, who had an expressionless face and didn't know what he was thinking, and slowly spoke. Before he could finish, there was suddenly a creaking sound from the ceiling, followed by the sound of the building collapsing and a series of screams. Chapter 62, Tsunade Summons. The plot of Tsukuyomi begins null. Chapter 63, Dreams or Reality. To Obito currently, Jiraiya's burial place is guarded by the toads of Mount Mayaboku, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter and obtain the Book of the Moon. Therefore, Minato and Kushina, along with Lin Nan, went there. Tsunade's intention was clear. She wanted Lin Nan to hold the fort. She did not intend for Lin Nan to notify the organization. So does this count as working in vain? However, this matter is closely related to him. So he's not entirely a tool. Minato and Kushina had just returned and naturally wouldn't rush to leave. There was still some food waiting for them at home. As for Lin Nan, he had nowhere to go. Wandering aimlessly through the night in Konoha, Lin Nan suddenly heard a call. Senior, Afe? Lin Nan turned around and blurted out. Obito appeared in Lin Nan's line of sight, looking puzzled. Who is Afe? No one. What are you doing here? Lin Nan asked. Obito chuckled and dragged Lin Nan into a tavern. There, a man and a woman were sitting. The man wore a mask and had white hair, while the woman had long black hair with 2 purple lines painted on her face. Kakashi and Rin. Sure enough, if Rin didn't die, then there was no incident in reality. Little Lin is back. Kakashi greeted. Rin, being more shy, just nodded at Lin Nan. Huh? Kakashi, how do you know my senior? Obito asked, looking confused. A flicker of panic crossed Kakashi's calm eyes. Lin Nan's expression instantly became strange. But Obito was different. This was equivalent to a company where Lin Nan was part of the management, frequently using business trips as an excuse to come home late or leave early. Obito, on the other hand, was like an intern or a long-time employee, as he had been in the Akatsuki organization for a long time. He worked diligently, had to work overtime for free, and hardly returned home throughout the year, essentially living at the company. This clearly exploitative behavior made Lin Nan feel embarrassed. The Akatsuki organization was indeed top-notch in this regard, no matter which world it was in. Kakashi seemed to know about this situation, but chose not to speak. At this moment, Kakashi was just like he was during his childhood. In the original plot, Kakashi became more like a normal person only after Obito's death. Before that, he was similar to Sasuke, a genius boy who was aloof and unapproachable. Kakashi looked at Lin Nan for help, clearly unsure of how to explain. So Lin Nan spoke up. We shared a rental during a mission before. Oh, I see. Obito nodded, believing it. Lin Nan shook his head and laughed. This trio, despite their unchanged personalities over the years, was quite entertaining. Because Obito rarely returned, every time he did, they would have a small gathering. During these times, they inevitably drank too much, and Obito would make a fool of himself, not missing a chance to show off his prestige in the Akatsuki. After a few drinks, Lin Nan was also happy to see such a scene. You guys continue. I need to step out for a moment. During this time, Lin Nan used the excuse of needing to relieve himself to step out of the tavern. Hey, senior, there's a bathroom inside. Why go out? Are you going to urinate on the street? Obito, seeing this, wanted to join in. Kakashi, however, quickly pulled him back. As the cold night wind blew, Lin Nan lightly jumped onto the roof of the tavern, seemingly weightless. You really can't hide from your seniors. A deep voice said, But it was no longer the voice of Uchiha Madara, but rather Obito's own voice. An Akatsuki robe appeared, but the figure was somewhat ethereal, clearly the Obito from reality. Lin Nan looked at Obito's appearance from the time of Akatsuki and slowly activated his Sharingan. Why are you dressed like this? Do you have some nostalgia for the past you abandoned? Obito, at this moment, I am merely a fragment of spirit, wandering outside this world. Obito spoke. So you can only see me. There's no need to waste energy. Lin Nan remained silent for a moment, looking down at the tavern, and smiled slightly. This is my dream. How can it not be yours as well? So, this is the reason I want to create the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito's voice was devoid of sadness or joy. When the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi covers the earth, all dreams will become reality. Lin Nan couldn't be bothered to engage with Obito. He knew that whatever he said now would be useless. This person had already completely lost his mind. Chapter 64, The Disappearance of the Facial Numbness and Hydrangea, Null. Chapter 65, The Appearance of the Nine Tails. Conspiracy surface, it must be said that Minato is almost a perfect person in many ways. His strength, character, intelligence, and emotional intelligence are all exceptional. Nearly maxed out in every aspect. At a young age, he became Hokage and married a beautiful and wealthy woman, reaching the peak of his life. Unfortunately, he died young. Lin Nan glanced at Minato, not expecting that he could see through his intentions at a glance. Lin Nan has absorbed Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, which was genuinely given to him by Naruto and is extremely pure. Therefore, using this Nine Tails chakra, he can resonate with the chakra of the Nine Tails within Minato. It is similar to the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Naruto had no reaction, but the Nine Tails within him since the arrival of the reanimated Minato. Although Lin Nan pushed the Nine Tails chakra to its limits, he could only manifest a fox's head and could not directly produce a radiant Nine Tails like Naruto did. The reason lies in the fact that Lin Nan does not possess the actual Nine Tails. It is merely a simulation of the Nine Tails chakra provided by the system. However, even so, resonating with the real Nine Tails is more than enough. Roar! Suddenly, Lin Nan's heart shook, and a loud roar filled with hatred and rage resonated in his mind. The Nine Tails. Still in Konoha, Minato noticed Lin Nan's unusual behavior. What is it? Did you discover something? Lin Nan's eyes widened in anger, and without answering, his figure soared into the air. Her style, light and heavy rock technique. Using the ability of the light body technique, Lin Nan transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished into the night sky. It was already late at night, but unlike the reality with a curfew, there were still some night markets that, although not bustling, had small groups of people, creating a sense of vibrancy and liveliness unlike a ninja village. When those wandering at night looked up, they noticed a golden meteor streaking across the dark sky. A meteor? Quick, make a wish. People raised their heads, clasped their hands together, and sincerely voiced their unrealistic dreams in their hearts. Hey, why is this meteor getting bigger? Is it going to fall here? As these words were spoken, people began to flee, though some skeptical ones stood by to watch. However, at that moment, the ground suddenly shook, causing screams to erupt. Those who were still lost in their happy thoughts panicked intensely. Chapter 66, Complete Body Susanoo versus Nine Tails. With Lin Nan's light exhalation of words, two gigantic wings appeared. A huge warrior, 100 meters tall, adorned with a Tengu mask and sporting twin wings, suddenly manifested in Konoha village. So big, Minato raised his head and compared it to the Nine Tails. In front of Susanoo, the Nine Tails looked like a vicious dog. This was Lin Nan's first time using the complete body Susanoo. Previously, he had only utilized the armored Susanoo. The complete body Susanoo was truly 100 meters tall, entirely composed of chakra and ocular power. No wonder the system issued a warning after the replication. This technique was indeed not something an ordinary person could execute. Lin Nan felt as if his body had been instantaneously hollowed out, as if using a skill that required 200 mana, while he only had 100. The ocular power was similar. It felt like a brick had entered his eyes, reminiscent of the sensation when Kim Yui devoured a meteorite. In short, after unleashing the complete body Susanoo, Lin Nan in the cockpit could feel an endless surge of godlike power. Yet the inexplicable sense of pressure from his body also left him somewhat breathless. It was as if the cockpit was continuously compressing him from within. However, these were secondary concerns. The important thing was that Lin Nan had activated the complete body Gundam. For Lin Nan, that was already enough. Roar! The Nine Tails was now completely frenzied, showing no fear toward the Susanoo that loomed like a door before it. even charging forward with claws bared. Could Lin Nan still tolerate this? The gigantic Susanoo raised its arm and effortlessly seized the Nine Tails by the neck, lifting it into the air as if it were a small chick. No matter how the Nine Tails struggled, Susanoo's arm remained as immovable as if it were welded from iron. In the next moment, Lin Nan controlled Susanoo to slam the Nine Tails down to the ground like a wrestler. Boom! With a tremor that shook the earth. Accompanied by the Nine Tails' anguished howl, the complete body Susanoo, embodied by Lin Nan, stood between heaven and earth, its elevated vantage point allowing Lin Nan to see numerous approaching ninjas. Konoha's elite and Tsunade had all nearly arrived. However, upon seeing Lin Nan within Susanoo, they didn't take further action. Fortunately, Lin Nan noticed Tsunade and the others. If he hadn't seen their presence, he probably would have lost his cool and drawn his sword long ago. In fact, Chapter 67. The Great Spiral Wheel isn't this white, ghost-like entity something from the original plot? Lin Nan has forgotten its specific name, but it seems to be a product created by the QB relying on the chakra within this world's Myanmar. Logically speaking, if the QB has emerged, it makes sense that this white ghost would follow. However, Lin Nan always feels that this matter might be far more complicated than it appears. After casually crushing a white ghost that lacked eyes, Lin Nan continued to search for traces of QB chakra. Before long, he pinpointed the location, still trying to escape. The next moment, Lin Nan's wings spread out behind him, carrying his massive form as he flew towards the source of the QB chakra fluctuation. As long as he finds Myanmar, how far could Xianghua be? But ultimately, the abduction of Xianghua was very likely orchestrated by his counterpart in this world. So does he have the right to bring Xianghua back? Even though they are both himself, it seems that the belonging of this world Xianghua is not with him. Bang! Lin Nan landed, and at this point he had arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village. The QB chakra had stopped, as if the crimson walls and the invisible special formation were blocking their path. Minato also appeared behind Lin Nan's giant Susanoo, having followed him the whole time. What's wrong? Is Myanmar here? Minato asked. The QB chakra had vanished into thin air, and there seemed to be no chakra fluctuations present in the area. What's going on? Lin Nan's Susanoo was taller than the city walls, allowing him to see the surrounding mountains and forests over the walls. What is that? Under Lin Nan's Sharingan observation, there seemed to be a faint chakra fluctuation in the air. Before Lin Nan could get a clear look, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! SS-level ninjutsu. Great Spiral Wheel Vortex Myanmar has been added to the skill library. Lin Nan had not yet reacted when he saw a glimmer of starlight descending towards the ground. Boom! Without any warning, an extremely high temperature and violent wind instantly enveloped Lin Nan's Susanoo. A mushroom cloud rose, and a heat wave spread widely, continuing to expand until it had engulfed half of the ninja village. Once everything settled, a blue light emerged. Lin Nan's massive Susanoo. Chapter 68. The human touch of the Akatsuki organization Obito has left again. In this regard, he couldn't argue against Lin Nan. As for what Obito said about this world being created for him, Lin Nan scoffed. Perhaps it was created by him, but this so-called infinite Tsukuyami, that crystal ball, once it created this world, everything was no longer under his control. All of this indicates that this world truly exists, equivalent to a parallel universe. In other words, it is not a false existence. People are real beings, not NPCs. That means, Lin Nan glanced at the void ring on his hand and infused it with chakra. With a blink of an eye, the scene before him changed. In a pitch-black environment, he could vaguely see that it seemed to be in a dimly lit cave. Lin Nan looked around and did not find the figure of the outer path golem. So how could this ring still conduct an online meeting? Perhaps it was a change in the infinite Tsukuyami. Lin Nan didn't pay much attention to it, but waited for other members to come online. Oh, Senpai, what's up? Is Senpai going to hold a meeting? Obito's voice echoed, and Lin Nan frowned slightly at the dark shadow representing Obito. Does he have a ring too? How can he participate? But as other Akatsuki members came online one after another, Lin Nan understood the secret. Zetsu had disappeared. What are you doing at this late hour? Can't you let people sleep? A youthful yet annoyed voice came from Deidara. Exactly. It's a bit ridiculous, Haiden added, his tone somewhat comical. As the members gathered, Lin Nan felt a mix of emotions. He never expected to hold another meeting in this lifetime. These people are all here. That's great. It's worth noting that in reality, most of these people are long gone. Compared to the terrifying organizations in reality, the Akatsuki in this world is clearly more united and stable. Shaolin, did you gather everyone for something? A shadow with a prickly hairstyle and a pair of eerie Rinnegan slowly spoke. The others also looked towards Lin Nan. Leader, I made some contact with the Hokage in the Hidden Leaf Village and learned that recently a person claiming to be. Chapter 69, The Toad Mafia. The Book of Juyu Null, Chapter 70. The final battle at the Valley of the End. The final battlefield of the original storyline was not at the Valley of the End. However, this time the boss is naturally not Uchiha Obito, but Lin Nan himself. Therefore, choosing the Valley of the End makes sense. This place was originally where the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, fought Uchiha Madara. To commemorate this battle, 2 giant statues were erected in the canyon by later generations. As the sky rose with a full moon, Lin Nan stood atop the massive statue of Senju Hashirama. Seeing the moon reminded Lin Nan of Tsukuyami. Mr. Lin, you have quite the taste. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Lin Nan looked up. He saw a figure standing atop Uchiha Madara's statue, short in stature and wearing a white fox mask. Wasn't this the image of the masked man from the ninja path, Uzumaki Obito? Notably, there was some black mist emanating from him. It seems he has been controlled. The version of me in this world didn't use Obito to resurrect himself, did he? Lin Nan suppressed his doubts and picked up the Book of Red Moon, saying, I've brought you what you wanted. Now return the hydrangea to me. Return it to you? The masked man let out a cold laugh and then said, use Amaterasu to burn the scroll. Lin Nan complied. As the pitch-black flames ignited, the so-called Book of Red Moon was reduced to ashes. I saw it, but I didn't understand it. Lin Nan replied honestly. The masked man laughed and then removed his mask. Jiraiya, that guy, loves to play riddles. He could have clearly written the information, but instead, he insists on using codes. He was not wrong. Lin Nan still remembered how Jiraiya, after sacrificing his life to obtain information on pain, wrote it in a riddle. And the information was deciphered only after much hardship. Why bother? It's like a dying person refusing to write the name of their murderer and instead using a code that leaves people baffled, as if afraid others would understand. Are you trying to say that Jiraiya's information actually meant that you were the mastermind? Lin Nan asked. The masked man had now removed his mask, revealing the face of Uzumaki Obito. Although he looked just like Naruto, he was now filled with an evil grin. However, unlike in the original storyline, Uzumaki Obito still had yellow hair at this moment. Chapter 71, The Akatsuki Organization's Team Attack. A piercing sound echoed. Lin Nan looked at his chest in disbelief, where a black rod was impaled, and black mist was crazily spreading outward. Senior, Shaolin, the members of the Akatsuki organization rushed forward upon seeing this. Stop, don't move. Lin Nan shouted loudly. Hee, your body is mine now. Zihua displayed an extremely eerie smile, and then, as if his soul had left his body, a dense black mist erupted from him, instantly enveloping Lin Nan's form. Whoosh! Bang! As Zihua's body was taken away by Daitu once again, Lin Nan's form began to morph at that moment. He transformed into another person. How is this possible? This person was no longer Lin Nan, but his face showed an extreme incredulity. Amaterasu. In the next second, Uchiha Itachi launched an attack, instantly wrapping him in black flames. The black mist spread again, as if it was being drawn out from this person's body, and in the next moment, it flew away like a startled bird, diving into the body of the Black Gold Ninetales. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause followed, and Myanmar looked over to see a figure appearing not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Lin Nan. Not bad, a very exciting performance, but unfortunately, Myanmar, I am not that easy to insult. Myanmar frowned and paused for a moment. When did you guess that I was Myanmar and not you? Lin Nan approached the Akatsuki members and smiled kindly. Actually, at first, I couldn't figure out whether it was I controlling you, but after you appeared today, you actually enlightened me. If I'm not mistaken, this outfit was I homemade you wear, right? Vortex Myanmar looked at the clothes on his body, expressionless. Is there another me? Do you have anything to say? Lin Nan's smile widened. A shadow slowly rose from the shadow behind Myanmar. Although its form was blurry and completely black, one could slightly discern Lin Nan's outline. It was still that eerie sound like a ghost. Lin Nan, however, seemed to find it amusing and looked at Myanmar, saying, How about you translate for me? Myanmar clearly was not in the mood. Only. Chapter 72. Akatsuki Organization. Quickly focus fire on the super brother. The human path of the 6 paths of pain can absorb souls. Although it's unclear whether this soul is the same as another, at least it can be tried. Lin Nan expressed his demands to Pain, who was very responsive, basically granting requests without hesitation. Loved it. It was almost comparable to the super brother. However, while Lin Nan was waiting for the arrival of the human path, Pain had already darted towards the black shadow in the sky. Lin Nan was puzzled. What's going on? ISNT, the human path? But when he saw that it was clearly Pain's Deva path using the Hell Path's King Yin, Lin Nan finally understood. This pain was actually a fusion of the 6 paths, ISNT, that just the Edo Tensei Nagato. Impressive. As the god who governs souls, King Yin should theoretically be able to affect soul bodies, and with the human path soul extraction, Lin Nan really didn't believe he couldn't deal with his own soul body. However, he still couldn't figure out why he could exist in this world in such a state. Watching the black shadow being chased chaotically in the sky by Pain, Lin Nan shouted, Super Brother 666. Who is the Super Brother? Deidara flew over on a big bird to Lin Nan's side. Nothing. Lin Nan ignored Deidara. After being controlled by Uchiha Itachi's illusion, Mei Mao was in a daze. Lin Nan glanced at the black shadow in the sky and subtly looked at Conan. Conan had the ability to directly communicate with Nagato, who controlled Pain from behind. She understood, and after a brief whisper between them, Conan stepped aside slightly. TCH, sneaky. Deidara pouted, Big brother, let us whisper too. Scorpion, get lost. Just then, the black shadow, forced by Pain, suddenly dove into Pain's body. What the hell? Lin Nan frowned, clearly startled. The others also looked over in surprise. Pain also paused, and a strange smile appeared on his otherwise expressionless face. Huh! With a loud shout, countless black rods shot out from his body, and his clothes ripped apart. What the hell? The tattered Deva path. This is truly the Deva path Super Brother. This corpse will be under my control for now, Nagato. The Super Brother casually spat out a word, then looked down at Lin Nan and the others. His 2 Rinnegan began to flicker wildly for a moment, then stabilized again, remaining Rinnegan. Lin Nan naturally understood that when the black rods of Pain's corpse were forced out, the chakra from the Rinnegan was interrupted, causing the projection of the Rinnegan to disappear. But because Lin Nan had a system to intercept chakra, he managed to retain the Rinnegan. Lin Nan frowned at Conan. Didn't I just say to force him into Mei Mao's body? What's going on now? This is Nagato's intention. Conan replied calmly. What does Nagato think? Forcing the black shadow into Mei Mao's body would have sealed the 9 tails together, a win-win situation. Now that the Super Brother has been forced out, with the power of the Rinnegan, what to do? So, are we starting over again? The other members of Akatsuki were also confused, having no idea what was happening. Lin Nan could only shrug. I want to see how Nagato plans to resolve this. Conan simply said, Nagato has his own plans. Is it certain that this isn't a mess? Lin Nan was initially skeptical about whether the shadow could enter the Deva Path's body, but thinking of the power of the Rinnegan, which almost encompassed all powers of the universe, it couldn't be that simple to be taken over. But now it seemed a bit underconsidered. Universal. Then, the Super Brother stretched out his hand and began to attract Mei Mao's body towards him. Lin Nan certainly wouldn't let him have his way and immediately spouted a large flame at the Super Brother. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. The Super Brother was interrupted and chose to use the Predapath to absorb Lin Nan's flames. Useless Lin Nan. I can say without exaggeration that I'm stronger than Nagato now. After saying that, the Super Brother spread his arms wide, and a violent wind instantly swept out from his center. Super Shinra Tensei, retreat. Lin Nan shouted a warning, and the members of Akatsuki quickly withdrew. The range of Shinra Tensei displayed by the Super Brother was enormous. Although it wasn't as vast as when it destroyed Konoha, it clearly surpassed the ordinary Shinra Tensei. Lin Nan looked at the blood moon in the sky with a somewhat grim expression. Under its illumination, the space was imprisoned, and Obito was definitely nearby, watching the fun. Only he could do this. Brothers, it seems we need to focus fire on the leader. Lin Nan glanced at his comrades nearby. The others had not yet. Chapter 73. Lin Nan. I can play better than Nagato Bang. A huge panda suddenly appeared in front of Chao Gu, blocking all the paper needles. Then, countless giant summoned beasts followed. 3 hellhounds, a giant bird, a chameleon, a crab, a centipede, and a bull. The 6 massive summoned beasts caught the Akatsuki organization off guard. Leave these to me. Crimson Secret Technique. 100 Machine Performance. Hundreds of puppets appeared in the sky. Don't forget this is my home ground. Hashigaki Kisame sneered. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. Lin Nan looked at Chao Gu and wondered why he didn't just release the complete Susanoo for a dimensional strike. If he hadn't released it by now, it might be that his current body was limiting his abilities. However, it was easier to deal with without the Susanoo. Itachi, your ocular power has already been consumed a lot. Let me handle it from here. Lin Nan stopped Uchiha Itachi, who was about to summon a Gundam, and instead, his whole body shone with a red light as his skeletal structure rose, naturally transforming into Uchiha Itachi's half-body, Susanoo. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi was unfazed. Upon seeing Lin Nan reveal the Ten-Fist sword, Chao Gu, who looked like he was playing with a child in the air, unleashed another Super Shinra Tensei, instantly repelling everyone. Lin Nan suddenly remembered that the Ten-Fist sword contained the real Nagato. If he released it, having two Nagatos would be quite fun. Unfortunately, the real Nagato was likely just a sole entity at this point. The Ten-Fist sword should be more than enough to seal Chao Gu. The only thing to consider was how to hit him. Would release and the hungry ghost path absorb it? Without hesitation, Lin Nan clasped his hands together. Would release. Would dragon technique. A long wooden dragon spiraled out, charging at Chao Gu to bite him. However, before the wooden dragon could get close to Chao Gu, a laser shot out, instantly reducing the wooden dragon to rubble. Shiropath? Lin Nan looked at Chao Gu, who had 3 heads and 6 arms, feeling somewhat speechless. Baiyu. Then, several rays shot out in all directions, resembling a rain of lasers, mixed with countless missiles, launching a barrage. How can I dodge this thing? Deidara piloted his plane, but he couldn't shake off the missiles behind him, ultimately leading to his plane's destruction. I told you, I am now stronger than Nagato. Chao Gu sneered, then charged straight at Lin Nan. Lin Nan did not dodge, standing firm within the Susanoo. Chapter 74, Orochimaru. What to do when surrounded by the Akatsuki. Orochimaru-sama, it's bad. In Orochimaru's cave, the anxious Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly reported to Orochimaru. The Akatsuki has come knocking. Kabuto gasped for breath. The Akatsuki? Who are they? Orochimaru's hand trembled, yet he still maintained an elegant demeanor. Everyone, the Akatsuki is outside, and they have surrounded this place. Nanny what? Orochimaru's teacup fell to the ground and shattered. They want to wipe me out. Orochimaru's rosy face instantly turned pale. Outside Orochimaru's lair, Lin Nan looked at the so-called Orochimaru's cave and fell into deep thought. Aren't Orochimaru's lairs usually dark and terrifying places? Caves and valleys and such. What else with this lavish little villa? Before Lin Nan could figure out, he understood everything the moment he saw Orochimaru. Guests have arrived. I must apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I ask what brings you here? Is this really Orochimaru? Lin Nan was shocked for an entire year. At this moment, Orochimaru indeed had the characteristic features of Orochimaru, but what was with that rosy complexion and that plump figure? Limited month reading, you really know how to have fun. I respect that. However, at this moment, Orochimaru was also quite surprised upon seeing the Akatsuki. Their leader, Super Brother, was tied up like a porcupine, and even Minma was present. He had joined the Akatsuki. It's worth mentioning that on the way here, Minma borrowed a piece of Akatsuki clothing to wear. What scene it was? Lin Nan truly cursed this world for not having mobile phones. Minma looked at Lin Nan. I must say, that youthful and standard Naruto face, combined with a hint of Pain's seriousness and rigidity, left Lin Nan quite bewildered. Ahem. Lin Nan cleared his throat and said, Orochimaru, I'm here to negotiate terms with you. Terms? Orochimaru was taken aback. Shaolin, I haven't wronged you, have I? The ring is something I gave you. Orochimaru's pitiful demeanor left Lin Nan somewhat at a loss for words. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Nan said, Don't you know the Reaper seal? I want to borrow it. Do you want me to teach you? Sure. Orochimaru readily agreed. But Lin Nan shook his head. I don't need you to teach me. I know the Reaper seal, but I need you to release it. In return, I will teach you a reincarnation technique. Orochimaru's expression became somewhat stiff. Well, I've been researching the conservation of matter recently. Both the Reaper's seal and the reincarnation technique cannot be used. Orochimaru, do you want to refuse? Scorpion said ominously. At the same time, all the members of the Akatsuki were staring at Orochimaru, making him break out in a cold sweat, especially Itachi Uchiha, who was already in his Mangeki Sharingan state. At this moment, Lin Nan felt incredibly safe. The background was just that strong. Orochimaru swallowed hard and said, all right. What do you need me to do? You need to find the Reaper's mask first. Lin Nan said. Orochimaru was quite surprised that Lin Nan knew about this, and then said, we need to go to the Uzumaki clan's shrine in Konoha. Okay, we have plenty of time tonight. Also, we need 3 living beings. Lin Nan added, living beings? Orochimaru was somewhat suspicious. Lin Nan leaned in and whispered something to Orochimaru. Shaolin, I never realized you could play like this. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, then instructed Yakushi Kabuto to leave. After easily finding the Uzumaki clan's shrine and the Reaper's mask, Lin Nan nodded slowly and then looked at Minma. Minma expressionlessly nodded and then directly reached out to extract the controlled super brother. A black, strange soul entity, which was Lin Nan's soul in this world, was directly pulled out from his body. Super brother began to scream wildly. But his gaze towards Lin Nan was no longer as evil as before. Instead, it was filled with complex emotions. Leader, can we read his memories? Lin Nan asked. Minma replied, of course, but this body is currently resisting extremely strongly. I can only wait until I take back control. Lin Nan nodded. Everything would soon be resolved. And the truth of the matter seemed less important now. However, at that moment, Super Brother slowly spoke. There is no need to read my memories. I can tell you everything you want to know. The victor takes all, and I can accept my defeat. Oh, Lin Nan became interested. In my memories, 8 years ago, I came to this world. Super Brother began to recount his past in this world. With my golden finger, you should understand, I joined the Akatsuki and settled in Konoha. Everything is like in Naruto, but also not the same. However, for me, this is undoubtedly the best world. Lin Nan nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, this world, on the whole, was simply too wonderful. Meanwhile, the others were left confused, thinking, isn't this guy Xiao Lin's inner demon? Why does he sound just like Xiao Lin? Who is this person in front of us? Then a miraculous thing happened. I was reincarnated through Impure World Reincarnation. But the world after Impure World Reincarnation was no longer the world I was in, but rather the reality you reside in, where I encountered Yakushi Kabuto. Lin Nan's body trembled upon hearing this. Yakushi Kabuto indeed mentioned that he once reincarnated a version of himself without memories. Afterwards, because I lost all my abilities, I was destroyed by Yakushi Kabuto. However, at the moment of destruction, I inherited all your memories from the real world. Inherited my memories? Lin Nan was stunned. I learned everything I experienced in the real world. Compared to this dreamlike world, your reality is a purgatory. Lin Nan fell silent. A harsh truth, hard to refute. The overlap of memories drove me mad. I was unwilling. That so-called reality was filled with terror and darkness. I felt that the only thing I could do was to destroy that world. After all, everyone could live well in this world. To be honest, Lin Nan did have this thought before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tempted by Obito. But then again, why bother? Even in reality, I have friends. Xiaonan, Tsunade, and the main character Naruto, as well as Kakashi, all treat me well. Right now, I have gone to extremes. But even if I took this so-called extreme path, later on, with Kagaya and the Six Path Sage, it wouldn't be an easy road.